Hello! Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hope you guys can hear me alright. Today is the 16th of July. For anyone who hasn't tuned in for a little while, we are currently in the process of streaming some Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous on session 8, having finally solidified the Lich Mythic path. Sage, thank you for the 50-month resub at tier 2.
This many months.
Thanks. Also, hello to you as well, Load. Let's see, so I'll be late, I have to go, I'll be here in an hour. Okay. I love how folks, like, people seem to forget, like, the only person that ever needs to apologise for, like, the timing of the stream should really be myself. I mean, you guys can come and go as you please. But yeah, Sage, thank you again for the resub. So, yesterday was intense in the fact that I kind of underestimated how long it takes to actually do the assault on Dresden. We tied up with a few loose ends at the tail end of the Lost Chapel. So there wasn't much, a couple of items to loot, I think like 2 encounters. Then we mopped up the Crusader mechanic, so we had a lot of retreating demon armies and fortifications to conquer. And then the march on Dresden started in earnest. So we kind of went through assaulting through the main gate, unleashed the Vescavores, which, man, I feel like it did more harm than good, if I'm going to be honest. But it was a different choice, at least. Hey, Jake. And greetings to you as well, Blade. I'm now on vacation. Yeah, you mentioned it's going to be starting, yeah? Officially tomorrow, Ma bought me the new Zelda as a birthday. Oh, that's sweet of him, man. And happy birthday to you. I can play it when Santa is not home watching TV. Yeah, that new Zelda game. That... most clips I've seen is folks making those truly, like, shall we say, creative constructs to either, you know, trivialize certain aspects of the game, or either create something for the memes, often dick-shaped, or something that has a dick as part of its structure. The Vescar option is pretty shit. I've been playing Have a Nice Death. I'm feeling weird about the game. Yeah, I saw your comment with, you know, the healing items. I feel like I've had this in some roguelites. You'll do a run, and a certain thing will just not be anywhere to be found. And then you do another run, and like when you don't need said thing, it suddenly appears. It's kind of the crux of the argument of those games. I have complaints that make the game pretty shit, but on the other hand, I'm actually really enjoying it. Yeah, it's. I think the only game I can think of like 100% that I enjoyed that had like that roguelite element. And the first one, really, probably Binding of Isaac. I streamed that. That was the first game I think I streamed when I was testing like a PoE downtime sort of deal, but I split my streams in half. And Binding of Isaac was a lot of fun. And then there was Hades, of course. And that one, man, that was good. Had the perfect balance. I actually did a run where I got so busted, I one-shot the final boss. I like setups like that. you just get like the perfect combination of things. My first victory against Hades with sufficient heat to trigger his third phase, there was a very specific setup you could do with the spear weapon, or the Bident. It made it so you could just literally launch the weapon and it would explode on contact. So it wouldn't even return to you. Just throw it, and the second it exploded, it'd be in your hand again. So just launching that at him. Let's see. Tomorrow morning we will leave to, how do I pronounce this? Åland? Finland's Swedish-speaking archipelago. Will be back Thursday evening. I'll be back watching this stream on Friday, so I'm going to have fun. Oh yeah, don't worry, man. Well, I'm having a blast playing Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Let me know if you want cliff notes. It's easy enough to explain the events that are going on in the game. But, oh, it's an O! So, Åland? Is that more accurate? It's like an A with a little O on top. The run... that run, all the stars just aligned. I got the resources I need to upgrade my shit, and the upgrades I got all synergized like mad. Dude, this is very much Hades like. Like sometimes you get like an early deadless perfect weapon upgrade and just ideal perks, or boons I should say, and you just have such a good start, and you just keep hitting the combos that you need. But then you have runs where you just don't get what you want, or you get something lukewarm, so it doesn't quite get you to where you need to. There's an upgrade where with every hit you do a delayed lightning strike that does 7 damage. Got multiple spells that do a lot of hits at once, and I managed to buff that 7 all the way to 70. Nice! Not to harp on about Hades more. Hey Faith Shield, how's it going, dude? There's a similar-ish effect. You get it from Zeus. When you toss your bloodstones and they're on the ground, they act as lightning rods. So as long as you don't recollect them, they'll keep zapping the general area. And you can zap per shard that's out. So a very good strategy against the boss is that you just quickly expend your your blood charges and just leave them on the ground to act as lightning rods while you just run around, hiding behind safety from behind the walls. And you can scale that damage up as well, similar to how you're describing it in Have a Nice Death. So the baseline damage is pretty poor, but it can scale up quite a bit. Exhausted but good. I'm kind of the same actually. I streamed longer than I had planned yesterday. Literally as I finished stream, we stepped right into a D&D session, and I was that went on for a good 4 hours. So I had been like talking non-stop for 9 hours. I think I had maybe a 15-minute like pause in between, and then straight into D&D. I do feel bad for the other players because I felt like I was being a bit of a sourpuss because I was just completely drained. And circumstantially, my character found himself isolated from everyone else. So while they were fighting for their lives, I was kind of just stuck there, which really sucked. And then by the time I got myself out of that jam, combat was starting to conclude. It's like fuck. I felt very much like a third wheel in the whole thing. But the campaign itself was fun. But by the end of it, I was exhausted. But I do appreciate folks taking the time to get together and join in. But that's basically all my D&D done. That mini campaign is finished, and the main campaign I'm doing, that's going to be on the back burner until after ExileCon, because our DM is going to be going to Auckland, and in general things are going to get busy around that period anyways. I did the exact opposite. I ignored any defense and charged in YOLO mode. Also, you decided to, as opposed to fill in the cracks defense wise, you decided to widen them and just go for more damage. I did so much damage I didn't care for my own health. Yeah, it's the classic kill them before, like, you can't take damage if there's no enemies left, so you wipe them out before they can so much as land a blow on you. Glass cannon, I like it. Glad you will. I'm okay, yeah, I'm alright. I'm feeling pretty drained, but I think assuming I don't do anything too intense after stream tonight and just kind of vegetable out and sleep in, I should be fine. For me it's work, been playing catch up since leaving the courts. Yeah, you were tied up in there for a while. Is it finally finished? Because it sounds like they were dragging their heels. My lightning did so much damage, even the tanky enemies died to one hit. Yeah, it sounds like you reached what I call terminal velocity. So you're just so powerful that you've reached that point where you're not like unkillable, but you can trivialize the encounters. Strategy becomes less of a thing. It's more about just taking a giant eraser and just scrubbing it across the screen. As for the complaints I have about the game, healing is way too scarce, and what healing you do get is barely anything. How is it done? Because looking at other roguelites, usually you get like a health pickup either randomly, maybe you sometimes unlock a perk that has a chance, whether it be in the form of like Lich or after you kill an enemy, or maybe you destroy like a destructible, like a chest or a crate or a vase or something. You know, you get something from the terrain. And using Hades as the example again, you get the every floor there's that pool where you can draw in health. They decided not to listen. The purchase will go through. The UK is the only one holding the ban. Yeah, I heard this. Fucking hell. What's the word? A monopoly? I think it's the word we use for stuff like this. It is remarkable. But yeah, if I feel, or rather if I sound like I am a little drained, it's because I am. I did manage to go for my walk, thank God. The weather has been so temperamental. My app, I can no longer trust it, because like when I look outside, it seems fine. Normally I can smell the freaking rain on the winds. So the past few days, I think I just skipped one of the walks, but that's because it was already raining and the wind was just fucking howling. Today, though, it was being very temperamental, so I decided, screw it. I just brought my my sports coat. It's thinner, but if the wind's really picked up, and if there was rain, at least I had something to kind of shield me from the elements. In the end, though, the sun was shining through. I just ended up tying the sports coat via the, where the arms go, kind of around my waist, and it went by without issue. It's pretty good, so it's fine. Microsoft has had a monopoly well before this. Yeah, if anything, it's just further entrenching itself. Yeah, kill vacation stream. Who it is? Tis I, the Git. Yeah, just started the stream a short while ago, trying to get the gears in my own head to turn. I got coffee set aside, but it's only just been the instant variety, but it's still quite warm. I'm gonna let it cool down just a tad, and yeah, we'll get ourselves punched in. We big happenings. Finished, wrapped up Lost Chapel, cleared most of the map, or at least before the assault on Dresden, eliminated most of the demons. So we have a very strong foothold from Canabras all the way to Dresden, and actually did the assault on Dresden successfully. Got the Sword of Valor, the holy relic of Iomade, and through it coming into contact with my blood, its overall form and shape has shifted to take on a more lich-like aspect, and I've actually become a lich as well, which is going to be cool. Hey, to you. But yeah, it was fun. I had a blast, and I didn't want to kind of stop the playthrough timing-wise because we were so close to completing the assault on Dresden, and I want to see the aftermath. The UK is the one making me scratch my head now. I was summoned by the House of Commons in 2018. They told me on Thursday they ain't summoning me just because I'm not a UK citizen. I'm like, what? You saw me once and I'm already an expert in this field. Oh, I was going to say, if you hadn't done it period, I could understand. But if you've already been there before, why are they hesitating to do it a second time? Let's see, they work with health potions. You can carry 3. You either find them from defeated enemies, incredibly rare, or from a room option. Also pretty rare. That's pretty much what I expected. It just depends on how the scarcity of it. Each potion heals 15, health starts out at 65 but can be raised a lot. Now here's the thing, there are 2 types of damage you take, normal damage and injuries. Injuries basically prevent regular healing from healing all the way, so you need a special... Oh! That seems a little extra, you know? You get a special potion by being maxed on regular potions and picking up another regular potion, or by, again, finding it from an enemy. You get a special potion by being maxed on regular potions. So if your reserve of potions is at 3, you get those special potions, is what you're saying. What an odd choice. I think the house had a change in leadership. UK only experts are to be summoned. Back in 2018 was Burkow, was the one in C. Oh, honestly, I've not been following UK stuff, but it wouldn't surprise me. Things change like the goddamn wind. Especially when it comes to anything legal. Dear Lord. Hey Frank. How's it going, dude? Yeah. All I said was Holland. The healing system is pretty shit because it's so RNG based. Like, I like that you can start with a fixed amount, so at least you have that to work with. And I don't know how the system works, but if it's like a floor by floor or a dungeon by dungeon, I feel like the reward for successfully progressing to the next area should be a full heal. That is more about the scarcity of the recovery items, or whether there are other mechanics that can heal you, whether it's a very, very slow regen, maybe it's some kind of like a on-hit recovery or leech. Like, there's definitely ways to balance this so you don't feel flimsy. This Burkow, the man was a legend. He was yeah. Order. The guy was a meme unto himself. How am I? I'm okay. I'm just a little tired at the moment. I ended up streaming a bit longer than I intended yesterday, and that went straight into a D&D session, which was another 4 hours. So I was pretty laid bare, a little threadbare at the moment. You can have a godlike run, but because the game decides to fuck you by not giving you any healing, you break. Yeah, because like you get the build, but you don't have the health reserves to stay in the game long enough. You do get healed after killing a boss, but only on easy mode. That should be a fucking staple, like a standard. Easy mode does make healing a bit easier to get by, basically by messing up your potion and start to run. Are there any like roguelite long-term unlocks you can get, Blade? Sorry to keep using Hades, but the mirror with the shadow juice, you can increase your like Death Defiance, HP, damage, stuff like that. I mean, in a good laugh, the dude banned the word arsenal in the house while I was in the seat. He had his reasons, I'm sure. But yeah, that guy was a definite meme. But best I can tell, he was pretty good at the job he did. At least many felt that was the case. I mean, there'll always be some that disparaged some of his choices and his decisions. It's because the words arse and anal in the same word. Yeah, arsenal. Fuck's sake, man. Childish. Such profanity may not exist. Well, say he's gonna stop the Uranus or Uranus. It's got anus. It's got your and anus in it, mate. Not stat-wise. How is that game doing, anyways? Steam. Because I remember when I saw the trailer for it, and I basically liked what I saw from the jump. But at the time, it was like more of an early access dealie. Alright, so most reviews are generally very positive. It's sitting in the mid-80s, which is pretty commendable. Although 22 bags of sand is a bit more pricey than I was thinking. Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Don't tell him, Smith. Don't tell him what. A historical footnote: Burko is the only Speaker of the House to be elected 3 times since World War II. I forgot how it works for them re-electing someone. It's because the subject of football causes a row in the UK. That is not surprising. I can see that being a thing. We Brits do like our football as much as we like our tea, queuing up and bemoaning the weather. We bought sand at work on Friday because my guy wants to fill the gaps between his stone tiles outside, Smith. Bags of sand are expensive. Oh, well, it's more of a phrase here. You know, bags of sand. So 22 bags of sand is like pounds. I played World of Warcraft with a lot of folks from Newcastle, picked up some of their Geordie terms. Bags of sand. I love the Geordie accent. Let's see, I think even the healing would be just fine if they could just slow the bosses down a bit. It's pretty fast paced. I have to play it myself, man, to give my own assessment. But I'll keep it in mind in the future if I do end up giving that game a try myself, Blade. Anyways, need to look for a bit. Had people over because it's your birthday! Well, happy birthday to you, man! The sound of the other shoe. Now's your turn! 2 good ways to start a riot in UK chats. Talk about putting, Team the Market up. Or mentioning Chelsea, Man United, or a Manchester City as well. Those are the frickin' 4 cardinal directions of starting a holy war in the UK. General feel, humour, etc. top notch though. Regular combat is also really fun. Like I said, a mid 85% with a game that is sold. I don't know how many copies, but the reviews were in like 7,000. That's pretty good. It's commercially a success. Tottenham anyone? I guess they come up now and again. I used to be genuinely someone who enjoyed football in my early teens. Christ, I used to watch it with my older brother. Big Manchester United fan. What ruined the sport for me, and not just like locally, but on a world stage as well, was the fucking Academy Award-winning actors and their dives. It ruined the spirit of the game, and nothing annoyed me more when, someone actually has committed a grievous foul and they're not been called out on it, or the opposite, when someone decides to freaking look like a sniper shot him in the leg, take a tumble and get a pivotal either free kick or penalty which changes the course of the game. I'm like, you fucking have cameras and instant replay. Any player that's pulling this shit where they're diving, remove them. Card him red, or freaking fine him or something. Because it's utterly disrupting the very essence and spirit of the game. At that point, I just gave it a clean pass. That's why I like freaking, even though I don't know much about rugby, I prefer that. These guys will move like battering rams and brain you. So they're not going to be like, oh, I've hurt myself. They're like, no, they're going to step on you. They're going to bulldozer over you, man. You go on a move. On another note, did you watch the carpet vid yesterday? No! I was gonna when I was gonna have food, but I really wanted to finish the assault on Dresden in that stream, because I didn't want to blue ball the folks that had been in chat like since almost the beginning of the assault. I was like, we're fucking getting Lich come hell or high water. So I'll watch it today. At some point. Even better part is that all UK streamers know they're being bait. Yeah, honestly, if you bring up football, I will have a very blasé attitude, because I'm at a point now I just literally couldn't give a fuck. But yeah, if anyone even has a passing interest in football or is like furiously into it, you can really bait them into a conversation or even an argument just by mentioning it. Yeah, I bet, Faith. Alright, let me get myself punched in. So yeah, yesterday's session was a lot of fun. The game nails, like the first like stretch of the game is so good. Oh, everything from humanity kind of being pushed to the brink of being wiped out, and kind of the fist of the abyss kind of closing in around you at the defender's heart. Then you break through, push them back, and then that first moment where you stand before the wardstone and momentarily just hit god tier level power, and then
watch out for trouble.
It manages to duplicate itself again when it happens when you finally recapture Dresden and you lock in that mythic path. Probably one of my best moments in this genre of gaming. And the fact that it happens twice is insane. No worries on kill. Don't worry. I'll be on for a while, so just jump in a minute if you get a chance. And hey Colonel, are we undead yet? We hit Lich. We got Lich yesterday. Because of the build that GU has recommended, I to allocate these levels as well. So one of the things we took, it's a single level in the Bloodline. So we took one level in Sorcerer Cross-Blooded, so we could actually pick the two different bloodlines that we were going to invest in. So what this has given me, as part of the mythic path, is it allows me to skip ahead and pick the level 20 feat that would unlock, or ability. So the first one was, One of Us. So you're normally supposed to get this level 20, but my Bloodline Ascendance allows me to skip ahead. So now, I'm immune to all cold damage, paralysis and sleep. I also gain damage reduction 5. So if I believe that means physical damage is reduced, like the first 5 points is deducted. And if I have to make saving throws against spells or spell-like things from undead, but I don't think this matters because I get 10 from the Lich, so that part's irrelevant. Then we've got Elemental Body, which is what we got yesterday. So this makes me now immune to fire damage, as well as sneak attacks and crits. Being immune to sneak attacks and crits is insane. DR5 is useless, sadly, because of the nerf. Yeah, because like, if the nerf didn't apply, this 5 would have stacked with the 10 that I get from the Lich, so it would have been 15, plus whatever I get from my own class. Like, all those used to stack, and now it's gone. So 10 is 10 forever the highest you can get it to. So yeah, we got our boy there. And the other thing that really surprised me, I incorrectly assumed, right, that the only undead Lich characters that you could acquire were specifically like it was very particular. So what do I mean by this? Like Staunton being one of them, or the archer I believe you get in one of the temples of Erastil or something. I didn't realize that you could pick from 4 right from the jump. So I ended up making the skeletal archer, which I lovingly call Steve, and the fact that you can gear them out. So that was something that I did not anticipate, and that's a good thing because it was a genuine like holy shit moment. So Steve is over here. which I've got him partially geared, which ain't too shabby. It's not too fucking shabby. And he's regarded as a companion as opposed to a full-blown character, I believe. The memes about Starfield are getting good. When it was revealed that you could get muscle or bone soreness as a condition, one of the the memes was, "Oh no, not my ankles in the middle of combat." I was half expecting some sort of arrow to the knee reference. Hope that game does well. I went from having a... Hang on. One sec. Got something bleeding all of a sudden. Did it again. My freaking anxious habit of clawing away at the edges of my fingers. I've drawn blood. Press that tissue to it and hopefully that'll stop that. I got such a nervous tick of mine. Well, not nervous, more passive anxiety. But yeah, I went from having practically zero interest in Starfield to, because it's now so close to release and watching the demonstration video, it doesn't look too bad. Doesn't look too bad. Hopefully it is not one of those where it's released and lol Thesda leans into its other meme name of Bug Thesda and ends up being a buggy mess. That's the first hurdle. Number two, I hope it doesn't suffer from what a lot of these large space exploration games often suffer from. Looks like a vast ocean, but only has a depth of a puddle. So I hope these multiple locations offer more than just surface level repeatable stuff that you can, so I hope there's enough variety. If that all checks out, I don't see why I wouldn't give it a try. Right now, my biggest anticipation is Baldur's Gate 3, and that's going to be on I believe it's the 3rd of August. Can you believe folks are complaining, right, that they can't play it sooner than that? Because before they moved the PC release date a month early, part of having pre-ordered the game made it where you could play it 3 days sooner. So, they bring the PC version a month early, and they're like, well, we're still getting that 3 days early, right? Like, are you kidding me? They got it practically a month early. Holy shit. Selfish prick. Not that you care, but I gotta share my satisfactory progress. Of course I care. I might not play the game, but I like hearing people talk about it. I know loads have been loving it, and I know you like the game. I finally got nuclear power up and running, but I was taken aback by how much I had to build to deal with the nuclear waste product. It took more infrastructure than the power plant itself. This kind of reminds me a bit of RimWorld. You know the new style you can play with your mechanical companions instead, and that over time, like, waste product is produced. You got to get somewhat creative on how to get rid of it. It sounds like Satisfactory is doing something similar. Well, nuclear power is certainly nice and probably very potent. Dealing with the excess or the negative stuff it produces is probably a ball ache. If it turns out to be a dumpster fire like Fallout 76 was, at least I can say I got it free. Starfield came with one of my upgrades. That's not too bad, I guess. Yeah, sure, fair. I'll probably wait, check the reviews. I know I'll enjoy BG3, that goes without saying. Like, unless there was something fundamentally wrong at its core where it wasn't running on my PC or I was unable to stream it, then I might be irate. I played its early access. A generous portion of the first act. I believe the game has 3 acts total. I know so many builds bricked when they changed how much nuclear waste it was producing. Yeah, it sounds like you can already hear that voice. What's telling him to? How dare you! So this is where Staunton's body is. This made me laugh. I asked them to put him in the dungeon. I thought at least they'd put him on here and have him be in a solemn pose with his arms folded across his chest. But instead, they just dumped him in here. All it says is, body of Staunton Vane, traitor of the Crusades, just tossed aside. At least have him have some modicum of dignity even in death. And then there's little Miss Psychopath over here, frickin' Nora. Figured I'd cull her brain for some information. I'll wait for 6 months after the release, learn my lesson from D4. Very wise. Honestly, I can't think of any. There's very limited circumstances, right, where I feel like you as a player lose out if you decide to buy the game later. Rare exceptions can be if you're trying to avoid spoilers, if the game is story heavy, maybe sometimes you might find it either in your, depending on the YouTube videos you watch, you could be spoiled like that, or you might read an article or a Reddit thread, something like that, or a friend might mention it. And other thing, maybe like an MMO, like that tends to often hit its fever pitch when it's first out in its first initial months. Barring those two circumstances off the top of my head, the player is always better off waiting, because not only will you likely get the game cheaper. Well, the first step is, if there are any bugs, most of those will be ironed out. If there's any DLCs, depending on how long you've waited, those might be available. So you end up having a much well fleshed out and completed product as a result. It went up by, also it's producing way more waste than folks are probably accustomed to. You can play it on Microsoft Game Pass, or if you get a new AMD Ryzen or RX video card, you get Starfield. Oh, they're bundling it with that. It's kind of clever, I suppose. If folks were looking to upgrade, they're like, hey, might as well get Starfield as part of the package. It's a bonus. But yeah, that's definitely going to be the potentially the second game, but all of that is extremely contingent on the reviews. There's a few YouTube channels that I'm going to be watching very closely because I trust their opinion. Not the IGN and blah blah. It's more the independent ones who actually have a solid reputation of giving accurate reviews. Nuclear power generates a massive amount of power, but dealing with the waste was a serious task. Last time I played, there wasn't any other way of dealing with waste other than just storing it. So it kind of just builds up. You could build the biggest storage structure, which equaled about 40 hours per structure, but turning it into something that you could sync takes a ton of processing. And yeah, syncing is basically deleting the item, but turns it into a type of currency you can use to unlock alternate construction recipes. So it sounds like it produces great power, but to deal with the negatives it spits out, that in and of itself is a more egregious task. So do you reckon it's worth it, nuclear power, or knowing what you know now, would you have changed it? I had to upgrade my CPU, so that's how I got Starfield. I paid $150 for it on sale and got it with Starfield. It's a good deal. CPU plus game, and if it's one that you're interested in, why the hell not? Okay, so it pays out in the end. Just a bit more of a ball ache to use it more smoothly. Sure, fine, fair play. All right, let's speak to this little shit. Nora bares her teeth like a cornered rat. Come to gloat a little bit. I can't lie, a little bit. I need information. Do you? And why would I give it to you? Well, we've got some options, because helping me is the only chance to earn a pardon. Give information for her freedom. I have many ways to make you talk. Would you like to experience them for yourself, or just tell me everything? Ooh, I like that one. Nora sniffles angrily, staring at the floor, and finally she mumbles, "What do you want to know?" Well, like I said, I can be very creative, and if word's gotten around, most of my enemies and even some of my allies will know that your death is not the end. As a Lich, death is nothing more than a freaking stepping stone. Or it's a transition, at least. Who do you work for? The Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth. That's a pretentious name. Christ, the acronym is almost spelled toil. Cultists of Baphomet. Some serve him for rewards, others serve under dire threat. Some fools even think they'll earn transformation into demons. I only served because it was my chance at revenge. It might be pretty baseline, but her motivations make a lot of sense. Starfield standard is $70, so if you think about it, the processor was really a bundle only costing $80. Yeah, and if you were planning to get Starfield anyways, it works out for you. Kind of like back when Cataclysm was at its peak, D3 came out around about that time. Blizzard had the option where, like, I usually sub for the entire year, but I always did it month to month on the off chance I changed my mind and cancelled it. So Blizz had the option where if you just sub for a month in advance, which often is cheaper in the grand scheme of things, they would toss in a copy of Diablo 3. So I kind of got that as an extra. I was just investing up front for the year. So they ended up saving me money in the long run. Similar logic with regards to what you're doing. Hey Zokatai! How you doing, bud? Good to see you again. This is the Grandmaster leads the Templars. He's a mysterious figure said to be more of an ideologue than an actual commander. All the cultists I know answer to a woman named Jerabeth. I never saw her myself, but I heard that she is dazzlingly beautiful, and when she speaks you believe her every word, even if you know that she's lying through her teeth. I have absolutely no idea where to look for her. but I know there's someone much more powerful and dangerous. Someone the followers never see. Rumor has it it's Baphomet's flesh and blood daughter. Well, that's Hepzibah she's referring to. Something like reverence seeps into Nora's voice. I remember when Let's Game It Out went for nuclear power, he created a nuclear waste tornado out of conveyor belts with all of his nuclear waste. But turned it into a game, did he? Minago also gave me orders, but I don't think I can tell you anything new about her. You've met her a few times already. A few. She's ran every time. Are there any cultists in the Crusader army besides you? I think so, but everyone I knew about has been caught by the Eagle Watch. Irabeth sent a lot of us to the gallows, but Baphomet will always find new servants. Always. Anyone could be a cultist, even Irabeth herself. You think you can tell your friend from your enemy? Think again. I mean, I found you out, so I think I can eventually. Doing good. My ma found a lot of Pokemon cards from when I was young. Which I now have at my place. Gonna look through them at some point, see if there's anything of value. I got a shoebox right behind me that has some of my old cards, though I don't think any of them are worth much. Maybe in a few decades, who knows. There was some creative methods of dealing with the waste before you could sink it. I think, what was the RimWorld stat for dealing with things you didn't want? Didn't you just like launch it to your enemy's colonies instead? Just yeet it. So you would use all the power that would have those nuclear waste packs. You just load it up onto those little pod ships. They'd be like, "Hey yo, catch!" You just toss it into the abyss. It's like that's more of a you problem now, guys. It's like you're shipping your pollution across states. Who's the leader of Discari's cultists? Discari's cultists are dumb meat. They can't hide, only fight. But there are others among them. Adepts of higher rank. Intelligent, dangerous wizards hiding somewhere in the Whirlwind. They are led by Xanthia the Plagued One. So this is if you want to go down the swarm path. He isn't human. I don't know what he is. But he's not human, that's for sure. They say he doesn't even have a human body. Only a massive insect swarming under his robe. Who's that huge demon that attacked us during the battle? What was he? Galazad? Galazand? Rizzle Dizzle? Something. Darazand, there we go. That was a Baelor named Darazand, the leader of those poor creatures who'd been ordered to fill the ditches of Dresden with their own bodies and break the walls of the city with their own heads. He had them run drills every day, and every day they had to scrape someone off the ground. You're lucky that dwarf chased him off. Darazand alone could hold off a small army. He'll be back, and all of you here will be as good as dead. Yeah, Greybore, the assassin for hire, tried to slink in for a little stabbity stab, but failed. I've got no more questions for that. So, and then all the other options are you just kill her. If you're going to need information, you've done that. You are free, go wherever you want. Yeah, I'll leave it be. Circumstances might bring me back to her, but for now, she can gather dust here. I still can't believe she's a recruitable companion if you take the trickster path. I assumed she'd just be like someone who would be in your entourage, like Irabeth or Enevia, not a full-blown recruit. Which means there must be an entire branch of dialogue that I have never seen from an NPC, which makes me love this game that much more. So we have a lot of stuff to do, and I am not entirely sure where to begin. So I guess phase 1 is... Let me start from here. We'll offload the items we found as well and see what we can buy. I'm going to be spending quite a bit of time in Dresden here. A bunch of quests just unlocked.
Keep your wits about you.
Most of the dialogue with the NPCs have already been covered. We'll grab the loot on the way back as well. Thankfully the game does remind you where they are. Alright, there's a psychopath. Hers is generally the same. Yeah, her additional dialogue doesn't really unlock until Enevia realizes, shall we say, what Camillea's extracurricular activities are. I think is the best way I can put it. Let's take a look at what's in this house over here. This is, there's a book. I like books. Prodigal Sons. I always take a copy of those. Anything else? No, no perception checks.
Focus on the goal.
Some food. cleaning solution, and some shrooms. Alright. I've seen worse. I can make it work. Takes a while to load sometimes, I gotta say. Okay, so there's Camellia.
Watch out for trouble.
Darren is in this direction. I kind of passed him with this giant friggin' halo over his head. Anything else here? No. Invisible. So there's a hidden wall there.
Keep your calm.
I was chilling among the rabble. Let's see. You know what? Darren asked, not bothering to greet you properly. I noticed a certain cyclical pattern in my life ever since I met you. First, something happens that leaves me positively intrigued. Then I descend into the depths of fear and anger. Then I start to think that it's not so bad. The curiosity comes back, and then something even more dreadful occurs. The demons attacking my home and the city around it was unpleasant enough already, but I thought I could compensate for that by striking up a curious acquaintance and having some new experiences. Then my dearest cousin threw me right into the middle of a crusade, and just when I started to see some positives in my current situation, the gargoyles kidnapped me. The slaughter in Dresden following my triumphant rescue effectively put out every spark of optimism that I had managed to gather. Now the city's in our hands again, and it's getting more and more tolerable to stay here. I feel surprisingly good, and I'm even beginning to find the city rather enjoyable. This brings me one very reasonable question to my mind. What is the next outrageous and dangerous mess you're going to pull me into? Nothing. At least not yet. Well, we got dragons to fight, or a dragon. Demons, world wound, all that jazz, you know. So let's see, I have a couple of more perilous trials and insurmountable challenges in store just for you. You really like sounding your own voice, rude. Let's see, was that an overly verbose and oblique attempt to thank me and impart just how much you enjoyed resin? Let's see, Darren chuckles softly. Do you really think someone like me is capable of experiencing such virtuous feelings as gratitude and affection? Most certainly not. Your intuition betrays you. I was just mocking you. There were definitely some sharp insults hidden under all those florid turns of phrase, such as the way of aristocrats and politicians. And yes, I do like it in Dresden, much to my own surprise. He's kind of being a tsundere. Let's see, do you want to talk about your past? I've been thinking a lot about what happened since our visit to Heaven's Edge. Let's see, Darren's face grows grim. Oh, is he on edge that I might know his secret? I don't like discussing such unpleasant things. You seem to be quite capable of having fun, so why are you... I don't even know what you're trying to achieve here. I suppose you could always ask, and I'll decide whether I want to answer or not. Let's see. Tell me honestly, do you miss the people who died that day? Darren is silent for a moment. His pupils seem to pulsate to the rhythm of his thoughts or emotions, perhaps. I regret leaving my mother alone. She deserved a better death than that. I mean, there wasn't much we could do. She was already riddled with whatever that magical plague was. Her last words were to, make sure no one got out, lest it spread. They confined her to a room so that she wouldn't infect those who still believed they could avoid the illness. And oh, I forgot that you didn't know. All right, that's enough. You're skipping ahead. Let me be blunt. I don't care about my so-called kin at all. People die every day, and none of those people were my friends. They're dead. I'm alive and able to enjoy life to the fullest. Besides, there are many things far worse than death. Which, in his case, is kind of true. It's got one hell of an entity buzzing about in his head, or at least looking behind his eyes, or through him. Let's see, delayed response. Let's see, fair. I'll say the latest Diablo doesn't make sense. They're talking about adding a Blood Knight. It's like, when are you going to bring back the Paladin from Diablo 2? Demons on the loose is a holy warrior's wet dream. Kind of a valid point. I haven't really followed the story too much from Diablo 1 to 4. In fact, I skipped 4 entirely, which, as a streamer, some might argue might have been a poor choice. I know, like, you want... There's that whole flavour of the month, and there's like that initial buzz and hype around it. So as a streamer, it would do you well to kind of slip into those shoes and play the game for a bit, but based on much of what I saw whether it be through trailers or demonstrations of the game or even other streamers. I mainly spent a good chunk of time in Ziz's stream. There was nothing I saw specifically in D4 that made me think that I would want to buy it, at least for that price tag. If the game was free, and then, you know, then they had like an MTX kind of store, then I probably would have played it. So its price tag was the other sticking point. In the end, I decided I'll take a step back, see how others find it. What I've heard so far, I am confident overall in the choice I made. Might not have been the best choice as a streamer, you know, metrics-wise, but in terms of money spent and enjoyment gained, I think I made the right choice. But yeah, kind of in answer to your question, I am hanging in there for the most part. We're trying to get our bearings now that we have achieved our 3rd mythic point. But I need to speak to all my NPCs and thoroughly examine what's available in Dresden before I set out, so that's probably going to take me a good chunk of my initial stream. Crash course is that Paladins in Diablo lore distance themselves from the Zakoran faith. Crusaders hugged it like a damn waifu body pillow. Ah, Daki Makuras. You gotta love body pillows. Not that I would know anything about them. Let's see, so were you ever close to your mother? Dare in the size. Perhaps. Maybe. My mother loved me, and I loved her, even though I was a thorn in her side. How can you truly be close to your parents when you're just an arrogant whelp? At least I was lucky enough to have a real mother, instead of a countess mother. Aristocrat parents often see their children as valuable investments and vessels for all their ambitions. You know, like freaking assets to be married off. Appreciate the answer. Can't you come up with something more exciting to ask me about? For example, why I hate equestrian statues, and what befell the marble horse of my marble grandmother. He probably turned it into a freaking phallic shape, knowing him. Alright, that exhausts mostly all of Damon's dialogue. So we got a couple of people here. I think these are just vendors.
There are many roads to success.
Cool, I'll take that. There's a jewelry trader here. Oh, he just skips right to him. Am I going to sell the stuff? I like selling all the stuff to a singular NPC. In case I mess things up, I need to buy something back. I know where to go to. That's a lot of stuff, man. Jesus. I'll have to take a look at these. That's why Paladins had different skills and training than Crusaders. Crusaders were shields only. Paladins did whatever it took to murder demons. I was going to say, there's a reason why they have a sword and board setup and great weapon users. Let's see. Glass Amulet of Clarity. +2 to the DC for all saving throws against mind-affecting abilities used by the wielder, which is pretty nice. It also grants a +4 morale bonus on saving throws against mind-affecting and compulsion effects. Well, I suppose if you're using abilities that tinker and alter people's brain waves, this is definitely one to go with. Enlivening Leadership. This ring grants the wearer a +5 competence bonus on persuasion checks and grants their companions a +1 morale bonus on all skill checks. That one's quite nice, actually. Yeah, it just takes the ring slot. Further enhances someone's persuasion. I can see myself giving that to Darren, and then everyone else gets that morale bonus to their skill check, which is just a win-win. Maybe? That one's tempting. Let's say, for example, I decide to buy that. That's skipping ahead. Braces 5. We've got Rings of Protection going as high as 2. The Amulet of Agile and Mighty Fist. One is designed to focus on boosting your natural armor, and one is to boost your... let's see... Yeah, they're both... One is agility. Yeah, so this amulet grants its wearer a natural armor bonus. And then... Yes, I think it's damage, isn't it? Yeah. So one uses your dex and the other uses your strength. Made it boring though. A paladin in Diablo 2 could do a two-handed build as effective or more effective than a barbarian. Crusaders in D3 were lackluster in the damage department. I heard the thing that folks felt made D3 fizzle out was like the amount of build diversity. That's why PoE did so well. A lot of ways to play the game. Like, if someone asks, "Oh, so what build are you doing?" "Oh, I'm doing a minion build." That is a broad answer. Well, what minions we're talking about? Skellies, zombies, spectres. We're talking raging spirits. Like, there's a lot of different variants, and even those have variations within variations. Hey, load. Welcome back, man. We've got charisma, intelligence, and wisdom +2. Negative phylactery, so increases the amount of damage this ability does to living creatures or heals. I think David already has this. And wait, what's the point? Because this says if the wearer of this headband has the ability to channel negative energy, it increases the amount of damage this ability does to living creatures. Oh, sorry, or heals to undead creatures. I missed that part. Right. And then this one is more specifically tied to the healing part. So you got like the lesser and then the standard version. Wow, it goes as high as Amulet 3. Goggles of Pure Sight? These goggles allow their wearer to take 20 on their next dispel magic attempt once per day. They also grant a +1 bonus to caster level checks made to overcome spell resistance. Ooh. Just that alone can be nice to help you bypass. Let's say we decide to go with that one as well. I like the glasses quite a bit. I like them. We can get away with like the lack of AC because you do bump into these types of items pretty often. These two are very unique though. Let's say I decide to buy them. I'm going to take those. I'm going to take them. I like them. Oh, I like them. Started to plan for mass production in Satisfactory. Oh, joined the club. Colonel Strauchen has been dabbling with nuclear power. D3 was super restrictive, not just in the builds, but the resource generation. Hell, D4 still has that problem. Sorcerer is the only one with good resource generation. Even then, you have to be ice specialized just to have it. Are we talking like for example, a rage from like a barbarian or mana from a spellcaster? When you say resource generation. Ooh. The task the game gave needs 16,000 computers. What are you waiting for? Okay, I'm not taking that LMD. Hey, Darkness. Yeah, we hit Lich. I took the Skelly Archer as the starting, like, I guess it's technically it's a companion. Yeah. But they're unique in that you can even gear them up. We've just arrived in Dresden, so what I'm doing now is I'm kind of going layer by layer, talking to all the NPCs and just buying a few knickknacks here and there. So I just bought these two things. This ring I will give to Darren. Now there's an overlap. We're going to find out why. Oh, because it's overlapping that. Well, that frees your amulet slot then. That's a good thing. So we'll get him that. But yeah, he gets a... So the amulet gives a 3. So a 2. Whereas this gives a 5 to persuasion checks. And everyone else gets a +1 to their skill. Just by simply being in his proximity. Satisfactory just crashed during its autosave. I guess it's time to play some Terra Invicta. Wait, does it balk the whole thing? For Crusaders, you burn through your zeal faster than a barbarian's rage, so you have to have a specific set of armor piece to overcome that. That's in D3. In D4, Sorcerer literally has... Oh, so they can just keep casting without any sort of need to hold back or curtail their damage because their resource keeps replenishing. That's not bad. Like 200 hours? And only one crash? That's pretty good. Okay, next up we got the glasses. So this thing was overcoming the spell resistance. Ember's the one, more often than not, that tends to unleash these, so I think I'll have her remove them. Oh, she goes in this slot. Oh, even better. I thought I took the helm slot. Dude, she's looking pimpin'. Pimp cane, pimp glasses. All she needs now... I wish she had an actual pimp hat, but the crown will do. Let's say that a pimp crown. So we need to get her a pair of boots, and she's fully dripped out. Hell yeah. Okay, so we got both of those. Let me F5 that. I'm gonna commit to my decision. Apparently there's an arcane weaver here. What the fuck's an arcane weaver? Ooh. Sage, thank you so much for the gifted sub to faith. Although I think TTS will do that.
Sage 163 gifted a tier 1 sub to Faith's Shield.
Nice.
They have given 196 gift subs in the channel.
I may use that power wisely, friend. Mother's laptop is busted, so my computer is used by my ma to video call my sis. Oh, she had no choice but to use that. You can crank up an Ice Sorcerer's cast speed by 20% and they still won't run out of mana casting ice spells. That sounds like it'd be very powerful. There's no downtime. You'll fling as many spells as you can as long as your casting is interrupted and there's something for you to hit. First crash in 200 plus hours, and I'm on the experimental build, so I can't even be annoyed. If it corrupted the whole save, I'd be a bit frustrated, but that sounds pretty good. Well, thank you again, Sage, for the gift.
Knowledge is the key to
So,
victory.
Arcane Weaver, Dividing Power. What the hell is this? Whenever the wearer of this robe uses a divine power to summon a creature, they can choose to give these creatures attacks either holy or unholy special quality. I don't have anyone that really fits that bill, but I think some character builds might be able to put that to use. Shirt of Blazing Fighter. This shirt grants the wearer a +5 competence bonus to athletic skill checks. And 30 fire is damn. So you basically stop the first 30 points of incoming fire damage. It's specific, but it's not bad. And Robe of Order. Yeah. There's two versions of these that I've seen. I think it's Lawful Good, Lawful Evil, I think it was? Well, that could be in Kingmaker. If the wearer of this robe has a key pool, the robe increases it by 2. If the wearer is of lawful alignment, it grants a +2 bonus on attack rolls against chaotic enemies. This robe can be worn only by a monk. If you have a monk and you fit all those prerequisites, yes, it is quite nice. There's a recent Ice Sorcerer builds in D4 are jokingly called Snowball Gatling Gun. All you do is sit in one spot, cast a Blizzard for defense, sit under that, and fling ice shards everywhere. That sounds like a pretty easy build to play. So I'll pass on these. Next up, rings. Oh, okay, that's a few things. Gloves of the Ambassador. These gloves grant the wearer a +5 competence bonus to knowledge will checks, +5 to persuasion skill checks, and an enhancement to your charisma. Jesus. Wait, what's the one that Darren has now? Is it competence or is it something else? Shit, this also gives competence. So giving him these gloves would be a bit redundant. Willed knowledge, but the charisma does work for him. I kind of gotta take those gloves. I mean, alternatively, the ring could be given to somebody else, like Ember. We still want that +1 morale bonus to skill checks. Cloak of Resistance going from 1 to 3. I don't care about the Gloves of Dueling all that much. Yeah. Celestial Protection? This cloak grants the wearer a +5 resistance bonus. So I was about to say, in general? No, to demons and a 5 competence to lore religion skill checks. Maybe? I don't know how to tell. The only requirement is half your skill points and 20 paragon points. Boom, you become the Gatling Gun of Doom and Ice. So this sounds like a very popular build, by the sounds of it. Bear Braces of Animal Fury. I think I gave this to... These braces grant the wearer a +3 enhancement bonus on attack and damage rolls whenever the wearer is polymorphed. Thick Pelt is... What? This Cloak of Resistance +2 grants the wearer immunity to... Wow. Dude, I had to take a frickin' Ascendant Bloodline ability to get the fire immune part. I might have given this to Ember way back when. Hey, Super Nappy. And then Living Flame. Whenever the wearer of this cloak channels energy to harm undead for the next 2 rounds, they become surrounded with a fire shield that deals 1d6 plus character level. Fire damage to the attackers for each successful melee attack against the wearer. Probably not. This Celestial Protection and Thick Pelt do cross my attention. But I'll take the Glorbs for now. 'Cause I can, mate. Because I can, mate. Alright. So, slight alteration. We'll remove the ring. Give him the Glorbs instead. Because that helps raise the Riz. And then give this one to Ember. DC... Yeah, you don't do cold damage though. Cool. So we get all the trimmings. All the bonuses. It's beyond broken. The only thing that can defeat an ice sorcerer is a boss because for whatever reason the devs made bosses immune to freeze and chill, which I guess is probably the build's main shtick, or one of its big upgrades. Seth, you should recruit Delamere now. Yeah, I need to do a few things. Right now I'm just going through Dresden. Gonna talk to all the companions, NPCs, explore whatever I can loot, and then we're gonna head out. I got Staunton's carcass rotting in the prison cell. Rather unceremoniously, I might add. So we'll get to that. But I don't have anything else. I want to see what happens on my own. For now I've got Steve, which pretty awesome companion. I think the problem I'm going to have is keeping him alive, because the whole undead shtick. They need more necrotic juice than they need standard healing. But we'll see how that pans out. I've given him some rudimentary gear that we'd found as we were journeying, but I think he should do quite well. Oh, right, I'm sitting down again here. Anything else I can give him? Yeah, most of this stuff is makeshift. I got a +3 cloak. I like mine. Darren's got his +3. You've got yours. Camellia has hers. I'll give it to Reginald maybe? What did I give you? Oh no, you get the rage bonus. Wendor gets... honestly, I don't really care about the stealth anymore, so I'll give her that. Okay, so this helps boost her saving throws a little bit higher than before. Nice. Potato update as well. The bald man is biblically hungover. I didn't get to stay for the community night. Went straight into D&D. So because of that, I'm a little tapped. So I missed out on it. I was part way through Quiplash, and as I did the raid, he was away from the desk. So I got like a quick greeting, and then I had to bolt. Okay, so we did all that. The Weaver doesn't have anything else I want. Who else is next? There's an item I seemingly ran past when I was here previously, which is this thing here. It is Knight of the Witch. Does not come with any hidden abilities. After that, we got the exotic weapons provider, and I think there's somebody else here as well. There's two of them. Oh, it's Will Garms. Yeah, I've been trading with him predominantly to offload stuff we sell. The bearded quartermaster gives you a friendly nod. What can I do for you? Are you going to manage the fortress now? No way, Commander. The quartermaster throws up his hands. Not in a million years. I can manage an expedition just fine. But running a fortress is a different kettle of fish. That's enough work to make a man's head explode. Which is why they sent us an expert from Nerosian. Her name is Dorjlinda Stranglehold. I've seen how she handles things. She knows what she's about, that one. Iomedae bless her. She'll be managing the fortress, and I'll keep taking care of the soldiers just like I've been doing. Fine. I can now bulk sell some of the junk I found before. Let's see. I'll hang on to the dagger on the remote chance we do end up taking Volgif. This sword is of no use. Wait, I tossed the extra item. What is that one? Oh yeah, don't need that. Yeah, Herald of Pain. There was one I need to give to Irabeth. That's Solemn Hour. Don't care about the pick or the longsword. Yeah, Radiance ended up getting upgraded thanks to Staunton's brother, Joran. So with its scabbard, it is a +2 cold iron longsword, which is nice. Has a lustrous sheen. Now this glaive, the only person that could actually use this is Captain Useless. This weapon cannot be wielded by lawful good characters. Yeah, so I couldn't even bring this weapon to bear. Oh, pardon. Let's say we part with that for now. I want to make sure all these pieces of equipment have been given to people that can actually use it. You can't use tower shields right now? I guess I didn't expect that. Oh, he's neutral good, so actually he could use this. Nice. Perfect, so that doesn't go to waste. Then we've got this thing here. This is really nice, man. Simply called Carapace. Looks nice as well. The only build I have seen more busted than Ice Sorcerer was my PoE build. The last build I did. It started as Incandescent and Oros, but when Lorweave was added... Oh, the Lorweave in its original form was so broken. Oh, what was it? Max res 80? The fact it was fixed was crazy. You can upgrade Soul Shear. Yeah, you're right. I think you can do it through the Crusader management, like the Kingdom management part, right? I vaguely recall this. Let's take a look at Sealer's equipment. So go here. So yours is half plate of Vigor is hard to say no to. Like that +2 con score is a freebie. This only gives 1 extra AC, so I think I can leave Sealer like that, and probably give this one to Captain Chucklefuck probably. Yeah. So whenever an enemy lands a melee hit on the wearer of this +2 mithril fullblit, the attacker has to pass a reflex saving throw of DC 18. Also, wait, can I not wear this thing? I think right now my gear generally is quite light. I've used this one because of its ramming potential. No, this one's above my pay grade by a bit. Alright, Captain Useless can wear this then. I kind of like the fact they gave him both of Staunton's pieces of equipment. Seems almost... I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for. Or I could give it... Actually, no, fuck that. I'm going to give it to Reginald instead. And, assuming he wants to wear it. Let me double check. What's better? Adamantine. So yours is heavy, so it'd be -3 damage. That's a tough one, man. Fuck it, you wear it. And then to add insult to injury, I'm gonna give this to you. How's it feel? Starting to feel a bit like your brother now, Captain Fuckstick. Sorry, I'm being an asshole to Social. There's something poetic about him or not now. Lel. I'm being a meanie weenie. Why am I like this? Like seriously, what is wrong with my brain? Here. It's like a dunce cap. Okay. Just so the equipment finds some purchase on some of the characters. Most of your stuff generally is okay, so you still have this one. I will give you Radiance, because, I mean, I don't even have to elaborate, it just makes sense. And I will return this to Irabeth. Is that a rhetorical, or do you want a list? Wait, what did I say? That elicited that response? I wasn't paying attention. I got so lost in my own head. Okay. See, I don't think tower shields are going to see much use here. These are the older pieces. Okay, that brings me to 100,000. Oh, it was in response to that. Why have I like to shut off? Irabeth pays you so well for Solemn Hour 2. Like, why did you put that money into the Crusade pool? And yeah, holding back always comes up with some kind of horrible justification. Like, look, that was worth money, and you know it. Now hand that good shit over like it was yesterday, man. Alright, so I did that. So basically, I like to trade everything to a single NPC. It would have been Woldriff, but I think for now it'll be Wilsir. It's in case I want to buy something back. I know it's at 1 NPC. Then we got this last here. Exotic weapons merchant. Torag's Wrath. That's a Dwarven Urgosh. Nunchucks. Nature's Agony? This +3 sling staff is imbued with Nature's Agony. Whenever the wielder enters combat, the weapon, or whenever they enter combat, it shrieks and creaks. All enemies within a 30-foot range have to pass a pretty high will save. 23 is pretty high. Also for 3d6 sonic damage for 1d4 rounds. This weapon also adds +2 to the DC for all saving throws against spells. But that's a really good weapon if you use spells that have the sonic descriptor. It's really good. It's also a +3 enhancement, no less. Shame I can't use it though. Cold iron of all kinds. Karma. Oh, we're getting the +3s up in this bitch. A shocking bastard sword for shout. Duelist. I forgot. Nah. They're nice though. At least they have a vendor that will specifically give you stuff in line with that. Okay. What else? So. Wilser, Exotica. There's apparently a blacksmith. I think that's just your normal dude though. You ain't no Joran. Unless you're hanging on to some shiny shinies. Oh, there's a couple of things here actually. Wow, to my surprise. Okay. Huh. Interesting. You've got the dissector, which is another bardiche, but we have no one that uses these. +3, 2d6 slashing damage on hit against bleeding or helpless enemies. I've seen worse. Touch of Flaw, battle axe, so +3 enhancement. When it lands a hit on an enemy, they got to make a reflex save DC 20 or suffer a -1 to their attack rolls. Oh, my old scimitar had that effect. Call of the Ocean? Oh, it's a trident. Grants the wielder an ability to summon a large water elemental once per day as an 11th level druid. It's not bad. Not bad. Neptune. Powerful Pommel. It's an Earthbreaker. Whenever this +3 Earthbreaker confirms a critical hit, all creatures in a 10-foot range have to pass a Fortitude saving throw DC 23 or be pushed away for 10 feet and become prone for a round. That's like setting you up for a charge. Granted, you have to confirm a crit first. This is a mouthful. This is a Chaotic Outsider Bane Icy Burst Javelin +1. It's like one of those verbose anime or manga titles. It's like, I can already see it. I transformed into a Chaotic Outsider Bane Icy Burst Javelin +1 in another world. What else we got here? Luminous Encouragement. Light Mace, literally in this case. Whenever this +2 Light Mace confirms a critical hit on an enemy, the enemy suffers an additional 3d4 positive energy damage. If the enemy is killed, the wielder gets a +2 bonus to attack rolls for the next 2 rounds. That's actually a good buff if you get the killing blow. You get a bit more juice. Tight Grip of Anguish. Le Spear. And the Ancient Root, which is just a big fuck-off club with extra acid damage. It's whenever the wielder of this +3 caustic club kills an enemy, it summons a huge earth elemental for 2d3 rounds. Oh, nice! You get like a little helping hand. These some of these are kind of nice. A couple of them I would have gone if I was using that type of weapon. You transform into a pretzel. Congrats. The enemy eats you. It's like freaking Majin Buu. What else we got? We got the will version of this. I got the Constitution one. +3 will is pretty nice. Can't lie. But it is heavy armor. You got Skyle Mile, but the rest is pretty shit. Any rings? Anything else? Oh, these are little knickknacks. Okay, so that's all of his stuff done. Next on the docket is Sai. Whoever the hell Sai is.
Focus on the goal.
So we'll grab that. Wait, who are you? Oh. A vendor wrapped in black gives you a charming smile. He is strikingly tall and thin, but doesn't look hungry or emaciated. On the contrary, he moves with the strength and grace of a gymnast. Commander, what a pleasure it is to talk to you in person. I'm so glad. Please, would you like to take a look at my wares? Only the best ingredients and accessories for practitioners of death. This cannot be. Is it because of my mythic path? Who are you? The vendor leans down to you and whispers in confidence, my name is Sai. Oh, right, I'm a damper. Okay, that is a half vampire, but that is not my claim to fame. I pride myself on being the most in-demand smuggler of necromantic goods to side the inner sea. This has to be necromancer specific. Necromancers are distrustful, paranoid creatures. However, my half-dead state makes them somewhat well disposed towards me. Also, I never disappoint them. Ingredients, weapons, forbidden books, I can get all these things in abundance. I heard that there was a Lord of the Dead in the north and decided to come here immediately. You've opened up a new market. It'd be silly not to be the first to try and capture it. There are many experienced necromancers and specialists in this craft among my suppliers. You'll be satisfied with my with your wares. Well, this is new. My entire collection is at your disposal. Impress me. Let's start from the top. The humble weapons. We got two things: decaying dagger
You are mad,
and fire starter
child,
crossbow.
Mad, and I love it.
Oh,
Sephi told Myso that she looks like she's 763,941.94 pounds. That's $1 million American.
thanks for using the exchange rate. Appreciate the biddies, Camkill. Hope you're doing well, friend. He can be such a little shitheel, can't he? Bless him. Decaying dagger. What is this thing? Enhancement +2 finesse wielding. This +2 dagger grants the wielder an ability to use the Curse of Undeath ability 3 times per day, which is all living enemies in a 30-foot area must pass a pretty high will save, DC 24, or start slowly turning into the undead. Each turn the affected creature takes 1d4 constitution damage. Positive energy and cure spells hurt it, like it was undead. That's kind of good. Just the ability infused in there. Well, it depends if I have someone in the party that would use this, because I'm currently using scimitars. But that's interesting, because it hits the enemy's con score. I still don't think I need it though, but very interesting dagger. My Wrath loading screen was paused at 69. We're easily amused, what can I say? I am never having Guinness/alcohol again. Did not agree with me this morning after only having one Guinness last night for calm night. Or was it running rampant in your stomach? We got Fire Starter. Twisted Fire Starter. Light crossbow two-handed. This +3 flaming light crossbow grants its wielder a +2 insight bonus to attack and damage rolls against non-living creatures. You also get a bonus to your initiative. That's a really good light crossbow. Damn. So +3 flaming. That alone is quite nice. The dagger is intriguing just because of that. It's because the DC is so high. 24 is pretty good. Like, obviously, mid-late game, you'll come across creatures that will very easily pass that, but for now, it's quite good. When I woke up today, it's not pleasant. And that's just one Guinness. I reckon if as someone who hasn't drank any booze for well over a decade plus, yeah, I was already very lightweight. I'd probably have a very similar reaction. Chest piece. Pilgrim shirt. This shirt grants its wearer a +5 competence bonus on lore and nature skill checks and immunity to disease. Nah. Ring. Or accessories. I mean, they sound great. We've got something called the Helmet of Elemental Guard. This headband grants the wearer fire, electric, and sonic resistance. Why not cold? I thought we were going down elements. Surprised Sonic is there. So it gives you fire, electric, and sonic resistance. Whenever an enemy confirms a critical hit against the wearer, for the next round, the wearer deals an additional 5 force damage with each hit. Nah, for 55,000, it's pretty expensive. Abyss Walkers, who am I? Artorias. These boots grant their wearer a +1 dodge bonus to AC against demons, and 1 additional attack of opportunity per round. But, question, is that second part also only against demons? I don't think I need this, to be honest. These boots grant the wearer a +1 dodge bonus to AC against demons, and a 1 additional attack. Nah. Nope. Oh, okay, scrolls. Somewhat more useful. They got themselves a few ones. Oh, this way you get the healing potions. Okay, the attack of opportunities general. That could have some application. If, like, I don't have a pair of boots on someone, so giving them that gives them an extra swipe. That doesn't seem inherently bad. I think I was going to sell this thing as well. but I'll do that with... You can summon ads, but I'm not going to use that. Wand of Disrupt Undead. You direct a ray of positive energy. You must make a ranged touch attack to hit, and if the ray hits an undead creature, it deals 1d6 damage. Wand of Animate Dead gives you 1d4 plus 2 undead skeletal champions. They appear where you designate and attack to the best of their ability. So there's Wand of False Life and False Greater Life, so basically temporary hit points is what you get. Also, Poppin, thank you very much for the resub of 68 months. Appreciate the prime. Thank you, thank you. Thanks. I think it was the Guinness or the new medication I'm on. I had one beer at dinner for a work party this year, celebration for hitting a milestone, and was fine. But that was before a new medication. I have not drunk since I had to... Oh, right. Yeah. I want to be careful with that, because that could be the reason why. Depending on like the meds you're taking, some don't mesh well with whatever booze you're having. In fact, they encourage not to mix the two. Why does everything feel so boring at the moment? Well, it depends on what you're trying to do. Maybe you could be stuck in a rut or a certain degree of monotony, and you're trying to shrug that off. Let's see, Wand of False Greater Life. So this spell functions as False Life, except you gain temporary hit points equal to 2d10 plus 1 per caster level. That one is kind of nice, I suppose, with the whole temporary hit points thing. These are the vials I would want to have specifically to patch up Steve and some of my other undead.
Applause, please.
Hi, Sefan chat. How are you? Tell me, have you ever wondered, is the S or the C silent in scent? Munkaham.
It's actually kind of a valid point. Same sound as scent, as in having sent something, but scent also the smell of something. It's like, how many places have you done in this game? This is my third one. I feel like I've seen you play this before. It's because I have, because I've streamed it twice in the past. I've done first playthrough as a Demon Mythic Path, second as Angel Mythic Path, and this time we're doing the Lich Mythic Path. So we've got the ones. Vampiric Touch. You must succeed on a melee touch attack. Your touch deals 1d6 points of damage per 2 caster levels, and you gain temporary hit points equal to the damage. It's also kind of nice. But there is nothing here specifically that's making me think like, holy shit, I must have this. Not quite, at least not yet. Obviously resources for casting. Yeah. A few things kind of raise an eyebrow as a maybe, but no. There's my marksman, Steve, as I've called him. Hey, Alexa. Hanging in there?
Watch out for trouble.
We're exploring Dresden, having since purged it of its demonic influence, and just catching up with all my party members, and talking to all the vendors as well. Seeing what I can buy and sell. So I've offloaded a good chunk of my equipment, like some of the junk we found. Yeah, my skeletons just chilling. They're like, oh, that's Steve. You know, it's just the commander's unsleeping and unrelenting companion. Okay, so that takes care of this layer, so let's go down to the next one. Dresden is pretty darn extensive, lad. It's weird, because like last time we were here, we were actually trying to kill the demons. So we've got an inn over here. Oh yeah, the one-eyed devil, I forgot about you. Let's see, a short, chubby tiefling with a golden eye patch spits chewing tobacco between his feet and takes another pinch from a tobacco box adorned with jewels. Fine day to you, Commander. Welcome to the One-Eyed Devil's Trading House. His proud manner suggests that each word begins with a capital letter, and perhaps even continues in cap. Oh, he's like a anthropomorphized caps lock. A trading house. It's just a shop. It depends. There was a time when I had nothing in my pockets but holes. But did I consider myself poor? No. I consider myself a rich man who was temporarily down on his luck. Optimism is important not only on the battlefield, Commander. You're the leader of a victorious army that'll be chopping all the demons into mincemeat sooner or later. I'm the owner of a trade empire, which as you see, is only starting to grow. How did the tiefling end up on the side of the Crusaders? The answer's simple, the simplest thing there is. This is a good world, and I like living in it. Besides, it's the only one we've got. I'd love to know what's going on in the heads of the dimwits who are helping the demons destroy it. My best guess is that their horns grow inward so there's no room for brains. I'm from Cheliax. Tieflings don't surprise anyone there, and they don't like demons any more than we do. And why should they? The gods went to all the trouble of creating this world. Even Lord Asmodeus and his devils helped with the construction. And now these freeloaders show up after all the hard work is done just to gorge and break things. Doesn't matter who you pray to. If you want to live, it's your duty to help. That's a very logical lens to see the world through. Hey, Handman. How's it going, friend? Isn't that a risky name for a store for Crusaders? Ah, yes. A week doesn't go by without some dimwit boiling over. Well, they don't pay me to explain the difference between allies and enemies, devils and demons. Lord Asmodeus and all the riffraff like Baphomet and Discari, so they can go hang. The tiefling spits between his feet and
applause, please.
There once was a runner named White, who could speed even faster than light. He set out one day, in a relative way, and returned on the previous night. What? You thought I did only puns? We smart.
I was expecting a punchline of some kind, not a random rhyme, so sublime. Thank you for the donos, Night. It's possible that there could be a punchline on the way. But yeah, cheers. The tiefling spits between his feet and swiftly places another pinch of chewing tobacco in his mouth. Here's what I think. You like it, you buy it. You don't like it, keep moving. If you're spoiling for a fight, take yourself off to the tavern. Once again, quite logical. I was watching a D&D stream yesterday, and it was so hilarious that I nearly laughed myself a hernia. I guess I'm assuming it's on Twitch. So not having Lich before, does it give you an option about where to store or hide your phylactery? I haven't reached that point yet. Phylactery hasn't currently been made. We need to speak to Sicarius again. We're in the transitioning period of that. So while we are walking the Lich mythic path, we haven't assumed the undead visage. It's like we're like a Lich light. A Lich, if you will. Why are your prices so high? We're saving the world from demons. That includes you. Let's see. That's some claim. Did you hear that, good people? First of all, my prices are perfectly fair. They're no higher than you'd find anywhere else. Second, who's saving who here? Are you prepared to eat bark and fight with rocks and sticks? You know, I've opened contracts with dozens of suppliers. I arrange deliveries and do whatever it takes to get you sharper weapons, better magical items, better food. And you're throwing the extra expense in my face? This is the thanks I get for honest work. No, he's got a lot of bargaining power, that's all. They were playing Lost Mines of Phandelver on hardcore mode. I'm not familiar with this particular tabletop, or at least the campaign setting. Sage, thank you for the Valheim Shorties collection. It was a perfect way to end my birthday. Oh, glad you enjoyed it, man. I watched it just before I turned on the lights. Seth is smart. Seth is not smart. That was literally the first clip of me being on fire. I can't wait for Seth to heal himself to death. That's definitely going to happen. Wait, do I suffer damage now? I can't remember. I think the positive channel energy worked fine with David. I think. Maybe. Lost Mines is a beginner standard campaign. And it's for Pathfinder? Yeah, because I gained the Lich power before I faced off against Minago and Staunton. I was pretty sure normal healing was working. Hey Snipe, what will your phylactery be? I don't know, it depends on what option the game gives. You want it to be something which, you know, most folks wouldn't bother looking at twice. Hopefully something mundane. Ah, so it's 5e. Cool. What happened to your eye? Should I make up a story about a heroic fight with a horde of demons? Truth be told, this is how it happened. Back when I was a snot-nosed kid. I just opened my first business selling pies on the street. The local lads quickly took notice of me and offered me protection in return for a small share of profits. The usual, you know. But I was so young, inexperienced and greedy, so I told them to bugger off. Well, they caught me and taught me a lesson. They took it too far though. I paid for the lesson with my eye, not just bumps and bruises. It's funny to remember it now, but back then while it was happening I was so scared. I thought they'd beat me to death. I remember I came running home in tears and my ma just started screaming. I didn't have a clue why, and then I looked in the mirror and saw there were just shreds and mush where one of my eyes should be. I've remembered that lesson all my life. Ever since that day when I started business, I find some reliable business partners first. If I'd been born in a merchant family, my parents would have warned me about this, and about plenty of other things too. But I was a poor lad, so I had to learn everything the hard way. It's a miracle how many times I escaped death by a hair's breadth. In fact, it's lucky I lost... It's lucky all I lost was one eye. I see. You don't have to worry about healing being a problem till you're full undead. I got some time then. It's usually a gem or urn. Not necessarily. Like, I've seen other liches be kind of sneaky and make their phylactery reside in a gold coin, and it's buried among a large trove. One person couldn't tell the difference. The coin seemingly exchanging hands if it is located. It's super mundane. By the time you're fully undead, you won't need healing anyways. Yeah, the part of this build is that it can leech health back or something. Also, far behind. Have you heard about my new powers? What do you make of them? Your powers are nothing but misery and ruin. How does a merchant survive in an undead army? They don't need anything. But it's a good thing, I suppose. At least necromancers always need magic ingredients. I'll have to change my stock before your divine powers bring me to ruin. The tiefling winks at you with his only eye. What you've done is actually pretty brave, dealing with the undead. Many will object, but as long as you keep winning and pushing the demons back into the world wound, no one will rise to stop you, except by undead army. Officially. Unofficially, I'm sure they'll eat you alive the instant you let your guard down. At least you don't have to expect attacks from your own guard. You can't bribe a dead man. True. Best to have an unquestioning legion of undead to fight for you rather than, living, breathing individuals who they have this thing called morals and values. Freaking peasants. Seth, IRL, where would you store your phylactery? I don't know, man. Somewhere at the bottom of the ocean. Just pick some random spot and just yeet it. Make it be the most mundane thing possible, like some random stone, and just toss it there so it sinks to the bottom. But the thing is, if you happen to perish, you go back to that point, don't you? I'll have to have a think. Their custom rules were that on character creation, only items from the background you pick, otherwise buy it with your class gold. That's fair. Stats are rolled in order by 3d6. No matter what you take, the result. So strength, dex, constitution, int, wisdom, charisma in that order. Oh wow, okay, going down results in a long-lasting ailment. First time someone went down, they took an arrow to the chest. Whenever they take an action, they have to make a flat DC 15 check, or they skip their turn and lose their reaction. That's a little fucking harsh, isn't it? The guy has the merchant mentality. The undead means I can sell. Or rather, can't sell. Yeah, so change the stock based on what the locals desire, so as opposed to trying to peddle his existing wares. Toss it to the bottom of the ocean. If you die, you get in a perpetual hell of always dying. Well, as an undead, you don't have to breathe. You just swim. I mean, I'm a skeleton. I'll just walk at the bottom of the ocean. Not too deep. Pressure. May this poor subservient git be bestowed a permot for a linky link. Yeah, I can do that. There you go. Second time someone went down, bitten off hand. This is session 1, by the way. I feel like the entire character roster is gonna be these poor maimed individuals. What is this thing? Oh no, why am I seeing a kiwi? It's real kiwi hours. Is it gonna play that copyright tune that I've seen this before. Okay, that just needs therapy of the highest caliber. Yeah, that sort of tracks. Yep, real Kiwi hours, guys. The four guys are such a great cast. They play their characters so well. So you said they have to roll for their stats. Did they have to decide their class before or after they rolled attributes? I asked this because if you say, "Oh, I'm going to be a barbarian," and they just happen to roll absolute utter dog shit for their strength and constitution, it's kind of booked afterwards. Like, fuck for that. Let's see. Show me wares. Alright, let's see. Weapons. Whoa, that's a few things, isn't it? The Holy Rapier. What's Little Miss Psychopath using right now? That's a +1. Technically, I could give her this. Although giving her an item with holy properties seems kind of ironic. Holy weapon is imbued with holy power. This power makes the weapon good aligned and thus bypasses the corresponding damage reduction. Deals an extra 2d6 points of damage against all creatures of evil alignment, including herself, evidently. Although 32,500 seems a little pricey, but it certainly beats this weapon. Only one guy had a single good roll of 17. Everything else was middle of the pack. This sounds like a nightmare, especially... wait, what level were they? Were they starting as level 1? Because a stiff breeze could kill a party like that. Thundering Scythe. Mithril Flail. The Rapier is really the only thing I could see myself buying. Oh, she does need an upgrade. I guess I'll take that. Fine. Fine. Whatever. Oh, I didn't check the rest of his repertoire, though. Camellia. Where is she? This crazy woman, I swear. She's gonna be the death of us, literally, in this case. Alright. A little better. Taste the rainbow, motherfuckers. Their level 1 health was rolled for. They didn't start at max HP. This sounds like a nightmare. Hey, Chandros. Arcane 1 on Trickster is broken. How so? Grab the rest of his stuff. So I checked his weapons. There's the armor. Infiltrators. +2 armor and a 5 to stealth check. Light armor. What's Wenderwood using at the moment? Because I want to keep her generally light on her feet. I mean, you could give her that. Adamantine scale. I already have a +2 of that one, and we don't need the barding. Ooh, a 4 to charisma. The Riz, man. Quite a few of us do need a helm-based related item, don't we? I gave it this one, but it is not important. I'll hold off until I feel like I need this. We're okay for the time being, I feel. Butter! Butter toast. He's like, no cash, if I'm sleep of bacon, yes. Freaking Rolf, I swear. And then lockpicks. Alright, deal. I'll take that. That's basically all this stuff. So, Wenderwood, you get to wear this little thing. Now, oh yeah, these braces. Oh shit, she had the braces, didn't she? Oh, I forgot about that. You're lighter on your feet, but I still think this will serve you better because of the flanking bonus that comes with it. Fudge! Alright. Well, I can always give it to Woljif when he hops back in. Always redundancies. Everyone had one mulligan for their character, so the guy that rolled 1 HP, so he was the only one that re-rolled the character. They have a monk with 9... Dude, this is so bad. These are flimsy characters. This is like step on a Lego and your character would die. The Arcane 1 makes the enhancement bonuses you identify increase by 1. Oh! Oh, wow! So, a +3 bow you find becomes +4. That's really good. This is a trickster thing, right? Man, you're fundamentally breaking the world. That's cool. I like that mechanic. That's the first time I think I've seen anything that alters the effect permanently of a piece of equipment you find. Damn. It's pretty pimpin'. It's pretty pimpin'. Alright. So we've spoken to the one-eyed douche nozzle. So let's go into the inn here super quick. I'm gonna be talking to all the NPCs. It's hilarious to watch though. The one everyone expected to just die in the first combat is the one carrying everyone on their backs. Yeah, subverting expectations. That's part of the reason why D&D can be so fun, because of the unexpected outcome. A character you expect will probably thrive and kick ass ends up just completely balking their roles or find themselves in a situation where they're in trouble. And whereas the opposite, you know, a character that's more for the memes or poorly strung together struggles and ends up being the one that's pivotal.
Keep your calm.
There's a book which did add a little something. Trickster in general is just broken. It makes the game kind of boring.
Applause,
Well, I guess it
please.
depends what
Did
folks
you
are
know?
after.
A lot of women turn into good drivers. So if you're a good driver, watch out for turning women. Todu.
Thank you very much for the donuts. Thinks he's a comedian. Thank you. Any noteworthy Lichy activities progression we've partaken in so far? Not yet, but hopefully soon. The only major thing is we got to pick our first undead companion that you get right from the jump. So I went with the skeletal marksman. There's another one I can seemingly raise in a temple nearby, but I just want to finish exploring all of my my fortress. This wannabe comedian is not sorry. I have figured that I was not. I'm not gonna drag an apology out of your carcass. Oh, actually, I could give this to you. I gave this temporarily. This is technically, you know. Yeah, there you go. I love how they have no con stats. Undead, so just empty. Deprived.
There are many roads to success.
Now who are these struggle folks? Oh, 2 perception checks. 3 plus 18. And then he died, no one knows. Okay, whatever. There's Hillord, he moved here. Don't really care about his whole spinner of nightmares bollocks, because nobody asked. Oh great, Nenio's permanently fucked off. Excellent. Don't have to worry about her anymore. I was told her to go fuck herself. 'Twas here when Steve was acquired, and they have been pulling their weight from what I can recall. Yeah, and if I can just continue to improve their equipment, I think that should be a recurring theme. So we've got all of those things. There are many routes to success, Lichdom being one of those. Yeah. And we've paved the way with the bodies and bones of the fallen.
Watch out for trouble.
Just like Jesus would have made. Right. There's a jewelry outside. This is that Sunhammer prick, isn't it? Or rather, I don't think he's here. No, he won't be. Not from the jump. Yeah, so this is the attendant. Welcome to the shop of Derek Sunhammer, the finest jewelry in all of Mendev. True artistry crafted by the master himself and his apprentices. Take a look. And then I think... Oh, for once he's not... I seem to recall he was only selling stuff that was like normal. Didn't have any magical properties. But no, there's Rings of Protection 1 and 2, Braces 2, Amulet of the Mighty Fist. Yeah, it's kind of what you'd expect. I mean, I've seen worse. Well, seeing as I'm here, guess I could take that one and then just sell his old one. What else? You're just steadily just getting him kitted out in the ever so shinier accoutrement. A straight trade, lad. Nice. I only gave him this this helm because it was just a spare one that we had. Anything else you got? Oh, he's got full on. Yeah, this is what I expected him to have. Derek Sunhammer's jewelry. Well, it just is, just to collect his prick. Fine. All right, let's go back to Steve. So amulet, ring. Yeah, not bad, not bad. He's getting there. He's getting there. Brings out the colour of his eyes, if he had any. You cannot pave the road with just one corpse. True. Many must fall. Alright, so that's Sunhammer's abode. I do feel like his repertoire of items changed. Maybe I'm wrong in this. Oh, wouldn't be the first time. Then we got the half-measure tavern. So this was the area we cleared out. Pretty sure he sells at least one item, which is very heavily desired. Anybody else here? No, we're good. Oh, just realised, yep, Grey Boar is here, that prick. It's important to mass murder so that you can pave your roads properly. As a Lich, yes. The hardened calcium bones of the fallen will reinforce the stability and sturdiness of our roads while adding a nice crunching effect with each step you take. I don't think you remember, Seth, but Oshabi used to say that you cannot pave the road, or you cannot pave a road with just one stone. Yeah, I know, yeah. For the harvest. The boy sitting on the counter looks about 18. He salutes you with dignity, though his eyes scarcely rise from the tavern's ledger. The Knight Commander at my establishment. What an honour. My name is Faikito. I'm the owner of the Half Measure. How should I address you? I ask because some don't like undue familiarity, while others scoff at the tediousness of ceremony and titles. The Armoured Armadillo. I think I've done this name, but let's go by my title. Let's go with Knight Commander or simply Commander. As you wish, Commander. So what can I do for you? Wine, a meal, a heart-to-heart talk? What you got? Alright, so why the fuck you have an axiomatic keen dart +3 and a ghost touch igniting short sword at an inn? I don't fucking know. Whoops. I don't want either. Armor. He is. So there's something about these. The goggles of Malocchio. These goggles... Oh, that's why. They're +10 to perception. That's why they were good. Whenever the wearer confirms a critical hit with any bow... Am I going to give this to Steve as well? The target becomes disoriented for 1d4 rounds. Because it doesn't work with axes. It has to be with a bow. Suffering a -4 circumstance penalty to initiative checks. Attack rolls, athletics, and perception. Damn, that's just nice. But yeah, you got to buy these. To not do so would be an insult. There's more purifying solution. You got any recipes? It's got potions. Self-defense, very funny. Acid, holy water, greater fan. Nah. Oh, mulled wine. Alright, so yeah, great. Sold! So yeah, normally this would have gone to characters like Wenduog and Lan, because they would be my rangy boys, but neither of them are using bows. Coincidentally, Steve is. Do you have skill checks? Oh, not bad. He actually has a pretty decent one. Yeah, and that'll give him a +10, so that could make him a... Dude, I mean, sometimes, right, the bling speaks for himself. But just see the right soundtrack to play in the background. That is just so pimpin'. Holy shit. Absolute fucking unit. Look at him. I got half a mind to get him a bit of cloak. Any of the extras have one they're hanging on to? Yeah, see, give me that shit. You're not even in the main party. Boom. Just boom. Look at him. Hell yeah. Steve is looking pretty dapper, if I do say so myself. So now he has a perception of 23. He can see into eternity. Those eyeless sockets can perceive more than the average git. I'll take it. True Giga Chad. Although odds are, whoever that ranged recruit that you can get later on in the temple, I'm pretty sure she's a ranged as well. So Steve might have to give up his gear to her. Depends on what her stats are. I'm not sure. Time will tell. Okay, let's get his dialogue. How is it such a young lad owns a tavern? Before the siege of Dresden, the half-measure belonged to a distant relative. I won't bore you with the details of how his family died. Just 3 words. Demon worshippers, sacrifice should be enough. It is sacrifice. It sums that up. Down! Thank you very much for the Raider Rooney. How'd your stream go, man? For those hopping on over, greetings. I hope you are all doing well. Swing!
Strippy Beard gifted a tier 1 sub to Spablex. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Thanks for gifting a sub to Strippy Beard. May they use the power wisely. Hello to Neon, the Thunder, obviously Donk, Phildro, hey Niz, the Macro Wave, greetings. Doing pretty good, glad to hear it, man. We're doing some Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. For those not familiar with this game, it's the isometric tabletop game. Very reminiscent of some of the old school ones, such as Baldur's Gate or Icewind Dale or Neverwinter Nights. I am doing my 3rd playthrough. This time I'm doing it as walking the path of the Lich. But I do tend to go very heavy on all the game's dialogue, so my playthroughs tend to unnecessarily slow down and drag on. But yeah, we're recently conquered the fort/city of Dresden, having pushed back the demons, so we're now going on the offensive. I get to finally see what this is like. Well, it's going to be a little slow because I'm going through quite a bit of dialogue. Did you play the original Pathfinder as good, better, or worse? We're talking Kingmaker. Yeah, I did play that. This Wrath of the Righteous is better in every way. Chat doesn't help it speeding you much. Oh no, it slows me down if anything. But yeah, thank you again for the raid. For those that have hopped on over, hi. I hope you're all doing well. You're going to be stuck in the Atlas. Oh no. I'll make do. I'll just yeet a portal scroll. See, that's why Cirrus is such an idiot in Path of Exile. And all the other conquerors, like, oh, we're stuck in the Atlas. Just use a portal scroll, forehead. So, such noobs. Kingmaker is better because it has more bugged builds. Yeah, you mean ones that you can use to brick the game. So let's see. Before the siege of Dresden, the half-measure belonged to a distant relative. I won't bore you with the details of how his family died. Just 3 words. Demon worshippers. And sacrifice should be enough, which is probably explains why there was a big freaking demon in the larder or in the kitchen. Now that the city's been liberated, the authorities in Iomede's church will be returning what remains to the lawful heirs of the deceased. They take these things seriously in Mendev. Wait, I just got 15,000 gold. What'd I do? Oh, because I cleared the demons. That's probably why. Fi suddenly slaps himself on the forehead. We started talking about the inn, and I remembered. I wanted to thank you for personally defeating the demon in this very tavern when the city was liberated. Without you, who knows how many glasses he would have smashed before the Crusaders got to him. So, please accept my thanks from the bottom of my heart. So, I basically got refunded for half of what I spent on those pimping glasses for Steve. The half measure is a strange name for a tavern. And that's a family story. It's not for the faint-hearted, but you're not one of those, are you? One day before the wardstones were erected, easily amused. A peasant family got lost on the way to the fair and ended up near the borders of the Worldwound. They stumbled upon a bored demon who killed the father right away. Wow. Demons have a very strange sense of what they find entertaining. He then asked the mother if she'd prefer him to take all her children or only half of them. The sobbing woman looked at her 3 darlings and said half. The demon promptly cut the arms and legs off of all the 3 children and said, I guess that's even, and disappeared. I mean, a little harsh. Kind of took that moment from Lord of the Rings seriously. What about their legs? They don't need those. Or arms in this case. Also, Dragon, hey, how's it going, dude? People across Dresden heard the story after the family found shelter at the local temple of Iomede. For many years, they saved up for a regeneration spell so the children could be made whole again. They eventually scraped together enough for just one scroll and decided to give the youngest child a second chance at life. He soon became the tavern's first owner and called it the half measure in memory of his family and the terrible incident with the demon. He had a good life for a time, got himself married, and always planned to help his brother and sister, though he never got a proper chance. Oh man, he could have given us a more positive ending. When the demons had Dresden surrounded, the poor cripples tried to run for their lives, but they died on the spot. The brother and his wife died a little later, at the hands of deserters. Oh, come on! There were rumours that the same demon that butchered the family came to Dresden and made a den of the half measure. If that's true, I guess you get what you deserve when you freed the city. That's the story. Holy shit, man. That is one driven demon to be an arsehole. Going good. Been lurking for a while just quietly. That's okay, man. Look away. Came in so late on this game, I don't know what's happening or who the main character is. Main character is me. There's not much to the story. Takes place in a location referred to as the World Wound. The main shtick about this place is one of the antagonists referred to as the architect of the World Wound, called Aureliu Vorlesh, through some unknown means caused a big fuck-off tear through space and time. So we're on the normal plane, material plane. The World Wound is a big tear that connects to the abyss. Demons are pouring out. So this happened way back when. So the balance is broken. Demons are pouring out. To match this, one of the deities, Iomade, sent forth her herald and went full Trump and built a wall and kept the demons at bay. It was called the Ward Stones. So it's like a large magical wall that stops the wound from expanding. And there was generally a stalemate. So the expanding World Wound versus the Ward Stone wall. This balance gets broken at the start of the game when one of the demon lords decides to step up to the plate and is able to shatter through said wall by grabbing the main ward stone and yeeting it like it's a freaking skipping stone, causing the demons to rush in and finally crush the Crusader resistance once and for all. They almost succeed until Chad Thundercock steps up to the plate, and we're all kind of encircled at a place called the Defender's Heart Inn. And we start to, like, the demons think this is our chance. We got these cunts dead to rights, but they never anticipate that our small group manages to push them back. And not only that, we have them on the defense. So basically, the story now is that we're retaking not only just locations within the World Wound that we've lost, but we're pushing them fuckers back. And the reason why our character is so pivotal is part of this process of pushing the demons back. We have somehow come into possession of a fuck ton of divine power. We're not sure what its origin is, and you as the character get to decide how to use it. I'm going down the Lich path, but I've done it as a demon and an angel before. But I'm now appointed the Knight Commander of the Crusade, and it's my task to push them demons back and tell them, get off our land and take your bitches back to where you came from. And the hope is that we don't only just push them back, but we find a way to seal the World Wound, effectively preventing the demons from coming back again. That's kind of it. So we're at a point now where we've done pretty good. It's just pure W's. No L's, just pure victory. We've now recently recaptured a bastion which is at the heart of the World Wound, a very pivotal location called Dresden.
Applause, please.
Science is so whack.
Oh.
They have actually figured out how to weigh light particles. A bunch of meteorologists managed to weigh some rainbows, and they found out they're pretty light. Aye.
Thank you for the donut, Snipe. Now, can you please find a Lego to step on, please, you little bastard? No puns! But thank you. Chad Thundercock fucks all the time but still has his virginity because he never loses. True. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at. We've recaptured a city/fortress that was lost 70 years ago. And we now have the demons on the defense, pushing them back to the source of where they're pouring out from. So, why do you like sitting on the counter? 2 reasons. Vi says seriously, Dresden isn't the biggest city, but it still has a few taverns and pubs. To compete with others, I need people to remember my establishment and myself. That's the first reason. A tavern keeper who sits on the counter definitely sticks out from the others who prefers to stay behind their bars all dignified. I mean, So's a tavern keeper that's known for licking the tabletop. Same difference. Believe me, you're not the first one to ask. Sooner or later, every customer does. The second reason is the place is good, atmosphere. People should feel relaxed here. Life near the world wound is hard enough. Folks don't go to taverns looking to cause each other more trouble. So, I allow certain liberties, myself included. I'm even thinking of hosting an invigorating brawl on the 5th of every month. Fight Club! I'll let my favourite customers break glasses and swing on the chandeliers. What, just channel out in a Harambe? What's the feeling here in the city? I can only tell you about my customers. They're mostly working folks. The ones who are rebuilding what's been destroyed, along with soldiers and some merchants. Overall spirits are high as they can be in Mendev, nation of rattling sabres and fluttering banners. Yeah, pussies basically. Everyone loves it when the demons get their horns, tails and other parts handed to them. They've already forgotten that we nearly lost Canabras. War's like that. People live for one day, and that day is tomorrow, not yesterday. You've been a source of joy and inspiration for everyone as well. Just a simple guy, an ordinary human, not an elf with the wisdom of the ages, not an Asimar blessed by heaven, and yet you defeated the demons and tumbled your nose at the Queen's Knights. That's the kind of story people love. Well, I'm far from a normal human.
Applause,
now.
please.
Oh God.
Pretty numbers in pretty order.
Also, let me get my feet, as this hour has concluded. Thank you also, Sage, for the dono. Pretty numbers in pretty order. Wait, did you donate a specific amount? Oh, I see. 34543, and then read backwards is 34543. We got a palindrome, also known as a taco cat. What makes you think I'm a simple lad? If you're a foreign prince in disguise, yeah, I could be a Nigerian prince, man. Give me 2,000 gold, right, and I'll turn it into 1,000,000. Drop me a hint or two, will you? That'll give me time to work on my bowing and scraping for when you finally decide to reveal your true identity to the world. Now, this will be funny, because I've asked this question as the Demon Mythic Path and Angel. Angel, they were happy. Demon, they were scared. Lich, they have to be terrified. The whole undead thing tends to rub people the wrong way. So, what do your customers say about my new powers? The lad shrugs. The kinds of things people say at a tavern. Some folks say you're just a dolled up corpse, bossing the other corpses around. Others say you've been sent here from Geb to build a kingdom of death. There's even a rumour that you're an immortal lich. Not yet, I'm close. I got a few more steps before I can assume that mantle. But most folks say that Iomade blessed the 5th Crusade and sent you her power. The demons have done such evil here that even the dead cannot rest in their graves. The hour of reckoning is near, and you are its weapon. That's what they say, and I can see what they mean. Alright, well, come again. You'll always be welcome here. Alright, so that deals with him. That was some good dialogue. I like this NPC. So what happens here? Because we fought the demon here, and I assume this has all been cleared out now. Is there any food I can take? Aha! Eggs. Hey! Jubilost's Almanac! 3rd copy. Basically, it's from that. This is an Easter egg to the previous game. It's a cookbook from one of the characters. One whom I suspect most people murder when they first see him. He doesn't make a good impression. And they got some more purifying solutions for the food. Unfortunately, in this world setting, you can't eat food normally. Because it's next to the world wound, its abyssal corruption kind of infects and permeates in the food. So you need that cleaning solution or cleansing solution to purify it. How do I kill the last remaining dude in the start of Blackwater? He currently has 1.8k life. That dungeon is notorious for annoying people because of the stupidly high armor class. What's do you have anything that can target touch AC? Anybody else here that I need to talk to? I know Greyboar's here. Not to 1.8k life. Wait, negative? In the fight over? Oh, is he helpless? Do coup de grace. Unless he's undead, in which case, pick a god and pray.
How can I help you?
This is one of the recruitable characters. 3rd time meeting him. Before you stands a dwarf. He has stern, rugged features and looks to be well armed. He fills his pipe with tobacco from Garand, lights it, and blows out a cloud of smoke. Finally, he addresses you in a deep, dignified voice. Nice beard. Forgot about that, and that worked. Nice. Yeah, I learned this lesson in Kingmaker. There was a certain plant-based creature. I didn't have any fire spells, so the little shit kept regenerating. So in the end, I had to use coup de grace to finish him off. Who are you?
Don't you remember our last meeting?
I'm doing this deliberately. We met him twice.
The name is Greybor. I'm an assassin for hire. But I suspect you're not here for small talk. Are you in need of my services?
I would only bring him specifically to locate the dragon. Beyond that, I don't have any plans to use him, so... we already met in Canabras, didn't we?
Yes, I had a contract to assassinate a rather overconfident demon named Kylus there.
Which he killed.
I guess that counts as participation in the siege of Canabras. Not that my employer had any interest in the actual outcome of the battle. Come to think of it, the information my client provided me with was almost suspiciously accurate. They seemed to be aware both of the impending attack on Canabras and of the fact that Kylus was going to be there.
Don't go to your recent bathroom. Yes, lest you want to clean up on L5. So, you tried to kill that huge demon at the Battle of Dresden, but you failed. What happened? Oh god, it's going to be a bitter pill to swallow.
Yes, that was a failure. It was supposed to be a clean job. An anonymous client, a worthy target, a substantial fee. But the client insisted that I use an enchanted dagger they provided. I was assured that a single hit would be enough to finish the job, but it didn't work as expected. It was a serious blow to my reputation. And my reputation is everything to me.
Yeah, he was like just on the cusp of doing the stab and it just did nothing. So yeah, we need this chucklefuck to help locate the dragon. So I want to hire you for a dragon hunt.
A large adult female? The one that's been snatching people and carrying them off? I've heard about her. That's an impressive target. I can take this job, but only if we do it soon. I'm expecting a new assignment from my regular client, and I'll have to leave as soon as I have the orders. And of course, you should know that this dragon will not come cheaply. 2,500 gold, paid in advance.
Meta knowledge tells me if you try and barter, not a good idea. Just pay the fucker and just be done with it. Here, cash.
Excellent. Let's get down to business. It's no easy thing to take down a dragon when you don't have wings, so you'll need to follow my lead. The best thing would be to catch her by surprise in her lair, but we need to find it first. Of course, since she doesn't leave tracks, that might be tricky, but I think I have a solution. We need to go west of Dresden, to the Grimwood Forest.
Thanks for the gold. Yeah, he's like, yoink.
The dragon's been seen there often. According to the scouts, this is likely because there's still some wild game left in those parts. We'll set up an ambush there.
Yeah, and this dragon has not developed a taste for the plethora of demons available.
I hope I can rely on your honesty. I understand that on our way to the dragon, there may be other fights or places we need to visit for various reasons. That's to be expected. However, should I see that you are deliberately delaying the contract, or that you're dragging me off to assault some demon citadel instead of going after the dragon, we will have to revise the terms of our agreement.
Yeah, so basically only use him to track the damn dragon down. Fine, because these are all the quests. Jesus, that's a lot. Demonic parasites. They're in Dresden? I haven't found the nests anywhere. Solemn Hour. Gotta talk to Irabeth. I don't believe we bump into the storyteller until later. Middle game. Let's just build a bunch of stuff. Time is a factor on that one. Once again, talk to Irabeth. This one's pending. So Greybow claims he has a plan to track down this dragon. The first step is to set up an ambush in the Grimwood Forest. So I gotta bring Sir Chucklefuck with me. If we go here, I'm pretty sure Wintersun is the place that has those juicy throwing axes that I want to get for Wenduag. Attack out of nowhere. I'm not I gotta talk to Enevia for that. Not sure about that one. And this is the storyteller. And this is much later. So most of these we can actually do, kind of. Let's get the rest of his dialogue.
Got a job for me, Commander?
Oh, you won't talk? Okay, I guess you have to
Good luck.
progress.
If you wish to make use of my services, I'll be here. But not for much longer. I am expecting new orders to arrive soon.
Yeah, you can't really learn his backstory. He's keeping tight-lipped. Alright, fine. Fine by me. So is he officially... Oh, yes, he is in a roster. There he is. Well... He's got some gear, I guess. +3 ain't shabby. I can work with that. +4 belt, +2 amulet. You could definitely do with other pieces of equipment. Here, take one of these. Give yourself a bit of extra saving throws, but that's kind of it for now. Seth, you're looking a bit blue over there. You okay? Well, I went down the Lich mythic path, so the colour is drained from my skin a tad. Just a bit. Just a skosh. Let's see, gotta go to class. I'll be lurking. Have a good stream. No worries, Donk. Thank you again for the raid. And once again, for those who've stuck around, hop on in. There's a fun thing to do with Greybow. Elaborate? Because I'm on playthrough 3, so I don't necessarily mind all that much. I need to return to my boy to trade a few items of higher value away. You add him, steal all his gear, and kick him out. I'll be honest, when I saw his +4 strength belt, the thought did occur to me. I mean, that's an easy steal. And then these things are worth some coin as well, just leave him bereft of all gear. 2,500 to join, right? Then what you do... Because the sell value, bro, that's worth 18,000. So you spend 2,500 to recruit him, take all his stuff off and just bin him, so you just profit. Poor bastard.
I will guide.
For the sake of RP, alright? I'm not going to cheat. I'm just going to keep it steady and as the good Lord intended. The axe is also really strong. That's why it's going for 18,000. One is a +3, right? And the other... What did it say? One sec, I'll take a look-see. The other one was... Crushing Cold it was. Adamantine Frost Enhancement 3. It's for the effect on crit. What does it do? Whenever this +3 Adamantine Frost hand axe confirms a critical hit, it casts the Cone of Cold spell. Right. Well, are we just crit fishing? Is that the whole shtick? Cone of Cold's great. And the fact that it's a +3, this thing will get mileage for quite some time. Even without anything. It's Adamantine, 1d6 +3, Enhancement 3, so because of that, and an extra d6 of cold built in. Which is kind of nice, I can't lie. I like it. Oh, I like it. Right, so we've been all the way here. Done all this, done the jewelry artisan. Oh, Horgus Squirm is chilling. Can't recall if he has more dialogue now, that little shit. This guy refuses to die. Horgus Squirm? More like Horgus Worm. Hi. I'm listing Knight Commander. That's kind of all the same. Yeah, I'm not gonna blackmail him. Are you aware of my special powers? Horgus answers acidly. You mean, do I know that you dabble in forbidden magics, resurrecting the dead here and there? As if the crusade was blessed by Urgathor rather than Iomade? Yes, I've heard the rumours to that effect. Personally, I couldn't care less. If the Crusaders cannot deal with the problem, then let the undead deal with it, or Chalaxian devils hand in hand with Karapeshi gnolls. All of them together are better than the demons. As long as your army is on the offensive, I'll sponsor it, and I don't care how you spend my gold. Beer and pork or embalming potions. How magnanimous of you. Look, it ain't my fault, right? We're on the 5th Crusade and the Queen can't do shit. I came up with the option that made the most logical sense. What's the best army to get the job done? An unquestioning, unending, unceasing army of unquestioning undead that will bend the enemy over and fucking rail them. Alright, that's the answer. Oh, screw you, Sosil. Who's next? Where's Ember? Where's our cinnamon roll? Oh, there she is. There's a little babu. Okay, no new dialogue here either, so we've exhausted all that. Exactly, get boned. There's a shiny here, apparently I missed. Where are you? Where are you? Ah, there it is. It is glass. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with that. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, let's continue. Rattle them, yes.
There are many roads to success.
Guess I'll go to Wendowag. Where's my army of what was it, mongrels we were gonna have? Is Sol here yet? That little lazy shit. Oi. Let's see. Good old master. Oh yeah, she did say. Yeah, I was gonna say. Am I imagining things, or do you find me attractive? My undead countenance. Yeah, didn't she say that she wanted to have a conversation? Wendowag smiles playfully in return. Maybe I do. I like people like you, people who are strong, determined, who don't hide behind others. Honestly, I kind of like her as well. I'm gonna attempt this the second time. Last time, right, the timing of this was dog shit, and she ended up trying to kill me. You know, the small stuff. So I'll go with the simple like you do. Let's see. Then why am I here and not in your bed already? Jesus, she's skipping straight to phase 6. We're just bypassing the enrage mechanic. Wendowag smirks and snaps her teeth playfully, showing off her sharp fangs. If you want me, I'm not opposed to the idea. I've been wondering if you're as good in bed as you're in battle. So that, I think, opens up the initial part of her dialogue tree. Good. Right, done. Smooth. What can I say? Sometimes you want to go for the direct approach. Spooder waifu confirmed. Have I been in the barracks? Partially, I think I have. Do I need to go into the barracks? Should I go into the barracks?
I will guide.
Alright, let's talk to Seela first. Then just tell her I don't want to see anymore. Yeah, just play. There's playing hard to get, and that's just taking it to the next level. Smeth's giving straight time and 200 kids. Well, we've got to build the army somehow.
Focus on the goal.
We're almost finished all the dialogue here. Smith going for the smash and pass option, both at once. Oh, there she is. Her dialogue is also done and dusted. Nothing new. I thought she'd have a thing to say, you know, oh, I don't like the fact that your powers are going down the undead route, you know, being a paladin and all that jazz. Alright, what else? Any shinies you little sons of bitches are hiding here? It feels weird coming back here after this entire place was infested with demons. What are you? Oh, just freaking fanfiction. Oh, hang on. The reason you open these is sometimes... There you go. It adds extra knowledge. Knowledge. It's a very, very small, minute bonus, but as long as you choose to read. Oh, Elan! You little shit! Commander, my regards. Oh, his quest isn't triggering. I did say I couldn't be bothered helping him. I wasn't going to do it out of the goodness of my heart. I have a frickin' crusade to run, not hold hands and sing Kumbaya. There's nothing here. Wait, why the fuck am I... Why give a loading screen for that? I'm stuck! Fuck! Moments like these, I wish I had demonic teleport. I could just go from top to bottom like it ain't no thing but a chicken wang. Okay, so that takes care of that. I think you dropped something. Yeah, knowledge. My fuel units. Also, Slayer, how you holding up, man? Yeah, there's just multiple ways to get into the barracks. That leaves the temple. I think there's one NPC here that you can talk to.
I need to concentrate.
Right about here. Right? Yeah, Arsino. She's the cleric. She can help you with the little healing knickknacks. Thanks for being here. I mean, there isn't many other places that I would rather be. Chat, I'm in Act 1 before picking up the Storyteller. How long do you all think it'll take me to catch up to 7? Oh, you'll pass me. I read everything, barring a few lore books, because it's more fluff than actual meaning. You'll easily overtake me. If I was only accessing... Like, I've done this dialogue before, but my memory's hazy on a lot of it, and in case someone's watching the playthrough for the first time, I want them to get access to as much of it as I can. A woman in gold-embroidered cleric's robes greets you with a polite bow. Her eyes the colour of molten gold gleam brightly in her dusky face. Greetings, Commander. My name is Arsino. I am a messenger from the Temple of Abadar in Absalom, and I came here assuming the defenders of the fortress could use the services of a cleric. Yes, yes we can. Seth doing fluffer work outside of streaming confirmed. No. It's nice listening to all the dialogues that I already skipped. Yeah, so you guys can just listen to me narrate. So perhaps you've heard about the wound that sometimes opens in my chest. Are you familiar with this kind of ailment? Arsena quickly probes you with the skill of an experienced healer. So the wound was right here, and then it disappeared and reappeared. Amazing. No, this is the first time I've heard of such magic. What do you think it could be? I think it's some kind of demonic corruption, or particles of chaos from the abyss have entered through the wound into your body and made it so unstable. Sounds quite interesting, incidentally. Judging from the records of researchers of the abyss, stranger things have happened in this cursed place. Can you give me some advice on how to heal it? I'm sure that you've already used the purification and chaos warding spells. Yes. And for obvious reasons, you do not have the option of leaving the campaign and going on a long pilgrimage to various shrines. Well, I've got a crusade to lead. Since that's the case, keep a diary. Make careful and systematic entries about your well-being. If it gets worse, record the circumstances under which it happens. I'm afraid this is the only advice I can offer right now. That's actually pretty good advice. So that way, you know, if you start to see a pattern, you can find out something that might cause it to flare up. If I went Trickster path, do I have to not care about invisible, shrouded stuff at all after taking the perception stuff? I have not done Trickster, so I don't know. Invisible stuff generally, I guess perception is a factor, but there are certain spells. In particular, like True Seeing is one of my favourites. Just become undead, probably. Yeah, chest wound? What chest wound? So why are you trying to heal me? I'm sorry, but I do not have the right to do that. A healer who makes a blind attempt to heal a patient who is not on the verge of death is an irresponsible fool. You do not seem to be dying, so we will not take any unnecessary risks. That's fair. If I do... This just opens a menu up. What services do you provide? I can sell you various divine scrolls, even if you don't have anyone in your party who can read them. I'll be able to read it for you here. However, take care out there on your travels. A scroll is useless without someone who can read it. It's not just reading it, but also interpreting the runic glyphs. To use a scroll while you're on the move, you'll need a spellcaster whose magical training covers such spells, or someone skilled in magical devices. No worries, Faith. I'll catch you later, man. Thank you again for stopping on by. Appreciate it. Tell me more about Abadar. I'd be delighted to. Abadar is the patron deity of law, trade, and the prosperity of cities. He teaches that law and order allow civilization to develop and keep people safe and wealthy. Iomedae and Abadar are allies, since Iomedae also holds order and nobility above all else. It's hardly surprising to see so many mighty fortresses and wonderful cities in Mendev bloom under her blessing. And how'd you end up here? My story has grown longer and longer over the years, yet sadly it never gets any more interesting. I was born and raised in Absalom. Soon I realized that bringing the word of Abadar to places where it's already been heard was too easy a challenge for a cleric like me. I've travelled all across Golarion since then, watching civilization bring enlightenment to the wildest of places. This brings joy to my heart and makes me feel like I serve my god with my deeds and not only with my words. The tiny barony, this is in the last game by the way, the tiny barony in the Stolen Lands that had been my home for a very long time eventually turned into a strong and prosperous kingdom. And I felt that I had to go somewhere else and bring the blessing of Abadar to someone who really needed it. It will take quite a long time for Dresden to recover and become an unfailing stronghold once again. I will do my best to help. Yeah, she's an NPC in the previous game as well, much like the storyteller. You're an Aasimar, if I'm not mistaken. Oh yes, I am an Aasimar. Hard to miss, isn't it? I look exactly like my great-great-grandmother, but I am the only one among my kin to have Aasimar blood manifest so visibly in my appearance. I have to admit that it's a very fortunate coincidence. My Aasimar features are rather appealing, literally angelic, and make people trust me more easily. This is a good quality to have for a priestess wishing to gather a congregation. Yeah, let's just say she was born as a tiefling, it'd be a more trickier reception. I see that you have consecrated the altar of Abadar. So I have, and before you ask me why I did this when there's a temple of Iomedae in Dresden, I will answer. Even though my god is the ally of the inheritor, some will prefer to pray and trust in Abadar instead of her. That's fair. After all, my humble altar is no worse at removing the corruption of the abyss than the grandiose altar in the temple of Iomedae. So let's see what they offer. Oh, did you have a weapon? Burned Ashwood. +2 quarterstaff grants the wielder the ability to cast Burning Arc spell. Man. Armor, nope. Ooh, okay, there's a few things here. Wait, was the Ring of Pyromania the big thing you wanted? I'm pretty sure this was what I have to give. I think. But let's see. The Con Man's Ring. This ring grants its wearer a +5 competence bonus on all perception and trickery skill checks. This is probably Camellia, I would think. She is helpful, is she not? 2 charisma, 3 resistance. Cape of Pest Control? This cloak of resistance 2 grants the wearer damage reduction 5 against all swarm attacks. That is so specific, it's almost annoying. The Red Salamander. Oh wait, was it this? No, the Salamander ring is the one I want for Ember. If the wearer of this ring has the ability to cast spells spontaneously, which Ember does, it grants them the ability to cast the following spells: Fireball, Controlled Fireball, Fire Snake, Hellfire Ray, Firestorm, and Fiery Body. To cast a spell, the wearer still needs to have a spell slot of the required spell level. So definitely getting that. Bookworm's Headband. This headband grants its wearer a +2 enhancement bonus to intelligence score and immunity to all compulsion effects. That's also pretty good. But it also gives you a -2 penalty to charisma score and a -3 to all persuasion skill checks. I mean, if it's somebody who doesn't care about charisma, that could be good. Specialist Belt. Whenever the wearer of this belt uses a scroll or potion, it gives +1 to cast level. The ring's not a must, but it just makes it so you don't need to pick them up. It's very flexible in that regard. Inspired Wisdom, +2 to Wisdom check. Icy Protector. This ring grants the wearer Cold Res 10. If the wearer has the Ice Plant Hex, it gives them +2 natural armor. Didn't I already get this for our little psychopath? This is pointless until you have the other half. Ring of Pyromania. Whenever the wearer of this ring deals fire damage through a spell, which Ember does, they deal additional 1d6 +5 fire damage. They also get a +2 bonus to caster level checks made to overcome spell resistance. Kinda need this. Battle Mage's Headband. You get 2 intelligence and 2 charisma enhancement. In addition, whenever the wearer of this headband lands a killing blow with a melee weapon, their next spell becomes empowered. Fancy. Yeah, she has a lot of the headbands that offer 2 ability score increases as opposed to just the Juan, if you will. For now, I'm pretty happy with that. I was initially going to sell everything to a singular NPC, but the purpose of saving time. Here, you take that. That brings the cost down a fair chunk. Beep 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 boop boop boop. Then you have day wands, but I like day wands. You're not getting it. It's mine. Yeah, that'll do. Sold. Wonderful. So if I go to Emboard and go here, I can give her. Someone else is going to have to wear that now. But boom. Oh shoot! I gave it that one. That one doesn't matter anymore. Okay, mate. Hey, got enough? Am I a Lich yet? I have unlocked the Mythic Path and sealed that in. Yeah. My first thing I got was my skeletal companion, who I've dubbed Steve, who is looking pretty dapper with his glasses and majestic headband. Brings out the colour of his, well, not eyes, but eye sockets, I guess. Persuasion checks. Who else is going to be doing the gift for Gab? Because the 2 that would need it have already got it. And if I give it to you, I think there's an overlap because of the, yeah, there's an overlap with this, which doesn't make it worthwhile. But what paths are there? There's a lot. Jeez Louise. You've got, so the 2 main ones that folks often go for is the Demon and the Angel. I'm doing Lich. There's the Path of the Aeon. You've got Trickster. You've got Azata. There's one you can like forego and not do any, rather be a very, very powerful, like, it's like you're just like a mythic fighter, so you don't like lock yourself into any of those. And there's later ones that have like an evolution, So there was Golden Dragon, Devil. What's it on? There's the Swarm. You can be as well. I think I'm probably missing another one. My brain forgets. Is there a Mythic Path I missed? I feel like I probably did. But yeah, each of them will give you a plethora of additional options and content that you otherwise wouldn't have. So I'm seeing things already as a Lich that I didn't see in any of my previous 2 runs. Those ray bones really bring out his lack of eyes. Yeah, you can. I mean, look at that. You can literally see. Look at that calcium. All right, someone in the group is going to have to wear this damn ring. This one is not as useful as it used to be. Do I take this? Ah, fuck it. You know what? I'll wear the bastard thing, just so everyone else gets the persuasion jolt. Here, Steve, you take that. You got them all. Look at me getting it right. Angel, Demon, Aeon, Azata, Trickster, Lich, Swarm, Dragon. Legend was the one, yeah. That's where you like that normal... I say normal. You just don't invest in any particular path. You forsake most of that divine... those divine monikers. Alright, so, do I need to do anything to my fatting spellbooks to make these work? I mean, Steve has nothing. I can't be asked leveling these 2 dipshits up yet. Yours are fine, you're a spontaneous caster. As is Embark. I think I need to do some meta magic shenanigans, don't I? I've got Empower and Heighten. So Empower was you can increase the power of your spells, causing them to deal more damage. So Scorching Ray can be used right about there, right? Okay, so that makes sense. So I guess the 2 here means that it increases its level. And it's still around. Okay, so I can write that. Cool. So if I go here now, I have this yoked out version. Have you checked the Lich spells? No. I don't have anything, do I? Your charisma score is less than 11, so you cannot cast spells at this level. Well, that's depressing, isn't it? I don't really have much. I have a Swole, but I haven't looked into it beyond that. You have 2 spell books. Oh shoot, yeah, you're right. There's a secondary one. I forgot about that. Oh yeah, Jesus. Asus. Okay. Jesus. Oh, mirror images there as well. Nice. Yeah, I forgot you have a secondary book to this damn thing as a Lich. What do I even add? Well. Smith going Lich without using Lich stuff. Kind of, yeah. I forgot there's a secondary book that I took. A lot of these are kind of nah. Shield creates an invisible shield of force that hovers in front of you. Negates magic missile attacks directed at you. The disc also provides +4 shield bonus to AEC, so I guess I can do that. It would only be stuff that I would use to buff my character. This is the most useful one I can think of. 2. I guess False Life to give myself more hit points. Could also do moderate wounds if I want to repair the shattered bones. Command Undead. You can make any undead fight on your side. I already have my own undead. I need to compel one. Definitely mirror image to stall for time, I think is better. It's a hit that I would otherwise miss. And I can only use a single one of these. Sag. Oh, haste. That's such a good spell. But I'd rather keep myself in the game. I'll go with displacement. Can't take damage if they can't hit me. Let's see. Yeah, and the rest of these are pretty much what you'd expect. Beep 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 beep. That makes it into a 4 RC. Okay, so I have all that.
Focus on the goal.
You gave Lan a wolf. Thanks, Lan. Let's get rid of the babao. And just as well. I like to space these out evenly. You've named her Wendy Dog. Really? Wow. That's just... Wow. I thought calling Seala's horse Iomine was good. Someone called it Risk. So when Seala yells, no glory without risk, it implies to the horse.
Keep your calm.
Oh, the player base can get very creative, I tell you.
There are many roads to
You want to hear something fucked up? Someone was doing the Camellia romance path, right? But it triggered at the worst time. The character had gotten that baneful polymorph and turned into like a dog or wolf. And yeah, let's just say the commander got busy in that form with Camellia. Now I know she's kind of broken mentally, but dear lord, that's a whole other level, man. Can you give genders to the animal companions? I don't believe so. I can't even rename Steve, which I find exceptionally annoying. They'll allow you to do that for you. Can I rename him? Is that allowed? No, they won't. Bastards. Oh no, wait. Oh, it's given name. I thought I could right click and change it. Sons of bitches! Come on! I want to name the boys. I don't suppose there's a registry I can edit so I can give him a name. You might have to use... I think you have to use Toybox. You can rename him if you respec him. He wasn't really spec'd, he kind of just appeared as part of the group, you know? Not much of a biography. He's like, I are undead, I is on your side. Twitch just told me it's possible for you to use vulgar language. You'd never, would you, sir? Use vulgar language? Absolutely fucking not, you cunt. Never. Vulgar language? Never heard of it, mate. Yeah, I'd have to use Toybox. I think I did that for my Similodon, pretty sure. Oh god, these dips. What the fuck do you want? Alright, CR. A middle-aged paladin with a genial face offers you a guarded greeting. Oh, because I'm a lich. His sparse grey hair stands in fuzzy tufts on his head, giving him a distinctly unwarlike appearance. The Everbright Crusaders have arrived to defend Dresden. Ah, thanks, after we've conquered it. My name is Siar Kobelin, and I am their commander. Queen Galfrey, screw her, is gathering the main attack forces in Nerosia. So what, it's going to take her like 70 years. She ordered us to replenish the losses suffered in Canabris and come here. We'll support your troops. No offense, but she sent me Sosil and Nora. One's useless and the other was a traitor rotting in the cell. So anything Queen Galfrey sends, she can shove it. A tall, dark-eyed lad is standing behind Siar. He passionately echoes Siar's words. We're ready to go to the front immediately. Allow us to be the spear of the attack. Sure, I'll be happy to re-raise you as undead. The old crusader calls the young man to order. Morveg, don't speak unless spoken to. Don't worry, no one will be defeating any demons without you. Siar smiles kindly and tousles the boy's hair. So, who have you brought with you? Everbright Crusaders mainly, but we have a lot of volunteers who joined us. Those who arrived at the Queen's call, but didn't want to sit in Nerosian waiting for the main army to set off. All the hotheads know that the front is here. Nob, hey days. Siar nods at the boy behind him, the one who's eager to fight. We picked up this one too. He walked to Canabris with an old sword in his hand and a few copper coins in his pocket. He was going to keep walking to kill the demons. And then he probably would have laid siege to Threshold, no doubt. Just bullying him. The boy's cheeks go pink at the old man's gentle mockery, but he continues to stare ahead resolutely and boldly. Did you fight in Canabris? How are things there? Not personally, no. Of course they didn't, so I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I got my yearly bill for electricity. With the whole crisis we've had the past year, I get raised my monthly pay in response. Turns out I've overpaid by $960. Wait, do you get this recredited or what happens? The Queen summoned me and the bulk of our order to Nerosian. Almost all those who remained behind in Canabris died, and the ones that didn't were disorganized and leaderless. But the order did not perish. New volunteers have been pouring into our ranks. We're licking our wounds. Canabris is rebuilding. Life wins out. People are coming from all over Avestan to help. Many are joining up with the Crusaders, just as it happened back in the First Crusade. Well, that's a positive sign, I guess. We're rebolstering our numbers. Great, you'll be serving under my command. So here's where it's going to be an issue. Ciara's mouth flattens into a hard line, and he gives you a stern look. You can see the seasoned warrior hiding behind the grandfatherly guise. That is out of the question. What, is it because I is Lich? We know about your powers, and that is why we don't trust you. What's more, I'm convinced you are an enemy of the Crusaders. Really? I'm the enemy of the Crusaders. Ciara, need I remind you, right, that only a few weeks ago, that the last bastion of the repelling force of the Crusaders was reduced to a sparse number around a fucking inn. I, with my crew in tow, managed to not only stop them desecrating and obliterating Canabras, repelled them, pushed them to the point where we retook Dresden. Alright? And you're telling me that I'm the enemy? Because if I was, right, I would have joined them from the jump, dipshit. You will reveal your true nature sooner or later. Dude, this is unbelievable. The fucking audacity of this guy. The lion and the witch, and the audacity of this bitch. Hey, Ash! Oh my god, our game. Give us a... When you feel up to it, feel free to give me a breakdown. Electricity is weird in Belgium. We pay monthly, but the actual bill is only once a year. So you really know how much you need to pay once a year. The monthly pay is guesswork. Also, in your case, you kind of compensated and ended up paying much more than you should have. It's a bullshit system made for the electricity company to exploit by having people overpay, which is what happened to you. So they have access to a lot more money than they're supposed to invest in stuff. So what happens if you overpay? Do you get that recredited or discounted? Oh yeah, you said I'm getting it back. Okay, I missed that part. So the Queen ordered us to help you hold the city, and so we will. But she didn't say a word about us personally obeying your orders. The ever-bright Crusaders will act independently. Okay, so my reaction is going to be far more barbed than I normally would be in previous ones. So we've got, you should not see me as an enemy. That's way too good. I'm the commander, you must obey. You fool. I'll do without you, or maybe I should execute you to make your knights more amenable. Okay, that's a little intense. Why are you deciding for everyone? Maybe the other knights don't share your fears. Right. So, just because I'm a... Hold!
Welcome, Ashray. Hope you are going well.
Thank you for the dono. Not even been 5 minutes and you're subjecting it to that bully. But thank you so much for the lawnmower dono. But I'm glad they're going to be paying that back, Blade. It sucked to have you do guesswork and then they be like, yeah, we're hanging on to that, man, because you guessed wrong. But yeah, I'm trying to... Yeah, my character is both lawful and evil, but he isn't lawful stupid, nor is he, you know, like pointlessly evil either. So if Galfrey wants to, like, we can still put them to use. If they want to act as freaking lawn furniture in the city, it's an extra set of hands. So honestly, I'd be like, do as you like. The old man looks at you grimly. You've gone down the wrong path. Don't judge me, you old coot. You can defeat the darkness when your soul is pure and your heart is daring. Yeah, tell me, how did that help when humanity was almost wiped out? You do realize, dude, this guy is just anyone who's under Galfrey's employ are fundamentally brain dead. Everyone who has ever tried to defeat darkness with darkness has become its slave. Reject this evil power and repent before it's too late. How about you find a cliff, preferably one that is very high, and at the base there are nothing but jagged rocks, and fling yourself off it. Prick. Comes into my base and starts to tell, oh, your powers are not of a divine origin. Yeah, how about I drag these divine powers across your face with my nuts? Cunt. Unbelievable. Bring these people salvation and a means to actually bring the crusade to an end and seal the world wound, and they start to complain about the methods I used to achieve this. 5th crusade! That means 4 preceding failures. I've done in a matter of months, which these cunts couldn't do for several centuries. And they're whining at me. Sorry, getting a little bit charged here. Hey, Arcana! Or Arcanan, I should say. I just found you in Minecraft. You found me? Oh, you mean Ash. Wait, explain. The stuff that happened was so insane that I'm going to make you wait until I write the entire thing up story-wise. How dare you. TLDR is not going to do it justice, especially the dialogue, but what I will say was that at one point there was a reveal that made me out of character, physically go cold, start sweating, and Sid said that it was the one time my typing stopped and I was dead silent for a solid 2 seconds. It sounds like things got pretty intense. Our D&D session was a little less majestic. I wish I'd been more engaged, but because I went into overtime streaming-wise, I was very tired. And when the session had started, for context, to really boil it down, I got separated from my party because there was this weird arcane sort of disturbance, and the party was deciding whether to interact with it, and we couldn't make our minds up. So I tested it by getting a rope and tying like a lasso, and tossed it into it, and it just got sucked right in. So the party is like, right, what do we do? And I suggested, well, how about one of us just pokes our head in, and if we start to get dragged in, just grab them. And the party was against this, and I was like, come on, someone's got to do it. And one of our party members said, well, if you're so confident, how about you stick your head in it? I was like, okay. And I stuck my head in it, and then I got transported to an alternate dimension, which I found the NPC we had to find. The problem was it's a one-way door, so I'm stuck there, unable to get out. But I found the spellcaster that we were trying to locate, and I was able to... she's been there for a while, and spending too much time there makes you go crazy. I was able to use... so my character is very much built around grappling and knocking things prone, and then just going ham. So I rolled... She fought me straight away, but I went for the non-lethal approach, so I subdued her and rolled really well. I was supposed to do 3 charisma checks. The first was decent, and the second was nat 20, so I basically succeeded what should have otherwise been pretty challenging as a one-man situation. That's the good part. So I was able to convince her that I'm not an enemy. So, funny story. After talking to her and explaining to her what the situation is, we quickly realised, yeah, we're both stuck. She's a spellcaster, but she doesn't have a spellcasting focus nor her spellbook. Prior to stepping through that, we were examining her in the material plane, her bedroom. I actually picked up her spellbook. I didn't take it with me. Had I done that, she could have used the spellbook in the focus and then used plane shift to get us out of there. So I'm fucking stuck here. And in my defense, not only am I stupid in real life, but my character has a wisdom and intelligence score of 8. So it never occurred to me to take it. So I'm stuck. And, I try and cast, what was it, Sending or something? But that doesn't work if you're in a different plane. Fortunately, one of our spellcasters did have a spell they could use with only a 5% failure chance and communicate. It was, I think it's a message? I'm pretty sure. And in 25 words, I could say what my situation was. So what was the message I sent? So I was asked, are you okay? And my response was, yeah, we are safe. The NPC, her name was Zohana. The real Zohana is here. We are stuck. Need Zohana's spellbook. Can plane shift back. So, they send one of our crew with the spellbook in tow, which was our paladin. So me and the paladin are now here, and then she has to begin the 4-hour process to cast a spell to transport us back. Hoff, good to see you again, man. Thank you very much for the 73-month resub. Jesus Christ, that's as long as you can be subbed. Soon to be 74. Thanks.
Over 3 years of paying to listen to this shiny old doorknob. Praise shekels.
Is that how I'm described? Not just a knob, but a doorknob, and a shiny one, no less. Old? I take umbrage with that. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. Thank you. So yeah, me and the paladin are chilling, and so all we can do now is wait for the NPC Zohana to cast a plane shift to get us out of there. So while she's beginning that very arduous process of casting it, we're basically stuck. And what's happening in the material plane is the other players end up getting into a fight. Oh god, there's a lot more to this, but TLDR is that we were supposed to, it was meant to be a heist. We're supposed to grab a particular item, an amulet called the Shard Solitaire, It turns out Zohana had stolen this from a coven of night hags of all things. The party is fighting 3 of those. So the problem is, because I had the stupid idea of sticking my head into the portal, and they had to send someone with the spellbook to get us out, myself and the paladin are stuck there while the other half of our party is fighting the night hags. So by the time the spellcasting is complete and myself and the paladin are back in the material plane, most of the fighting is almost over. So we were kind of stuck there for like an hour and 10 minutes, unable to do anything. Now, to make things worse, and this is the part that was very unfortunate, while me and the paladin are protecting our quarry in this little pocket dimension, a bunch of air elementals appear to attack us. Can they just walk through the one-way door? Well, they were already engaged in combat, so basically they just sent one of us to help. Had they all joined, the thing is, like, everything's on a timer. Our party's objective was to acquire a specific amulet which resides within a vault, and we were trying to keep pace with a separate group that was trying to acquire this. At the time, we weren't aware that these were the hags themselves that wanted to reacquire this. So things kind of all happened all at once. Like, I popped my head in, got sucked into that little temporal dimension. One of our clerics caster or spellcasters communicated to me via magic on our situation. So they're like, okay, here, take the spellbook, go through there, and then come back. But then while that was happening, the rest of the team realized that time was running short and they had to get to the vault to acquire the amulet. So all of this all happened in very quick succession. So here's the part where things got very frustrating for me, because 2 things were the problem. We can't get out until the spellcaster finishes casting the spell to get us out of here. And of all the enemies that we have to fight, we fight against these air elemental creatures. Now, I remember when I told you that my character is designed, I built him specifically to be good at grappling and knocking enemies prone. Yet, try doing that to air. And they're also resistant to slashing damage. So I was utterly useless. So myself and the paladin were kind of stuck in a situation where we're listening to this epic fight happening between night hags and mephits and Lord knows what else, and we're just stuck. And I'm just literally grasping at air. So for about, I think it was a good hour and 10 minutes, all we could do is just listen. I'm like, I need to be out there helping my fucking friends, and I'm stuck here like a total freaking jerk-off in an alternate dimension. And by the time we do get out, the party's on death's door, but they've managed to deal enough damage to the hags. And you know what the real kick in the teeth is? So when we finally emerge, one of the hags dies just as I arrive, and it was the one right next to me. So I thought, well, my turn's coming up. I'm finally going to be able to help them out. So, from an RP standpoint, my character hasn't realised that one of our spellcasters has... I'm not sure what the name of the spell is, but basically it makes the ground difficult terrain, and if anything starts its turn in there or walks into it, you've got to make a dex check or you're restrained, and you also take damage. So I go in there thinking, finally I can get my hands on an enemy. I go in there, I failed a dexterity saving throw, and I'm restrained. And I unceremoniously just swinged my axe and happened to land a blow and just kill the hag. I was like, really? I didn't get to do any of this, the whole grabbing them? Because the whole strat was that I grappled them, I knocked them prone, their movement becomes 0. Because they have 0 movement, they can't get up. Meaning that everyone in melee can go to town on their bitch ass. I didn't get to do any of it! And then the campaign was over. I was like, fuck! So, yeah, I was a little miffed. I was very sour grapes throughout all that. And, it was so frustrating. Funny, but so fucking frustrating. Because like, you're hearing all these cool dice rolls, and I can see, like, damage rolls being done, and spells being cast, and strategy happening. And me and the paladin are like, what the fuck? Was it Entangle? It might have been. I'd have to ask Penny. It was her spell that had been cast. But I was livid. I was like, I just want to fucking strangle someone. So, yeah, I did end up apologizing to the party, because, like, they could probably tell that I was, like, not seething, but I was uncharacteristically more quiet because I was very tired. And at the same time, I was like, oh, I feel so fucking useless. But I think, hang on, I just got a response here. What did Penny say to me? You're forgetting your biggest contribution, going through the portal in the first place. Fuck off. I feel insulted. Yeah, I guess if I hadn't gone through the portal, it would have taken us longer to save our quarry. So I guess that was my biggest contribution. So yeah, I was that's how our session ended. I hardly got to use my build. I was so excited to finally get into a brawl. And the one time I do fight enemies, it was air elementals. Fucking air elementals! Things that are immune to grapple and prone. And were resistant to my slashing damage. I was like, oh god, that is so fucking bad. Oh, it was brutal. So yeah, it was just unfortunate. I do apologise for the tangent, but that's kind of where we're at. What was I doing? So we're at the Crusader table now. Oh, the boys are all here. Oh yeah, I never did talk to Regil. Okay, he has no extra dialogue. Let's talk to Anevia. We do love a D&D story here. I know, but normally I like to talk of, like epic things. Like I wanted to say, yeah, I got sucked into the portal and then single-handedly fought off like 3 greater air elementals, and through sheer force of charisma and will, I slung my giant half-orc dick across the freaking stratosphere and tore a doorway open. And then as soon as I returned to the material plane, I just suplexed all the hags and reduced that coven to mulch. And that's the story my bard's gonna tell, is how it happened, even though that's not the case. So there you go. Oh, also, Ash, I only got to use my flute at the end of the campaign, as we were heading back from the Feywild into Material Plane. Two of our party members failed their will saving throw, so they spent the rest of the journey damn near shitting themselves from me playing my haunted flute. So I got some use at least. Smep, how is physical activities going for you? Still doing Zavorkis or back at the gym? I've been, pretty much since we last spoke, almost every single day going for consistent walks. I've been putting my pull-up bar to good use, spending more time doing dead hangs from them, so my grip strength has gone up considerably. It also really helps decompress the spine. That pain I was experiencing consistently in my lower back, along the left glute down to the left leg, is almost entirely gone. It does flare up now and again, especially after I wake up, because sometimes I sleep on my left-hand side, but it's a lot less, so at least that thing's taken care of. But the normal nerve pains are still present. But yeah, definitely keeping myself more physically active. Did you hit something with it? No, missed. But yeah, I was oh god, I was so frustrated. The part I enjoy is not the fact that I didn't get to fight. I like to fight with other folks, like together with them, and I couldn't do that, so I felt like I was being deprived of that. But I don't blame the dungeon master. I don't mean it like that. I got myself in those circumstances with my own decision. Also, Ninja, hi. Because I wanted to be there and lend him a hand. Like my strat, god, it would have been so good. Just get my hands on a fucking hag. I would have grappled him, knocked that bitch prone, and all of our melee guys would have gone to town. It would have been glorious. Because the whole strategy is that. Because the trick is, if they're grappled, their movement becomes 0. And then if you use the shove action to knock them prone, they have to use half their movement to get up. But if you've grappled them, they have no movement. I mean, they can't get up. So they're stuck. So I was really hoping, especially our rogue, god, it would have been sneak attack and all the trimmers, like fucking stop the bitch, but I couldn't do it! It's like, oh, it would have been so good. But yeah, I was kind of depressed on that one, so. We're such nerds, I love it. I should be playing this game, but I'm too busy talking about our D&D session. But I am now D&D-less for the next month, because this mini campaign with the Golden Vault's concluded, and our normal campaign that's suspended until Exile Con and all that jazz is done. So I have to figure something out. I have an idea of what I'm going to do, but I'm going to need Stitch's help with this, so I hope I get a chance to chat to him. What about dual wheel berserker frenzy its way down on the hag? Well, like I said, the way I built this character was to be the biggest pain in the ass, because the thing is, my characters, both my athletics and acrobatics is extremely high. Give me a sec. I'm gonna just double check something super quick. But he was very much a one-trick pony. The problem is that if something's impervious to grapple or being knocked prone, that's an issue. It defeats the build. So Let's see. Yeah, here's my guy. So Kamal was the name. So if I'm raging, I get advantage on grapple checks. So let's just say for the sake of argument, I try and grapple now. So 22 is pretty difficult to beat. So odds are an enemy would struggle, and that's a middling roll. So I very consistently can get that. And that's more of a bad roll, but 20 is still very solid. So yeah, things would have had a hard time escaping my grasp once I had them. Because I'm raging, I always get advantage, so it's very, very easy to lock them down. Our bard wandered solo into a temple of Yuan Ti. Bad call? Charmed monster and asked for a tour. Oh wow, okay. Meanwhile, our party had gone to find a place to make camp. Our warlock went into gaseous form and explored the temple solo. You can get through almost like the most tiniest keyhole in that form. And I, fairy sorceress, flew behind the bard invisible until his spell was about to end, then Dimension Doored us out into the jungle to safety-ish. That's why I love Dimension Door. You can get in and out of trouble very quickly. Hopefully I can get this session banged out and you at least have some D&D story to tide you over in the meantime. Don't rush on my account, don't worry. Only a month! Yes, sorry Blade, I know you've been trying to get a session of your own for so long. What's it been, like 3-4 months? I did that to a Lich on Friday. I shoved it prone, then grappled it, and then one of the other players cast silence in the area. Oh wow, so movement gone, prone, and can't cast spells because they can't do the verbal components of their spell. When pressing a button to trigger a huge boulder, don't stand right below the boulder. Are you in the labyrinth? I think you're in the labyrinth. We set an ambush in the middle of the night for a patrolling party of Yuan Ti, but we haven't had a chance for a long rest, so I and most of the casters out of spells, and we left off at the start of the patrol fight. That's one reason, right, I am terrified to play spellcasters, because if you're reduced to your cantrips, unless you're a warlock, being without spells is very scary. The group chat legit hasn't even bothered to check for the last 2 weeks. That's a little depressing. Hey, Crit, you want to see a funny story? Because you mentioned that boulder. Do you want to see my first ever reaction to that? I think I still have it saved. I kind of gave myself a heart attack. Where is it? There it is, boulder. I still have to turn this into a YouTube short. This might destroy people's eardrums. Oh, we have company. Wait, what would happen if I failed that? Oh man, it's Stitch. I miss having my Similodon. God damn it. Oh god, there's a fucking boulder coming! Guys, run! Run, 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 run! That's amazing! I just saw that last second, like, what the fuck? Oh, Jesus. That was so random. I was like mid-conversation. I was like, wait, is that a boulder approaching me? Yeah, that would have hurt quite a bit. Good times. I see I'll be AFK for a while. I'll check in when I get back. No worries, Ash. Go for it. The first one I easily dodged, but the second one, half the group ran past the button and got bouldered. Yeah, I think you instantly are on death's door if that hits you. I remember when they were bugged and showed up as citizens. Yeah, now they do something. I think when I was playing it back then, they didn't do anything. In my second playthrough, they did. So that one wouldn't have damaged me, but the threat of it was real because I didn't know that it would be harmless initially. Imagine being on turn base with that Minotaur and seeing that boulder approaching. Oh yeah, death approaching. Let's see, look who it is. Hi. Have you figured out how the demons have been sneaking up on us? Anivia answers with scarcely concealed irritation. No dice. Our scouts crawled all over the area, down every hole, nothing. The grey road was completely empty and then bam, a whole army popped up like a jack-in-a-box. My only lead is a few scouts who didn't come back from the gorges to the southwest, but we found no sign of secret paths or underground passageways. Jamses! Thank you very much for the 47-month resub. Appreciate you, friend. Let me also sit there.
I think him addicted to drinking brake fluid. But it's okay. I can't stop any time forehead okay, but in all seriousness, did you know that dinosaurs couldn't eat fish even if they wanted to? This is because dinosaurs are dead. I need to figure out better puns. Maybe I'll switch to sign language. I hear it's pretty handy.
Thank you for the resub, chapters. The fact that you guys have to have these accursed freaking dad level jokes or memes, just please stop. But thank you for the 47 months. Wankers! But yeah, my apologies for the gargantuan D&D tangent. Oh. I was very sour grapes yesterday, so I figured I should take it out on someone. Might as well be you guys. I keep checking every day if it's my pun time yet. No, never. Take joy in that he fucked up the joke. I still got what the jest was, so I won't hold it against him. So let's see. Secret passage, underground passageway, and definitely no route that we can use to quietly move a large force through. But I feel it in my gut. There's some evil scum out there. We just have to look harder. Of course, I could send out more scouts, but they might just disappear like the first ones. Why don't you go there yourself and find out what's what? Anivia punches her fist into her palm. You know, I'd like to give that rat Nora a good shake. While she's in the dungeons. How long was she serving the demons, I wonder? I'd bet good silver if I turned her upside down and shook her as hard as I could. Something interesting would fall out, not just lice. Well, you're welcome to it. Hey, Nine's Faces! How you doing, friend? Where do you think the Vescivores have their nest? Anivia shakes her head in annoyance. Not a clue. I've been trying to work it out for days. The vermin have got to be coming from some kind of basement, you'd think. Oh, I know where they are. That makes that in the last campaigns up. There's a particular room you can go to, or an abandoned building, or Desna forbid some secret passage that we haven't found yet. We need to nip this thing in the bud when those critters start breeding. It won't be pretty. And yeah, you know, I don't know whose horrible idea it was to use the Vescivores. I mean, I think we should have them executed. Did you find out anything about where Minago is now? Nope, zero zilch. A whole lot of nothing. The scum melted into thin air. The soldiers saw her jump out the window, run through the square in front of the citadel, and suddenly disappear. We haven't heard anything from her since, and I don't like it. I'm telling you, this is bad. First of all, her kind don't just give up. If we can't see her, it means she's setting a trap for us somewhere we won't expect. I mean, it would be great if the demon lords just gobbled her up for all her failures, but I think that's too much to hope for. I personally like convincing Nura to betray Minago and Staunton. You have to do this as a trickster, I think. But that's not the worst part. We have a more interesting question, you know. I wonder how she teleported from the city, if by the time he'd already hung the banner. The soldiers are saying it probably wasn't in full force by then, but you and I both know that's Dross. She wasn't supposed to be able to teleport, but she did. The question is how. Magic me! What do you think of my new powers? Anivia looks at you sadly. Oh no, there's nothing good about this. The things that you've had to do, and the fact that we're fighting alongside the dead because we'll never pull this off without them. But at least we're moving forward, not falling back like before. I guess it was the only way. Bad times call for bad measures. Well, at least she accepts that. You don't have to commit to Trickster, but you do have to have the path open to you. Oh shit, I didn't know that! Alright, I thought you had to become Trickster to unlock that. Good to know. Now I got a cartoon boulder, stood to the side, pressed button, boulder rolls on the other lane. Yeah, Baphomet's screwing with you. Alright, what do we got here? Irabeth. Let's see. We need to snap her out of this. So let's go with how's the Eagle Watch doing in Canabras? Everything's going well. I was wary of handing over the reins at first. I was afraid that everything would fall apart without Anevia and me. But I took a risk and left a very clever lad in charge. A tiefling, as it happens. He infiltrated the cult alone. They couldn't imagine a tiefling wouldn't be on their side. He exposed an entire cell. I personally knighted him just before the city was attacked. Of course, there were many who weren't happy about it, but it's not my job to make people happy. He hasn't disappointed. He's built up the Order's ranks again, and is running everything so smoothly. It's as if the demon attack never happened. That's good. He's proven more than once that I left Canabras in good hands, but I admit it's still strange to think that such a small order as the Eagle Watch now has 2 chapters, one in Dresden and one in Canabras. It's called Progress. None of the Act 1 to 2 Mythic Path options lock you into the path, they're just for flavour until Dresden. I should probably make sure I follow that option next time. I think I might do Aeon next. Let's return to the blade. I found your father's sword. Take it. Praise Iomade. Irabeth takes the sword as gently as if it were a living creature and sheaths it in the scabbard. I don't know what to say. I'm forever indebted to you. I never thought I'd get my sword back. 50! I mean, if that's, you know... Sometimes they say you can never quantify gratitude, but 50,000 schmeckles? I'll take that. Please allow me to reward you, and please no objections. I could never replace this sword. I shall never part with it again, I swear. Well, it's fine, I'll take it. We gotta talk about what happened during the attack on Dresden. My behaviour was unworthy of a knight, even less a commander. How can I lead the soldiers when I was sitting around while the others shed their blood? Under the circumstances, leaving my position would be tantamount to desertion. Still, as your advisor, I strongly recommend you release me from my position as head of the order, strip me of my knighthood, and send me to serve the condemned. Little intense. That's why I said, I was like, why isn't this money going to the crusade? Yeah, 50,000 is a lot. 5,000 I would have thought, that's not too bad. So we got a couple of options. This is harsh, I guess you're right. You really aren't much use. Unfortunately, you don't have anyone else to replace you. That's just mean. Intimidate. That suggestion is no better than desertion, except you want me to take responsibility for it. I don't want to hear it. Join the ranks, knight, and fight as you saw. That's closer. Diplomacy is that who will lead the Eagle Watch then? You know I have no one to replace you. And then you have good diplomacy. What am I, a pansy? Out of all the... I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So it's a mix of these two. I'm actually going to go with standard diplomacy. Because even though she had a moment of weakness, you can't forget that she was scooped up by a bunch of gargoyles, strung up like a piece of meat and left on a hook, literally, while watching the rest of their brethren die. The fact that she didn't break then and there on the spot is tantamount to showing that she was very resilient. I'll go with diplomacy. So who will lead the Eagle Watch then? You know I have no one to replace you. I rolled 15 plus 27. The Eagle Watch, my pride, my creation. How could I ever think of giving up? How many cultists have we destroyed, and how many remain right under our noses? The half-orc salutes you sharply, and for a moment you once again see the Irabeth who is ready to protect the defender's heart to her dying breath. Thank you for still trusting me, more than anyone else does in the crusade, even more than I trust myself. Despite your words, Irabeth obviously still feels unworthy of her commander's rank. Changing her mind will require more than platitudes. Perhaps you can bolster her by appointing her to a position where she can work more closely with rank-and-file soldiers, those whose faith in their commander remains undimmed. I could do this. Does heavy barding decrease a horse's movement distance? Unless it explicitly said so, it shouldn't. So you should be fine. Okay. So we got that one done and dusted. I'm amazed you guys heard the ice cream truck. This mic is far too receptive for its own damn good. What the actual hell? Okay. Also, apologies that I spent 3 hours in Dresden. There's just a lot of dialogue. Right, we need to go back to our little shin kicker, Nora.
Keep your calm.
Isn't there a chest here or something? I know you store stuff, but you also get extra loot. Or not in this case, Jesus. Alright, let me drag my carcass out here. Alright, let's get the frickin' those damn Vescavores as well. Those goddamn demonic parasites. Oh, best luck, Nabby. Get to that wardstone. Get that Jesus juice. Right, so if I was an endless swarm of insects that could devour everything in the tri-state area, and I was trying to increase my numbers, where would I be? About to put this shit in real-time mode. That's another reason why I think my playthroughs take longer, because I do so much of it in turn-based, because I'm an idiot. There's my undead brethren, the legendary skeleton marksman. I'm seriously considering reactivating Toybox just so I can change his name to Steve. This is the music I'd play if I was murdering someone. Oh, they cut it out. It was about to get good. Wait, where exactly are these damn insects anyways? I thought I went into all the buildings I realistically could. Prison. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it'd be a house in an abandoned building. It's probably an abandoned... Yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna push all my bets on that one.
For an adventure?
This is the music they put in those shitty Five Nights at Freddy lookalikes. Yeah, like it sounds all happy and cheery, but it has this sort of eerie feel to it, you know? Doesn't quite fit. They've got to be in one of these. Come on! You stupid bugs, where are yous? Come on, bitches! You're here somewhere. Thanks, I'll take that. Hello? Hello? Wait, shiny chitin. Okay, they have to be down here. Come on! This is where... Is this where Camellia does her little murdering thing? Can't be both in the same place. Hello? Any bugs? Fuck! Oh, fiddlesticks tonight. Wait, there's a book here. What is this? A Chronicle of Failure. No, what, is this written by frickin' Galfrey's own hand? Wait, hang on. A Chronicle of Failure. Anonymous 4640. A notice in large letters on the book's binding reads, this book is... This book is banned within the borders of Mendev. Gee, I wonder why. Taken from the account of a noble Mendevian warrior, veteran of 2 crusades, who was grievously wounded and is currently receiving treatment in the hospital in Andoran. The First Crusade is the only, success you could call. Intended to purge the lands of Sarkoris of the demon scourge, was called up in 4622. The loss of Aradin, which is one of the deities, was still a raw wound in the hearts of the faithful, and those who answered the call of the Church of Iomade channeled their grief and fury towards a new cause, the defense of Mendev and the liberation of Kelid lands from the spawn of the Abyss, who at that time were reveling in the ruins of Sarkoris. Many answered the call of the Inheritors' followers and fought under the banners of the Crusaders. Illustrious warriors ventured forth into the lands captured by the demon Pestilence, bringing with them cleansing fire and long-absent hope. Ere long, the filthy hordes were driven out of the western reaches of Mendev into the Sarkorian steppe, and beyond as far as the Threshold Fortress, which to this day remains the beating heart of the Whirlwind. Go away, you stupid ice cream truck. In 4630, having pursued the demons beyond the north mounds of Sarkoris and secured the borders, the Church of Iomade declared the First Crusade complete. A W. Generally a win, and that's really the only success they had. I love the fact that rescuing the wizards before doing the attack on the tavern gives you hour-long haste in the Grey Garrison. I got that in the Angel playthrough. It's such a powerful buff. The fact that it's an hour as well makes it that much more broken. Let's see, but alas, what the valiant liberators thought was the closing chapter to a victorious campaign was but the prelude to a tragedy that is unfolding today before our very eyes. 2 years ago, an endless wave of demons poured forth from the North Mounds into the Kelid Plains. The fortresses that had so recently stood strong on Mendev's borders were washed away in this unstoppable flood. The Second Crusade was called up without delay, but it was too late. The source of the corruption, the World Wound, opened its putrid maw wider to disgorge not scattered hordes but full-fledged armies led by monstrous generals. The Second Crusade goes on, but the morale of Golarian's defenders is at its lowest ebb. Neither the Church of Iomade nor the courageous Crusaders have the power to overcome the demons that have now overrun Sarkoris. There will be no turning point in this war. All we can do now is wait for death on the borders of Mendev, which has not yet bowed down before the hordes of the Abyss, and pray to the gods that the world wound does not expand yet again, delivering new horrors into our world. A little bit of defeatist talk over there.
I
I guess this predates the ward stones being conjured forth and keeping the demons at bay. A Chronicle of Failure. That's what Galfrey's autobiography should be called.
Focus on the goal.
So no Vescavors here, so I'm not sure where they are. Which is kind of annoying. Once again, think like the insects. Be the swarm. Envision the swarm. How about just a normal house? Which is extremely unlikely.
Watch out for trouble.
Sure. Oh! Wait, I recognise that sludge. Yep, they're here. Why the fuck are you here? I recognise the sludge. I can actually hear them chittering as well. Those motherfuckers! Oh, Steve's with me. Wait, oh no. Oh. Yeah, turn base, please. Prick! Steve, 360 no scope. Hit! 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 Nice! Oh yeah, proud of you. See? All that thick calcium density of his bones carried us.
There are many roads to success.
I'm glad he still follows me. Hey, Yar. How you doing, bud? It'd be funny if they were in the bedroom, wouldn't they? Oh, here we go. Yep.
Never stop learning.
Watch this. Blood fort! Gorum! Yeah, these guys are definitely going to start rebuilding their numbers.
I'll just have to
Bye-bye.
resort to brute force.
There we go. Oh, yeah, sorry. I got up ready. That can be very, very rude. What's that? 50 bugs with 3 arrows. Yeah, it's I'll say they're probably a little bit more forgiving. I don't know what the official ruling is of swarms when it comes to attacking them with like singular projectiles. I think you know me. In Kingmaker, I knew you had to do AOE and stuff. Does your Lich also worship Gorum? No, but I just like that's been my battle cry for a while. A little bit. He's called Ain's Miro for a reason. Why is this here? Ooh. Well, it's un-ID'd, so I wonder what that is. Oh, there's their queen. So there's another one here. It makes sense though, because they have to have a queen to breed them. So Vescavor Queen. The engorged body of the young queen of the swarm pulses, oozing corrosive slime. In her buzzing, you hear the barely distinguishable echoes of the now familiar swarm song. Her voice is not yet strong enough to harm you, but it is patiently clear that if the creature is permitted to grow and her children to multiply, then soon an anthem of abyssal insects will be humming in the skies above Dresden. For a couple of seconds, you stare at the young monster, unable to take your eyes off her. Yeah, both. At some point in time, we'll be the sugar. Yeah, did. Started my attempt at making ketchup. Your own? How's that coming along? So for a couple of seconds, you stare at the young monster, unable to take your eyes off her. Yeah, disgusting, but also beautiful in its own way. Hostile, but weirdly close to you. Nauseating, and yet mouth open. What a strange thought. Wait, so this is how you unlock the Pathfinder. Examine the queen. The creature is very young and for now utterly defenseless. Her weak chittering causes not madness but only vague unease. The eggs in the clutch can be counted on 2 hands, and the translucent chitin covering her body is so delicate that it can be crushed under your boot. But who knows how quickly she'll grow and how much time she'll need to repeat in Dresden the nightmare that befell during the attack. Yeah, I'm not looking to walk this path, I'm a killer. Bye-bye. The chitin breaks with a crunching sound. The quiet buzzing turns to a rasping croak. Under your blows, the flesh of the young queen turns to acidic mush. Now the swarm really has come to an end. Whatever may lie ahead, you are certain that you'll never hear its sanity-stealing chittering in the skies above Dresden. So I think if you spare her, I assume she continues to grow stronger, and then maybe there's a mechanism by which you can become one with the swarm. So I think this action locks me out of the swarm mythic path. Which is fine, because I don't plan to walk that path. Because I is Lich. Bitch. Can't open that, that's above my pay grade. Alright, hey Feeks. Let's see, put it in the slow cooker, it needs to be in there for like half a day. For ketchup? You'd have to ask Nappy, I think. No clue if this locks you out. The text implied it was. See, whatever may lie ahead, you're certain that you'll never hear its sound. Well, maybe not. Because it sounds like the longer you kind of listen to the rhythm and the sound, the less grating it becomes on you. So part of me thinks that once the queen would have grown to a certain size, you kind of take that into yourself. But we'll see. But that was not the aim. You're locked out of swarm at this point. It makes sense. The implication is like the queen's still very weak. So if you kind of... Ah, that's what it was. It was awakened driftwood. Unholy quarterstaff. DC for all saving throws against necromancy skill. I'm okay. But that at least concludes that. Do I need to talk to anybody for that? No. Okay, next let's speak to our little shin kicker Nora. So let's go to the prison. Sitting in front of my second monitor seems to have become a favourite of Grace, or her favourite spot.
Keep your wits about you.
Alright, let's converse with that little that shin kicker. The ankle biter.
Watch out for trouble.
Whoa, what was that sound? Let's see. Nora bares her teeth like a cornered rat. Come to gloat. Yes. Okay, information. Into this one. The demon hordes keep attacking us without warning, as if they're approaching out of thin air. Do you know how they're doing it? Can't say for sure, but I've heard rumours. There's a place called the Molten Scar, where the grey road makes a sharp turn and forks. It must be hard to miss. It's a big gorge with lava flowing at the bottom. A Vrock sorcerer has a lair there. If you continued your offensive beyond Dresden, the Vrock was supposed to organise an army at your flank and cut you off from behind. I don't know what it means. Maybe she maintains a rift there. That's actually useful. You might just earn your freedom. Your actions led to the loss of many a life. However, the information you give could result the saving of many lives. Unlike Queen Galfrey, I can give people an actual road to redemption. Not a half mercy, where you watch some poor fucker bow and scrape for 17 years to be spat upon. Idiot. Sorry, I'm getting a bit salty again. As you can tell, I seem to harbour just a slight bit of distaste for Galfrey. Okay, so if my maths is correct, I think I've spoken to everyone I need to for the moment. I think. Issue an order that will allow Erebeth to spend more time. But that has to be done at the Crusader management thing, right? Dragon Hunt later. Maybe. Soon? Okay, yeah. Let me head outside.
There are many roads to success.
We will see what options are available to us.
Knowledge is the key to victory.
That took me 3.5 hours. Although, to be fair, 30 minutes nattering at the beginning to you guys, and then my own D&D diatribe for another 20, so... I guess I lost an hour to my incessant yapping. I will not take Greybow with me yet. But soon. Oh boy. So we do have party teleportation. Oh. Now that you've captured Dresden, new options for the Crusade have become available to you. You can now construct buildings and forts, and Dresden issue decrees and capture and investigate new regions. Both mercenaries and trainable units will appear at the commander's headquarters in Dresden. The demon armies will try and take Dresden from you, destroy them, or else after 7 days of siege, Dresden will be completely blockaded by enemy forces, and you'll no longer be able to command the crusade. Yeah, this we've already done. Deploy the military. Oh, this part I want to double check because of how the skills increase. So developing each of the crusade stat opens up new options that empower your armies and economy. Military focuses on drilling and training units. Recruit trainable and mercenary units to improve the rank of your military stat. Logistics focuses on economy and construction. Construct buildings to improve the rank of your logistics stat. Diplomacy focuses on establishing contacts with mercenaries in foreign nations. Enhance the significance of the crusade by earning resources of all types to improve the rank of your diplomacy stat. Leadership focuses on morale and army generals. Win battles and level up your generals to improve the rank of your leadership stat. Once the rank up requirements for one of the Crusader stats have been met, you will unlock a corresponding decree. And then this kind of keeps all your resources there, which is fine. Away with you. Right, so this is more fat in time. So at least these guys didn't get wiped out for whatever reason. I assume I'm supposed to build stuff. Wait, there's a second army here. Oh shoot! These are the, yeah, look at that. There's my skeletons. 600? Damn. I'm not quite sure how this is gonna work. Wait, their strength level is at a 7? A little bit of a boast, isn't it? Well, I guess I could have them merge with the main team. Might have to dismiss some of the small fries. Boink. Okay, these guys are useless. Go away, please. I guess I... Which one do you want more? We still want like a range type unit, and these skeletons are kind of sort of cannon fodder. Until I increase the army squad size, we can't do much. Do I just ditch the normal soldiers and go with the zombinos? I don't even know how traditional healing's gonna work either. Oh, whoops. Tell you what, let's try it with these and we'll leave the standard soldiers to chill. We'll see how these undead wieners do. This is somewhat new territory for me. And then you got the options to have more recruits, that's fine. Yeah, quite a few zombinos. I will take the archers. Like that's the easy part. I guess if I change my mind, we can also keep fattening these guys up. Okay, I got more Death Knights. Or Hell Knights, Death Knights. Fucking too much wow. That is a large contingent of fuck sticks in the way. Holy moly. Is there any merit to go in here? Ruins of Ashbury Hamlet. Okay. Hey, Soul Swatto. You chose a Lich Fast. May you kill lots of enemies and raise them as undead. I have to see how that mechanic works. I'm just about to test it out, actually. So I'm going to pit these guys up against these ne'er-do-wells. Pursue. Let's find out. Beep, 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 beep. What the fuck? Ow. Huh. Cool. Well, I suppose I can say hello to him. Catch! Bye-bye. Oh, they can only advance one square? Well, I mean, they are undead. This kind of makes sense, if I'm going to be honest. kind of want to see what they can do. Is it because you're slowed? Oh, it's been slowed. I was going to say, you're not freaking lethargic. You're undead. You're not freaking invalids. Well, we got them back. So yeah, they tend to replenish themselves as you would expect. Ooh. New morale banners. Mouse over the icon top left. Oh yeah, for the buffs. Necromancy. Armies get a replenishment of skeletons and zombies equal to value of killed enemies. Okay. After a victory, the cost of recruiting mercenary units increases by 100%. Recruitment growth for trainable. Oh shit! So basically, the way I'm going to reinforce my numbers is through the art of just killing and re-adding. Armies get a replenishment of skeletons and zombies equal to the value of killed enemies after a victory. But yeah, to recruit them through cold hard cash goes up. I guess they're less likely to join an army of undead. So. That kind of makes sense, I guess. Forgot one thing that happened in the D&D session. My wild magic surge went off when I cast Rhyme's Binding Ice to set the ambush off at the end of the session, and my purple-pink fairy hair has been turned blue. Oh, it's worse than the one where the hair falls out. After capturing Dresden, the Crusaders raised the 3 morale banners on the city walls. Yeah, so 6 days, 30 days... Yeah, this is all the same. Basically, if you drag your feet too long, these will go from green to yellow, and then yellow to red, and you can start losing morale. I think it's hair on your head. So you go bald. You become Bantix. Warriors have discovered what attracted such a horde of monsters, an impressive ambulant laboratory belonging to some insane alchemist. The laboratory had been mercilessly plundered, and the jars of elixirs and ingredients bore sinister holes through which the hideous creatures had consumed their contents like some exquisite nectar. Luckily, some of the alchemist's inventory survived, and now belongs to the Crusaders. That's us. That's me. So, hang on, remind me. So, armies get a replenishment of skeletons and zombies. It says based on the fractions of what we kill. Can we go beyond our limits? I think I gained a couple of extras. This is quite different to what I was anticipating, if I'm going to be honest. Oh, we also got to do this now. Shit, the freaking the management thing. Oh god, I forgot about this. Ah, fuck. This accursed side thing. Alcat, for all that is good and holy, man. Just sometimes keep it simple. Alright, I forgot about this. Lich will scale out of control because of this. Yeah, because the more you kill, the more units we get. And then, not to mention, I got a spellcasting general, which is also very good, because every round you can either eliminate an enemy cluster or even more. Right, welcome to Crusade Management. On the Crusade Management screen, you can make decisions regarding current events, which are displayed at the bottom left of the screen, so these are events you need to conclude. Issue decrees, which can be displayed by clicking the decrees button on the right. You can display only a fraction of the available decrees by selecting one of the filters. And construct buildings in forts and in Dresden. To access the construction screen, click on Dresden or a fort on the map. Basically, you build and add structures to bolster the economy, the offense and defense, and just the general wealth. And heck, you can even set up teleportation circles to jump across vast distances. This one's definitely more forgiving than Kingmaker, I'll agree. Later on, you get improvements to the amount of undead you can raise per enemy killed, and also change the normal skeletons and zombies to different undead. That I kind of expected, because you do. It suck if all you could do is just through sheer numbers. I'd like to get different variants of undead if I could. So let's start from the top. Now I have to exert my will. So, a misunderstanding. A special messenger from Galfrey, kill him, was delivering a missive to Dresden and ran into a sentry patrol by accident. Alas, the soldiers took the messenger for an enemy and attempted to search him, which ran contrary to the messenger's instructions. The sentries were killed, and the messenger has arrived in Dresden, now awaiting the commander's judgment. Well, he followed the instructions of the Queen, so he did it to the letter of the law. So, option 1, the messenger... I was going to say, yeah, did everything by the book. Committed a crime. The path of the Aeon, that's interesting. And accused the messenger's superior officers. No, he did everything by the book. Even if it reduces morale, he followed orders as he should have. Yeah, he was delivering a missive. They took him as an enemy and tried to search him. I mean, arguments can be made for both sides, but yeah, I'll go with that one. Sorry, buddy. The soldiers have learned that orders are more important than their lives. The messenger's work has become more efficient, but the troops are slightly shaken. What, the large army of undead wasn't shaking you to the confines of your very bones? Anywho, I'm running a crusade here, not a popularity contest. Dwarven property. Part of the fortress wall sustained damage in a demon attack on Dresden. A number of buried golems covered in dwarven ruins were discovered among the collapsed stones. Upon hearing this news... What is this? Attack on Titan? Sorry, the whole giants in the walls, never mind. Upon hearing this news, a member of a dwarven clan has contacted the commander and claimed that the golems belong to them. What should be done with the golems? I mean, do I have proof of this? So option 1, we can give the golems to the dwarves, keep them inside the walls, or extract them for battle. I think I've done the extraction one. Just take the golem. I got undead. The fuck do I need golems for? Take the damn things. The dwarves have accepted the commander's fair decision and sent generous gifts in return. Thanks. Alright, that concludes any extenuating circumstances. Next up, the decrees. Wow. Kind of reminds me when you're playing an online, or just even just a card game in general, and your action economy is off the charts. You know, when your hand is too full, you just keep drawing. This option is unavailable because you do not have Vol'jin from among your companions. Well, he absconded! I wonder why a game. It's not like you took him away from us without yet giving us a way to get him back. True. You can only have one of your decrees issued for each of the crusade stats at any given time. So there's 4 stats, so only 4 decrees at a time. Each decree has a cost and completion time. Some decrees can only be issued once, others have a repeat time, which is displayed in the decree description. Your progress in crusade management unlocks certain special decrees. A stat rank up decree becomes available upon meeting specific rank up requirements. They just get better at their job, and you often have some... It's a conversation, like dialogue thing that occurs that you need to make a decision on what you want to do with the crusade. Sometimes it's political decisions, sometimes it's the strategy for your army, other times it's what you which units you want to train or skill up or bring into the fold. I tend to make my choice both based on mechanics and RP. RP first though. You can wait with making the decision until you have the silly tiefling back. You can if you want to. You can. It's just like most players will see this and do what I did, which is just make a choice and just get it out of the way. A relic upgrade decree, which turns a relic into a powerful artifact for your party to use, becomes available when you obtain a suitable relic, which we have. So let's break it down. So I guess we can do all these. Forming a military council. A council of officers seasoned in the art of war will help the commander to implement new tactics and diversify his army ranks with more skilled units. Forming a staff council, so one can command a small unit alone, but to manage an army one needs a staff council surrounded by experienced advisors. The commander will be able to make decisions affecting the life and morale of the entire army. Then you've got forming a diplomatic council. The crusade depends on the support of Nerosian and foreign countries. I freaking hate their dignitaries so much. It's like anytime they'll give their opinion, and if you're like, you know, that's interesting, but I think I'm gonna go that way, they're like, what? You're not following my opinion? Yeah, because it's fucking dog shit. The diplomatic council will see to it that no political problems interfere with the regular inflow of gold and recruits to Dresden. And lastly, logistics. Alright, basically you want to issue all these immediately. Oink, 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 oink. Alright, so that'll be done in due course. Development. This will take time, so not yet. Relics, same thing. So these are for all the different things. We came across these. So relics you find both in the wild and while you're doing the Crusader mechanic, they kind of research it, you learn the item's history, and then you can actually make a decision on what you want this relic to be transformed into. Some are good, some need Jesus. So this is for the fate of the crest of the fallen knight, the fate of Chilro's hide and tusks, the unholy symbol of Rovagug of all things, the fate of the phylactery of Stevanius the Rotten, which as a Lich I think is quite important to me, and the fate of Soulshare. We got this from good old Staunton. Which leaves us with other. So this requires studying the holy relic of Iomedea's self, the Sword of Valor. And this one is snapping Irabeth out of her stupor. She's been shook quite a bit from the events that have transpired. So this kind of resolved that particular crisis. So for now, we need to wait for a day until the four parts of our army has been done and dusted. So I'll exit that, and then I'll get the party moving. Seth radio while gaming. Well, I'm glad I can whisper sweet nothings into your ear. Right, so I need us to go somewhere. Where the fuck am I going? Well, I guess I'll go up here, maybe. Ooh, shallow grey, that sounds ominous, doesn't it? Go on. Yes, please. I'm not sure where I am, so this will be interesting. Or horrible. Or both, we'll see. It was the nearest place, so I figured I'd go here. New location discovered, Shallow Grave. Well... Steve, take a breather, would you, pal?
I'll watch your back.
Yeah, I definitely at that point where I need to get that buff mod, don't I? Giants become unstoppable. Did I give you any other fancy schmancy bufferini? That's based on rounds, so let's not invoke that just yet. There is protection from elements, but I won't invoke that until it's necessary.
You can trust me.
Does anyone require my counsel?
Where do you want me?
Venderwog. We're good.
We'll make things right.
Until the situation demands it. Let's I'll do good old reduced person, small legs. That shouldn't be on the toolbar. Now I just hear giant. That's the where I said it. Giants, giants, giants become unstoppable. What rings you got, bitch?
Should we proceed?
Let's see here. Oh yeah, Steve does end up being part of the docket. Yeah, sure. Why not? Hang on. Let's do a bit of a adjustment. I guess me. Camellia technically has the highest AC, so me and Reginald will be right behind, followed by the rangy boys, followed by the marshmallows. He'll chill back here. It's an odd formation, but it's mine. Sue me.
Yes?
Smile. The world's not ending just yet.
Anything else I want to cast? Nah, I'm okay just with that as the opening thing. Alright, so why am I here? Explain to me. And please no dragon. Oh,
What's on your mind?
1 second.
I wonder.
Hello. Is anybody here? I've come here to take your stuff and steal your things. Hello. Yeah, my short-term memories with. Oh no, not ghosts! Fuck that noise, man.
I will guide.
You level-draining cunt sticks. Alright, now I forgot what this chap does. Part of me thinks horrible spellcasting was a thing.
I need to concentrate.
Maybe fire damage?
voice of the
I genuinely don't
spirits.
recall. Let's assume they're gonna hit us with fire. and lightning. I'll go with that. I don't have Death Ward yet, and that's a problem. But I do have greater. Actually, go away. Alright, fuck it. We'll say hello. Ancient Sarkorian Ghost. How bad can it be?
I'm up for an adventure.
Your orders, Commander.
Keep your wits about you.
Let's stand here together, you and me. Alright. Allow me. I shall do the honors to
Knowledge is the key.
bitch slap my opponent. Charge!
I'll bathe in your blood.
Let's slice that ectoplasm asunder.
That will serve as an example.
Wow, this guy's got some heft to him. What should I see? That was a critical, but I think as a ghost you're immune to crit. Bastard! Natural armor 20. They're flat-footed, so I guess that helps. Redesigned the Seth Dry Hump facility. Oh, yeah, I remember that damn sign you put up, you little shit. I can't believe you did that. My opponent's too far away. I will wait. Alright, Wendy. Probably should have done this in the beginning. Charge! Good hit! Right, there's Steve. Also good hit. I'll move there. Alright, we're officially in the rotation. Actually no, it'll be after this turn we're in the rotation. I will absolutely cast Judgment upon you. Alright. Shit! There's another one! No! Okay, guys, they cheated. They brought more ghosts to this party. I don't agree with this. In fact, I am profoundly, deeply, and unequivocally offended. Go away! Alright. Well, someone's got to deal with these douche nozzles, I suppose.
No match for me.
You kidding me? Okay, fine!
So it comes to this.
Get. Right, so I'm getting a horrible flashback to a spell that this guy casts which causes a giant pit to appear and you fall in it. So my heavy PTSD.
I'll cut you wide open.
Just saying, just saying. Hit. Hit. Natural one. Man, that's some goddamn bullshit, you know it. Okay, how about we kind of saunter over here, right? And you chew on this. Yep, there it is. That big fuck off rift ability. It's a little less intense than I remember it being. A Rift of Ruin. Ah, what can you do? Anyways, I think we need to give this a little bonk. Right! That leaves Sid Trucklefuck the first. Sure on this! Okay, okay. Eyes exposed!
They'll beg me to stop.
Nope, nope. 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 Man, all the nopes. Okay, I just took 10 damage. Oh, so I've been knocked prone. But they sucked me into this thing. Huh? Where am I in all this? Hang on, I'm trying to stand, but... I'm assuming I'm in the pit. Yeah, because it's showing me down below. But yeah, let me read this, because I'm kind of curious. This spell tears a rift in reality, creating an extra-dimensional hole with a depth of 60 feet. So I'm definitely in that thing. Since the rift extends into the abyss, it does not displace the original underlying material or allow access to areas below the surface. You can create the rift on the deck of a ship as easily as in a dungeon floor or the ground. Yeah, but I'm sure there's more to this. Oh, there we go. That's a paragraph. Any large or smaller creature standing in the area where you first conjured the rift must make a reflex save to jump to safety in the nearest open space, which I failed. In addition, the edges of the rift are sloped, and any creature ending its turn on a square adjacent to the rift must make a reflex saving throw with a +2 bonus to avoid falling into it. Creatures subjected to an effect intended to push them into the rift, such as Bull Rush, do not get a saving throw to avoid, so you just fall in. The walls of the rift are covered in razor-sharp blades, of course they are, while the floor seethes with boiling pools of acid. Of course it does. Strange chewing vermin, writhing shards of... Basically it's a freaking giant blender. Got it. You take 6d6 damage when you fall into it. Any creature in the rift, starting on the round it enters, takes extra 66 points of damage from the rift's end runs, even if the creature is merely climbing or flying within the rift rather than standing at the bottom. The additional damage changes from round to round and is randomly selected from acid, bludgeoning, cold, electricity, fire, piercing, slashing, or sonic. Well, if it's cold or fire, it doesn't work. I'm immune to that. So that's nice. Each round, a creature in the rift can attempt a reflex save to take half damage. To climb to the rift's walls, a creature needs a successful athletics or... But 35 is the DC! Fucking hell. You kidding me? Alright, so basically I ain't getting out.
The spirits demand your blood.
Yeah, it's a really high level spell. He's almost out of juice though. Blasphemy I think has a stunning component to it. Yeah, Ember failed to save. Good roll though, 14 plus 9. Actually succeeded. So wait, what were you hit with? Oh, you still suffer the, yeah, cock. Well, and I've already seen what happens with the grease spell. This thing is not an accurate representation of where the pit is, so I don't want Reginald to fall into it. So I'm gonna take the very long way around instead to play it safe. Okay, so he's ready for next turn. Ember's locked in place. Alright, you little chuckle fuck. I'm gonna mark the bejesus out of you. Get. How'd you like that? Eh?
You are today's sacrifice.
I said, look at me. I'm having a nap.
Never stop learning.
I suppose I should stand up. Oh yeah, the banner heals you while you're in proximity to it, doesn't it? Nice. Well, there you go. Problem solved. Yeah, the enemy performed the suck.
Trivial.
The burned out husk of a traditional Sarkorian house. No houses like this have been built for a century. So this is very old magic. Not even loot. That's rare. I assume there probably is loot here somewhere. Let's take a closer look. What was the XP by the way for killing him? Because he was a chunky boy. 432 does not inspect. Wait, that's not it. Oh, 3,000. That's pretty good. That's actually quite nice. Oh, here we go. There is some loot here. I hope for your sake there's more. Oh. A lustrous blade. It is. It's a greatsword. I think Amiro might have used this. So it's enhancement 2 mithril. Whenever the wielder of this +2 mithril greatsword lands a hit with it, the enemy must pass a fortitude saving throw or be blinded. So remember, I think DC 15 is very low. Most things will make that without any problem, but they can always roll a nat 1, so you could argue 5% chance per hit that they get blinded, assuming they're not immune. I've seen worse, but I'll take it. These? Okay. Well, the good news is that those other ghosts didn't get their hands on us, so no level drain. So yay, I guess. That seems to be the sum total of what these sons of bitches have. Okay, sure, fine. Yeah, that moment of realization of who I was facing. I think the first time I did that, 3 of my characters got stuck in that damn pit. So I ended up being an egregiously longer brawl. So I figured, let's just send in one guy, and hopefully the ghost will target the main character, which they did. Keep going. Okay. Oh, that's just extra shinies. And then there's this thing. So, commander, party teleport to the target of the floor. Do we have a teleportation cycle build? So the commander's party teleports to the target fort in which it... Well, we don't have any, so this can't be used yet. Right. Okay, ate some steak, potatoes, and how do I pronounce this? Aioli? I hope I hit the spot. With, halloumi. Grilled corn on the cob. This sounds nice. Oh, my freaking spinal cord. Ah! Ugh. Oh. You can always teleport to Dresden. You think you would be able to. You got manage travel, but I'm not seeing teleport. I thought you just do this and it normally worked, but... Is that how it works anymore? My brain forgets. There is a manage option. We do have to build, because, well, as you can see, the place needs some supplies. Oh, jeez, I forgot about this. Ugh. Yeah, this came with its own conniptions. Alright, before I continue, let me go for a quick bio break. And I'm going to grab myself a little snackaroonie, which I'm going to warm up, so that way my stomach stops growling like an incessant little sausage roll. And we'll go from there. I'm trying to remember what my strategy was last time I built it. Because it'll be a little bit different since we don't have... like, we're not going to get the standard recruits, are we? I seem to recall what I focused on might have been... things like stables and... Oh, teleportation circle. We need that. Yeah, like things like training grounds and stuff like that. Basically things that made it where it generated higher number of recruits. So we built as many of them as we could. Archers were my favourite ones because, well, they could hit the enemy before things can hit them. And then you had the foot soldiers. But I don't see the option here. We've got Watchtower. Training grounds is just simply here fighters hone their combat skills and recruits undergo rigorous trials. Teleportation, smithy, shelter, sanctuary. Maybe you can only build them in towns. See, this is for mounts, I don't really care about that. And engineer, citadel, arsenal, apothecary. I think it has to be at the fortifications, I think. Can a rogue archer somehow get point blank mastery because it says I need fighter 5? I feel like that's kind of a staple for like builds that use bow and arrow. Those are already built in Dresden, but you can build them in other fortresses. Oh, is that why I'm not seeing them? Right. Oh, there you go. Archery range, yeah. So I need to get the smaller bases and just invest in that. Okay. Well, let me have a ponder of this. We're back in a few minutes, and we shall resume. So be happy. Alright, I doth return. My little wieners. See, I think one of the first things I need to build, probably this circle of teleportation, so that if we have to go back home, we can do so. It just terrifies me how much resources this takes. How much do you guys spend anyways on the the building of stuff? I forgot how much this actually matters in the grand scheme of things. So a teleportation circle, a network of teleportation circles connects the Crusade's forts, allowing forces to be transported quickly to different sections of the front line. I'm not exactly as well versed to the stratagem, because some of these buildings benefit from being adjacent to others. There's a little bit of city building here. Honestly, all that matters is circles of teleportation. So forts you've taken, you can move your party members without having to spend literal days on the road, because you can skip a journey and get ahead super quick. And then certain buildings can help drive the recruitment of your forces, so you can keep having able bodies to fight against the demon invasion. Let's see, I get archers, the rest is useless because archers plus spellcast leader can do everything. Plus I'm also a lich. I want to get recruitment as fast as possible, as soon as possible, so I build the recruitment building in all forts that I got as soon as I can. That's kind of what I did before, but as a lich though, didn't it say for me it increases the cost for recruiting? My numbers are bolstered through victory, I believe, so it's a little bit different. So I'll just eat that there. So that'll be done in a few days. So if we ever need an instant ticket back home, we got that. As a Lich, it might be less important as soon as you can destroy level 6 or 8 armies. Which, see, my strategy, I forgot what those archers were called. Maybe it was just marksmen, but there were these assassin type motherfuckers I had that were just hard carrying. Like, they could wipe out the enemy before they could somewhat just take a turn. That's a fair point, Crit. Yeah, because that only increases as you recruit more. It sucks that they're freaking charging me more. What, just because I have undead within my ranks? Everyone's a critic. Yeah, I don't need the things to be perfect, just functional. Besides, it's normal difficulty. So more often than not, we'll need a mix of these two things. Hey, welcome back, Ash. Plus 10 energy to all generals. Well, I'm only gonna have one. So, not leading it. Nowhere near as important. Let's see, just started a game where I'm a halfling primal druid who just wants one thing, to be as big as possible. I'm using a respec mod so I can respec all companions from level 1 and turn them into something a bit more interesting. That's been the biggest downside folks found for the story characters, because some you get from the very beginning, which is great. So because of that, you're afforded more options on how to rebuild them. But some recruits are so much later. You know, their first potential 4 to 6 levels are locked in. Okay, let's just buy a couple of these just so we have the resources. A couple of thousand there, maybe 400 there. I should give us what we need. As big as possible. I'm not. Look, actually, it's not even me setting up; it's them. That's already the problem. Is that there's such ranked classes that can't be saved. I'm sure folks have managed to complete runs with them, although they might not be the best choice. That's my problem with the companions too, especially with those you can only get level 9 or 10. Yeah, like they're halfway through the journey. Compared to Kingmaker, where they had useful team comps, in Wrath, you'll always miss something. Yeah, I always feel like you're getting like the short end of the stick. Alright, let me go to the top. So I think Alchemist labs are kind of pointless. Like plus 10 energy for all generals is I only have 1, and they're fine. Apothecary is medicines and invigorating potions prepared by the apothecary. Boost soldiers' energy and heal their wounds. An apothecary provides a 10% bonus to HP for all trainable units in adjoining buildings. So what, they have to be next to like certain barracks and whatnot? You'd kind of want them to be in the middle of all this, I think. But we're going to be focusing mainly on archery, right? So I guess I'll just plonk one there. A skilled master craftsman makes sturdy armor here that not even demon blades can pierce. So this is an arsenal, provides a +1 bonus AC. I don't really care for that because I'm going to be doing mainly damage. Citadel. This is a stall tactic. I don't think Dresden needs this. It's more the other fortifications do. Basically, it buys you 3 days. Well, I suppose I could do this in case I really fuck up. Lan is now a psychokineticist. Ember is going to be a winter witch. And the only thing I don't know yet is if I'm going angel or Azata mythic path. I would say do one you haven't done. Unless, well, I can't speak for Azata because I haven't done that myself. I found Halls of Glory. Where is that one? Oh, it's right here. Valuable trophies captured by the Crusaders draw glory hunting mercenaries to the crusade. For the chance to join such an illustrious fighting force, they're willing to offer services at a discount. Reduces the cost of recruiting mercenary. I'd have to build this just so I can get them out of, you know, to counter the downside of being a freaking lich. You definitely want the hospitals. The hospital is where clerics and healers tend to wounded, so it gives 5% infirmary. So less inclined to have my forces get brutally murdered. Oh, Hall of Strategy is what you meant. A Hall of Strategy is... a Hall of Strategy provides a +1 bonus to attack and defense, and +2 bonus to power of all generals. I could definitely do one of those. What am I missing? A couple of these, it seems. I'll take that. Oh, these are chunky! Wait, so you do this just to yoke out your general? That's hilarious. Lel. I mean, it certainly simplifies it. So yeah, +1 bonus to attack and defense, and +2 bonus to power for all generals. I mean, it's a decent strat. I can't deny that. Okay, I'm gonna pretty much burn all my gold on this just so I can keep fleshing this place out. I don't think you have to fill in all the squares. Do, 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 do. Boop 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 boo. Boo doo boop 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 boo. Do 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 do. Later you just cast 1 AoE and be done. I hope. Let's see. Don't really care for the stables, do I? It's all about the archers. Mercenary guild increases the number of... I don't care about the mercenaries either. Military... Oh yeah, we also have to build to boost up the fucking stats as well. I always forget about that. Pathfinder Society provides a +1 bonus to attack, AC, and saving throws for all units, but we don't have the energy points. Smithy, training grounds. I already built the watchtower, right? Teleportation circle, main barracks hospital. Oh, I didn't. Watchtower provides all allied units within the fort's area for control a +1 bonus to attack, AC, and saving throws. I suppose I can just toss one of those and call it a day. Okay, so call it a work in progress. Right, so these bastards need to head back. But you guys also need rest, because we're in the middle of nowhere.
You're so sure that your beauty and softly spoken ways will always save you. The day will come when they are not enough.
Oh, is that against Camellia?
But when that day comes, the spirits of Socorus will come to my aid.
Ah, oh, that's a scopium. What spirits? The only spirits you got is that bottle of booze in your freaking back pocket. Uh-oh. Why is this happening? More dreams, apparently. Day 2, month. Lamashan 10, year 4715. Dreams have puzzled the minds of mortals since ancient times. Strangely, the most obvious explanation of the mystery of dreams has appeared quite recently. The most obvious, but obviously wrong one, is that dreams are but the delirium of a tired mind as it digests the day's events. Ancient humans were much smarter when they thought dreams were messages of good patrons or the opposite, the interventions of demonic powers. In this case, both hypotheses are correct, illogical as that may be. The commander is asleep in his anxious dreams. He sees blood-stained stones, smoking torches, rusty chains and bars. Once again, he's in the dungeons of Dresden, chained in a cell. Huge demons lumber around, clawing at the filthy walls with a horrifying sound. Death in their fanged jaws seems imminent, but more painful still is the expectation of tortures that never begin. Unable to move, barely conscious in a horrible semi-delirium, the commander mutters a stream of curses. Curses and profanities. What words could be better suited to this foul place? The fever of endless expectation is broken by a whisper, a gentle breath of fresh air in the stifling darkness. The ruby eyes of a demoness. Wait, is this you, Arushli? The ruby eyes of a demoness peer at the commander through the bars. She is similar to the other creatures of the abyss, but also entirely dissimilar. Yeah, it is her. Remember me, I'm Arushli. You denied me freedom, but I hold no grudge. I've come to set you free. This again. The chains holding the commander's body crumble to dust. The dark visitor takes a step towards him, passing through the bars as easily as if they were made of paper, and holds out her hand. Fly with me. In response, the commander can only mumble. Let's see here. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this could be demon trickery. Get back, demon! Let's see. Please don't make me leave. I wish you no harm. The dungeon disappears. Oh, she just takes you. Now the demoness and the commander are flying over a moonlit plain. Enemies are hunting you. Demons that have somehow acquired unusual powers that are unprecedented among common demons. You're also hunting them. You're trying to figure out who is sending them and where the source of their power lies. I will show you where to find the answer. A finger with a manicured claw points down to a cliff top where stands an ancient fortress slowly crumbling to dust. A bell without a tongue, an insane crone. Make it speak once more, and she won't be able to keep her silence either. She'll give you all answers. Wake up and try and understand what happened in the dream. Well, I know where we're going. A bit different, actually. The images fade away. The commander opens his eyes and whispers a word unknown. Alien, brought by the passing dream. Green Gates. The name of the fortress. If the demoness is to be believed, what a curious notion, there is a deranged crone hiding there who knows where the demons with these unheard of abilities are coming from. It'll be intriguing to learn who this crone is, what she knows, and whether this dream is but a trick to lure the commander into a trap. We cannot find out without visiting the place from the dream. So you do still get the quest, even if you decide to leave her there. We are rested. So let me send these poor saplings back to Dresden. Yeah. Ooh, we have been ambushed. Didn't take the golden frog in the old sycamore caves because I did not want to trigger the fight. It turns out I can take it as I get out of the cave. Oh, you can? This is good to know. Also, we appear to be a little bit surrounded here, lads. Oh boy. Well, Steve? Those are some fairly chunky enemies. Now, let's do a hashtag this. That's going to trigger attack of opportunity? Damn. Oh, here come that boy. Ow! Very well. You rage? I'll rage too.
You've made your choice.
Oink. 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 Oink.
Yeah.
I'll rip you apart!
Oh shoot, there's one right behind us. I didn't even see that one. Well, we got this side mostly handled. Right, so what am I doing here with these little wankers? I might clap my hands and say a prayer, although we should probably try and catch these guys in the midst of that spell. Clang! Oh, here come that boy. You sundered my armor. Alright, so, Steve, what are we doing here, man? We've got to finish off a few of these chuckle fucks. Nice.
Go for their hearts!
No fear.
DPS. Ow. Did one final little bite. Animal! On he goes. That brings it back to you.
They'll beg me to stop!
Ow. Get him, Rachel.
Retreat is not an option.
Bye-bye.
Out of my sight!
Alright, Steve, you're up, buddy. Nice. 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 Ooh, wait, can we charge? Oh, we can. Doof, 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 doof. Stab it. She was just as surprised as I was. Such an audible gasp.
Keep your calm.
Okay, well that takes care of those ne'er-do-wells. Now try and get back to Dresden, because at some point we're already hit with fatigue. But too late! We've made it home. Citadel, please. So I'm gonna have a bunch of conversations likely happening here. Sometimes you just can't save everyone. Truer words have never been spoken. Wenduag. Let's see, a fresh bruise swells on the huntress's cheekbone. Wenduag releases a furious hiss reminiscent of a nest of fighting vipers. Let's see, I'm so sick and tired of it, I can't tell what irritates me more, the stupidity of the uplanders' way of life or the arrogance with which they call anything else savagery. Let's take a closer look. I'm going to use our own perception against her. Which, I'll do it. Under her mask of anger, you can clearly see her insecurity and wounded pride. Ooh, okay, she's not feeling good. What happened? Avoiding eye contact with you, Wenduag growls quite and slightly. It was nothing. I just had a run-in with a bunch of morons who have crap for brains. Alright, I need some specifics, please. This crooked tiefling approached me. He was fawning over me and smiling, and he bought me some good wine, and he kept saying that he'd be thrilled if I just take a look at his weapons. He said he was a craftsman, and that he'd be really flattered if a fighter of my quality appraised his work, so I did. And he kept pushing. Take a look at this blade. Try out this bow, the scumbag. Okay, I mean, so far it just sounds like a merchant trying to, you know, peddle his goods. So, I chose a dagger for myself, a good one, with a blackened blade and a skinner. I really liked it. I picked it up, praised the work of that horn-headed scum. Alright, easy now. Told him he was a decent craftsman and that I was impressed, and off I went. But then he pounced on me, grabbed my arm. You must understand, master, that I couldn't let that go unpunished. So I knocked his teeth out with the handle of the very same dagger. Oh, she didn't pay. I remember this. He started yelling that I stole from him, and a crowd gathered, and everyone else was giving me dirty looks. Like they were all so superior. As if I was some savage who crawled out of a hole just to bother these squeaky clean scumbags. What do they know? In Neathholm, every craftsman sees it as an honour if a hunter chooses his weapon. And these uplanders, ugh. Wenderog's eyes are ablaze and she lets out a hiss, baring her teeth, but bewilderment still seeps into her voice. Yeah, so she probably hasn't fully figured out how things are done here. So, we got a few things. So do you really care what they think of you? With a frown, Wendorg replies in a dull voice. A hunter must be respected. A hunter fights so the tribe can survive. A hunter dies first so the tribe can live on. Those uplanders aren't my tribe, and if they despise me and laugh at me, why should I fight for their lives? Why should I die? If only I'd known that for my blood I'd get paid in mockery, I would have thought twice before leaving the caves. Now you can clearly tell that Wendorg is deeply insulted. I got that. So we've got a few things. Let's see. We have this custom of paying for things, see? Instead of just taking them for free. We don't usually... That's just gonna, like... Don't do that one. And that's just being mean. And that's also being mean. For now... Let's see. Forget about them. They're not worth another moment of our attention. Wendorg nods, her expression dark, but then she throws a wary glance at you. You're not saying that because you think I need protection, are you? And I hope you're not trying to comfort me. I don't need comforting by anyone. I'm not trying to coddle him. Seth, you're a lich. Yeah, so... I'm not fully a lich yet, but I'm getting there. You're going to Wendorg romance? Maybe. Yeah, folks often misunderstand just because, you know... They instantly think Lich has to be mean. No, they don't. You can definitely make evil choices, but, you know, they're within my retinue. As long as they perform well, I don't see any reason to be a cunt. So we've got this. Comfort a fighter who's not afraid of blades or demon claws. Don't be ridiculous. It's a good response. No, I just don't give a damn about that toothless tiefling or what people might say. Yeah, it's just also closer. Yeah. Her expression clearing, Wendorg nods and regains her usual ease. I knew you'd understand. It's not like I give a damn about what they say. Why would I? Stupid uplanders. The huntress's voice sounds a little too nonchalant. There's just one question left to answer. What should I do with this dagger now? An elegant weapon where the blackened blade appears in Wendorg's hands. Honestly, I mean, just give the money. Ah, fuck this, man. Keep it. Wendorg nods, satisfied, and answers in a purring voice. Thank you. I'll consider it a gift from you. I'll pay on the sly. It's fine. It's a +1 dagger, for fuck's sake. Oh, now who? Oh, wait, isn't this the... I think this is... This might be the Kickstarter content. The name sounds familiar. Selkind. He has a very awkward cadence to the way he speaks. Before you stands a tall, fit man whose dark hair is already tinged with grey. He greets you with a brisk military salute. Let's see, my name is Captain Sailkind. Actually, no, this is someone else. I remember his quest bugged out. Something weird happened with this quest in both campaigns. I command the vanguard of a mercenary group called the Blackstone Company. We've come from Andorran to assist you. Or maybe it is the extra content. Mr. Stitch said that we can get sushi. We haven't had sushi since the before times. Wait, this is pre-COVID is what you mean. His quest bugs out in Act 5. Yeah, it happened to me both in Campaign 1 and 2. I want to know more about your unit. The Blackstone Company is proud to be recognised as one of the finest Andorran mercenary regiments. We're not a bunch of unscrupulous sellswords looking to oppress the innocent and serve the tyrants of the world. No. We're adventurers eager to get involved in a dangerous enterprise and leave it with pockets full of gold and a clear conscience. Which is why we held a vote among our units. We are glad to accept Queen Galfrey's invitation to join the crusade, though some of our commanders, did voice their displeasure with the sum she offered was Galfrey. She's very prone to causing insult. But like I said, we Andorrans are a free people who cannot be pushed around and who cannot be bought, only convinced. I never got it to work in Act 5. I think I had to toy box that, like to check the quest is done. That sounds pretty darn warm, Monsieur Holodidor. Why'd you join up with us? Queen Galfrey paid for our services, but please do not think that we're fighting for gold alone. We are true sons and daughters of Andorrans, so the ideals of equality and resisting enslavement ring true in our hearts. We'll be glad to stand in the way of demons who seek to force mortal kind into bondage. The bulk of our company made camp in Nerosian, but the vanguard, consisting of our finest soldiers if I may add, was put under your command. Alright, let's learn more about you then, pal. The man flashes a genuine smile. I don't even know what to say to that. I'm a soldier, bit of an explorer, and a just all-around honest man. Okay, go on with your duties then. Yes, sir. Glad to be under your command. Captain Sailkind salutes you again, smiles and adds in a softer voice, it'll be an honour to serve with you, Commander. If you have any questions, let me know. If you need to talk, I'd be happy to lend an ear. Well, there you go. Ooh. Oh, wait, Zacharias? Where is he? The grim voice... Oh, he's in my brain. The grim voice of Zacharias the Lich suddenly booms inside your mind. Student, you have proven yourself a worthy crusader. To defeat the demons in this war, you have fearlessly sought the secrets of death. Your determination deserves respect. Thank you. Merely following your lead, pal. Now we can proceed with your great transformation to a Lich. For that, I shall need a suitable laboratory where I can scrutinize and condition your spiritual body in solitude, preparing it for rebirth. As for you, you'll need a palace from which you will rule over legions of the dead. Give the order to erect a ziggurat in Dresden. Oh yeah, this is what you said I need to build to get Staunton into the fray. Zacharias' imperious voice betrays a hint of vanity. It must be an imposing building, one worthy of receiving me as its guest. This is where you will discover eternal life. If the need arises to demolish a few buildings for the construction, ensure that they are located far enough away from the squalor of the slums. I do not wish for my ingredient source to be ravaged by rats. Okay. So, see to it being done. Leading a war, soldiers life, blah blah blah. No. I'll demolish each and every house in Dresden if I have to. I need a party. I'll go with... I will say, we'll go with this one, as you wish. You display sensible obedience, that is good. For that, I shall reward you generously. Get on with it. Yeah, I mean, once I have that power... What can I say? I'm power hungry. Ah, Captain O'Downs. WoW apparently added their first support spec. This spec is also getting booted from parties for low DPS. But it's a support class, though. So I think DPS is their secondary thing. It's more... Shouldn't they be synergizing with the rest of the party members? The tall, gaunt half-elf salutes you solemnly. Commander, it's an honour to call this first meeting of the Military Council to order. I am Captain Ordan, and I've been serving under your command ever since the assault on the Grey Garrison. I'll do my best to be of as much use to you as possible in this role. There's Reginald. The foundation of the military is cold calculation and discipline. These are the principles I'll seek to impart to the Crusaders. If we're to win this war, we must forget about mercy for our enemies, for our troops, and for ourselves. Well, Commander, your sister Asila is no renowned general, but she spent half her life tussling with evil. It looks like I'll be stepping up on behalf of all of Iomede's faithful here. I hope my advice will prove useful. Now we'll see what we get. They're not supposed to have high DPS, but WoW players are addicted to DPS trackers, so they can't comprehend the low DPS of the support is compensated by higher DPS of everyone else. Man, this game has changed, you whippersnappers. Let's see, Master, your army needs a change. The Uplanders have already proven that their methods of warfare are lacking, and their fastidiousness leads to unnecessary losses. I'll teach them how to cast aside their morals and destroy the enemy by the most ruthless means available. Well, the first issue on the Military Council's agenda is the reorganization of troops. Our infantry has been bled dry. The forces Her Majesty granted to us were enough to take Dresden, but we need more troops to hold it. Furthermore, the army was assembled in great haste after the assault on Canabris and was never adequately equipped. Unfortunately, we don't have much time for redeployment. Our scouts report that a powerful Baelor Khoramzadeh is already preparing a retaliatory strike on Dresden, but we can rely on freshly conscripted Mendevian soldiers. They may not have the skill, but our strength, as always, lies in the number and the fervour of the volunteers joining the Crusades. So cannon fodder, basically. They just see a player with a way too low DPS compared to what they used to, so they boot them from parties. That's mean. If Blizz did that spec right, that will last until the first raid race, in which the top guilds use that spec to increase their total raid DPS by some ridiculous number, which would definitely give some vindication to the supposed new support spec. We can't throw everyone into the meat grinder. We'll just get our use killed for nothing. We need to select the best among the recruits, or even better, hold a contest. The bravest and the most capable will join the Crusaders. To which Reginald is, the death count is always highest in the infantry. Its purpose is to serve as a shield. It would be wise to invest our resources in hiring and training heavy footmen with shields to ensure maximum protection, even if it limits their mobility and makes them less threatening to the enemy. In which case, Wenduog, an ominous smile spreads across Wenduog's face. I've noticed that not all uplanders are equal. While some eat and drink all they like, others sit in stone cells for gongs on end, feeding on refuse. You call those criminals. They have no rights, so why don't we force them to join our ranks and get ourselves a fresh supply of troops? Conscript the troops. Also, lawnmower gods, think we don't know?
I can help cut the fake grass that comes with sushi ashrei, eh?
You're such a shitheel. Oh, and turning off. Thank you very much for the 55-month resub at tier 2. Thank you so much, man.
Stands up to be counted for the randomizer run.
Oh shit, I do still have that goal, don't I? I think your best chance will be round about when PoE's out, because that's when I get a usual influx of subs. But you guys are certainly welcome to try and hit that goal now if you're feeling daring. But thank you for the resub. Appreciate the 55 months at tier 2. And once again, thank you Lawnmower Gods for the dono. I kept asking myself why this specific dude has a portrait, but it's because you can make him a general in Act 5. Or why this particular NPC does while others don't. So, if you do all these, this is just a more fluff dialogue. So, Captain Odan, what does the Military Council do? The Military Council determines the strategy for our troops, enacts army reforms, improves new equipment standards, and makes decisions on all issues regarding military action on the front lines. Who is this Baelor Khoramzadeh? The most trusted servant of the Demon Lord Discari. Among the historians of the Mendevian Crusades, he's known as the strategist of the World Wound. He's not as renowned as Minago, the conqueror of Dresden, or Hepsamira, daughter of Baphomet, but he has claimed the most major victories over the forces of Mendev. He's a general, and quite possibly one of the best tacticians in the entire Abyss. I've been studying his style of warfare for years. He may seem like an ordinary demon, another typical war taskmaster, but that's a fallacy. Like a beast following a scent, he senses weakness in his enemy's defences and strikes at them, sending soldiers to bring targeted carnage. His uncanny charisma attracts more and more soldiers to him. So he's never short on troops and sacrifices them like pawns whenever he pleases in order to achieve his victories. Khoramzadeh is the face of the demon host. For many years I've been gathering research on him, preparing for the day our armies would clash with his once more. I hope my council will help you defeat him, but so far Khoramzadeh has known no defeats. Until now. But yeah, thank you again, Tonikov. Let's see, I have questions for my advisors, so let's start from the top. Sira, have you ever commanded an army before? Not on a scale like this, of course not. But I have fought evil, and I know its tricks. Besides, war makes people callous, and it's always useful to have a paladin advisor around to remind you at a crucial moment what we're actually fighting for, right? Regil, why do you wish to sit on the military council? I have command experience, and I intend to impart to the Crusaders at least a modicum of the discipline and rigidity of the Hell Knights. The quality of the Mendevian staff currently available to you leaves much to be desired. Reginald glances at the wincing Captain Odan. That much is certain. Wenduag, you want to command my troops. Wenduag raises her head proudly. And why not? I used to lead our tribe's hunters through the most dangerous caves, and we always returned with spoils. I know how to win, how to think ahead, how to be merciless. And I'll certainly be a better advisor to you than this uplander. Her casual nod in Captain Odan's direction makes him frown with displeasure. How about you, Captain Odan? Captain Odan bows ceremoniously. I've served on the front lines of the Mendevian army for over 25 years, and in that time I've gained a wealth of combat experience. His voice sounds calm, but his face darkens at the mention of wealth of combat experience. I'm considered one of the foremost experts on tactics and strategy in Queen Galfrey's officer corps. I've spent my whole life studying the craft of warfare, and I'm familiar with the thoughts of all prominent military leaders of the last 5 centuries. Furthermore, I wholeheartedly believe in the traditions of Mendev's military art, and will gladly share my knowledge with you, Commander. Well, we got a breakdown. Let's hear their opinion, shall we? Everyone looks at you expectantly. So, Sela, do you really need only the bravest and most capable for our infantry? I mean, we can't send untrained rookies to a slaughter. We have the right to command only those who are ready for battle, those who can defeat the enemy. We must find out who has the skill and the guts. Contests are perfect for that, and a little excitement for our warriors couldn't hurt much either. We won't get that many winners, but their strength will come from their prowess, not their numbers. To which Reginald responds with, your proposal would leave us with an infantry full of selfish risk-takers dreaming of glory and valour. That's a bad material for a soldier. The infantry's role is to be a shield for the archers and mages. All they're required to do is follow orders and hold the line, unto victory or death. Ambitious loners cherry-picked through contests of skill are not fit to perform this duty. So, why do you insist on shield bearers, said Reginald? The infantry is a meat shield, intended to catch the blade of the opposing army in its flesh. The shield must be reliable. That is all that is required of it. That is why I would like to see well-armoured shield bearers as our foot soldiers. We must have the option of pitting ranks of footmen against a tide of rampaging demons, knowing with certainty that they will not scatter or die until they have completed their task. And when do I? Criminals? Scoundrels you want to rely on? It's a shame that shield bearers fucking suck, because Reginald has the right idea. Yeah, RP-wise, I thoroughly agree with Reginald. Mechanically speaking, horrible. Not to mention the 3D work for them makes it look like they're missing half their brains. Like the smooth brain, then there's half brain. I don't plan to rely on them. I plan to rely on the chain of archers who will follow them and shoot anyone who dares to run. The foot soldiers would have no choice but to fight, and those hardened criminals know how to fight for their lives. It's true, they won't charge into battle shouting your name, master, but their upkeep will cost us a pittance. They'll serve their purpose as a meat shield, and no one will shed any tears over their demise. Since they wronged the tribe, let them atone for their deeds with blood. It's a good point, man. Besides, other uplanders also have prisoners filled with criminals, don't they? We can borrow them. Our neighbours will be only too happy to have fewer mouths to feed. And here comes Sela with the Holier Than Thou speech. This is like some wicked parody of redemption. Giving them a chance to turn over a new leaf is one thing, but herding them to their deaths with bows trained on their backs, this is not what the Crusaders should be. I have a war to win. I used shield bearers in my first campaign and plonked them in the front of my sharpshooters and never moved them. That's kind of what I ended up doing. Pretty sure we had a similar strat, because they're very tanky boys. And El Capitan, what about you? Yes, institute a draft and try to amass as many new soldiers from Mendev and other lands as we can. We've always drawn our strength from our zeal and our determination to oppose evil. If we start holding contests or selections, we'll turn a holy crusade into a job for the chosen few and scare away future volunteers. If we try changing our tried and true tactics, we'll lose valuable time, and our army is in need of fresh blood right now. The shield those misfits losers are going to form will be flimsy as shit. Wow. We better support it with a line of crossbowmen at the rear, who won't let them take off at the first sign of trouble. Man, when do I got no shield? Captain Odan is alright, but goddamn, is he just as bad as Galfrey? Yeah. You'd be like, you know this this status quo that we've maintained, let's continue to maintain it. Alright, everything's cleared out. So these are the options. So option 1, if you go with Sealer, you would get champions. Well, basically, footmen turn to champions. If you go with Reginald, the footmen will become shield bearers. If you go with Wenduog, the footmen will become convicts. And if you go with Odan, then they'll become conscripts. I'll be honest. The two people that have made the best case, to my amazement, Wenduog makes a good point. The shield bearers would be the solid methodical choice, but she made a good point in using these guys as cannon fodder. I'm talking more RP rather than mechanically speaking. The guy is so used to standard battle tactics that he fails to realize those tactics have been failing for the past 100 years. I mean, the flip side of the coin is that it's what's maintained the current status quo, so he's going with what he knows. A very gal-free option to pick. And it's like beating your head against the wall. Eventually the wall will drop. With enough heads to smack it. So I'm going to, for a change of pace, I'm going to go with this one. Let's drag the criminals out of their dungeons and make infantry of them. Wenduog grins maliciously. I'll find the meanest jailers to keep that riffraff in check. We'll need to scare our new soldiers real good so they won't even think about running away. My guy is also thinking, there's a lot of them. They can actually serve a purpose, and in the event they die, I'll just raise them into undead. Captain Odan salutes you formally. Thank you for your time, Commander. When the reforms are finished and the ranks of our infantry are replenished, I will assemble the military council to discuss new decisions. He accepts the choice, whereas that envoy from Nerosia needs to learn to shut the fuck up. Every single time I choose an option that's not her, she's like, "Wait, what?" I'm like, "What? It's your opinion. Like, you're offering me counsel, I'm choosing to take your counsel and put it in my suggestion box," as I point to a giant trash can. Cow.
Are you sure?
Yes! Captain Simsalot. Fucking Harmatton. Dear Lord, what an asshole. Hail, Commander. The last Korean DLC adds another choice here to turn them into dog trainers. like battle hounds? Hail, Commander. Before you, an aged yet fit and sturdy Garundi stands at attention. His dark skin has an earthy tone to it, and crystals sparkle forth from where his hair and eyebrow should be, clearly identifying him as an Orid. Captain Harmattan, chair of your staff council, by order of Her Majesty Queen Galfrey, here to deliver a report. The footman can summon dogs once per combat. Ah, cool! Like an extra unit. I'm on this council too, Sealer salutes briskly. We'll be racking our brains on how to improve troop morale. I reckon the key is to back up our words with actions, lead your soldiers by example, and they'll be eager to follow. Drawing on my experience as a paralictor, my advice is to maintain calculated moderation in every regard, be it an incentive or penalty, and to be decisive. We have no need for doubts or turmoil. And Darren, yeah. I'm doomed to be your advisor, but do you know what that means? That you're doomed to listen to my advice. To start things off, here's an incredible novel and deep thought for you. Loyalty, passion, and morale. All of these can be easily bought with money. Good to know, Darren. Let's see. Commander, permission to report. We've encountered a problem. Yeah, you're under Galfrey's employ. You always bring problems, seldom solutions. Although we're still getting volunteers, we're now seeing cases of desertion. Gee, I wonder who is the one responsible for that. Many who joined the Dresden campaign believe that their duty has been fulfilled with the victory and they're not keen on staying in the garrison. Those from Canabras wish to return home and rebuild their ruined city. Lastly, there are those who are afraid of lingering in a place where demons might show up with a retaliatory expedition at any moment. Yeah, this ain't a fucking ski resort, right? It's the tip of the spear against the demons. My suggestion is to improve living conditions for the privates. How about I drag my privates across your... Sorry. I'm in a very sniffy mood today. I like to think that's my character's internal monologue as he's listening to Harmattan just bark commands. Raise their pay, give them extra rations, and reward those who have distinguished themselves on the battlefield with commendations and gifts. No. Soldiers don't want to leave armies that appreciate them. What? Bribe them? How about we kill the privates and raise them as... Exactly, yeah. Then they'll be adding literally to the foundations of my army. I feel for those folks, but we have to convince them to stay. I think we might get help from the servants of the gods. They'll tell the soldiers that the danger is not yet past and inspire them to keep up the fight against evil. As long as the wound is open, the whole world is in danger. We can't just go home and live like we used to, no matter how badly we want that to happen. Exactly. We gotta keep pushing. We have the demons on the retreat, and these guys want to go back home. Oh yeah. Dragon D's Nut Slayer. Gift is German for poison, kind of fitting here, especially towards my ends. Most of the Crusaders are volunteers, but they have no right to subvert military discipline. That kind of attitude is tantamount to treason regardless of who expresses it. We have to identify the instigators, arrest them, and administer harsh punishment to make an example of them. Now you're talking my language. Keep going. Let's see. This problem is quite simply solved with coin. By handing money out to privates, it's practically throwing it away. We need to pay the officers handsomely, then they'll figure out how to raise their subordinates' morale. So one is bribe the higher-ups. Harmatons is shower them with gifts and praise. What are they fucking... Oh, am I trying to Pavlovian condition them? I'm not running a fucking popularity contest. It's a crusade. Bunch of whiny bitches. No wonder there's been a stalemate for so long, with Galfrey leading this. Sorry, I'm getting irate again. Deep breaths. Woosah. Find my center. I used the teleport to Dresden and got an encounter on the road. What, mid-teleport? But was it a skeleton salesman? Okay, tell me, Captain, what does the Staff Council do? To apparently trigger sedition in my army. In short, we make sure that whenever orders are given, they're executed properly. That is rich coming from you. Sorry, I have some meta-knowledge on this guy. He's an arsehole. Our job is to keep the soldiers' morale high. Apparently they're freaking idiocy as well, so they always follow their officers' commands without question. As for the officers themselves, we look out for any unseemly or incompetent types, try looking in a mirror, who subvert the troops' trust. Alright, I got questions for the dipshits. Let's get Harmatton out of the way, right? Just early. Captain Harmatton, why did the Queen appoint you to preside over this council? Because he is her tier 3 sub and has subscribed to Queen Galfrey's OnlyFans account. That's why. Let's see. I'd been in the Assyrian infantry for 100 years fighting for 3 pharaohs. Then after I joined the Crusaders, I served Her Majesty Queen Galfrey for 2 more decades. I dare to hope that I've gained decent experience over those years. You'd think so. Okay, see that. What do you bring to the council? It's pretty self-explanatory. We're not fighting for a sawmill here. This is a crusade against the abyss. When you're up against demons, you bring a paladin. It's a rule that's tried and very much true. How about you, Regil? I have extensive experience being in command, and as a Hell Knight, I possess a firmness that some of your other officers may be lacking. The essence of my counsel is not to spoil your troops, but to maintain their discipline strategically. Amidst the chaos of war, a general has to be a beacon of order and purpose for their soldiers. They will be just as grateful to receive rewards or lashes from such a general, and most importantly, they won't even think to disobey their orders. I agree. OnlyFans account? The woman is over 100 years old. Yeah, but her youth is maintained, so... I think she drinks some fancy potion or some shit. Another person... Exactly! Like, I feel like... You got the envoy from Nerosian, you got Harmatton, you got Nora. So Socio's borderline useless. I'm like, what the fuck is she doing? She wonders why they were at an impasse for so long. Darren, what about you? Mostly, I'm just waiting for it to end, but since I have little choice, I'll give you some advice on how to charm your subordinates, be they people of importance or simple commoners.
Mad, exile, mad.
Thank you for the biddies, Cam. Cool.
Seth, my friend, never laughs at my candy bar jokes. They just snickers.
Thank you for the biddies, Cam. Cool. Seek therapy. I'll tell you the biggest secret straight away. Free money. Gold has the most miraculous power there is. I see. Alright, let's go into further detail. Captain Harmatton, what would you advise? There we go. The volunteers believe that we've almost won. Great. Let's not ruin this pretty illusion. Instead, we'll turn it to our advantage. We'll increase rations and pay for the privates, rewarding the most distinguished with commendations and gifts. Who would abandon the victors when they provide you with good food and even better coin? To which Regil responds with, it's naive to expect the troops won't understand. that we would just be trying to appease them. An army cannot stand if it's held together by handouts and desperate promises. We shouldn't lie to our soldiers. If we build up flimsy illusions now, the demons will shatter them later. Those fighting alongside us must recognize the seriousness of the situation instead of celebrating victory when the war has just begun. Darren, you? Our forces are in good spirits, it's just that the euphoria of victory has gone to a few heads. No one can sober them up quicker than the officers, especially those of lower rank. We'll give our dear oafs, all those sergeants and corporals, a bonus on the sly, then promise to sweeten the deal once they've convinced the volunteers to stay. Perhaps they'll do so over a mug of beer, or maybe with a broken nose. Why bother solving problems yourself when you can push them off on someone you pay? Your bought loyalty will run out even sooner than your gold. Once soldiers turn into profiteers instead of following orders, they start praising them. They'll wonder whether or not it's worth their while to obey their general. I hardly need to explain the effect this will have on discipline. What about you, Seela? The situation's not that dire, morale is high, and we've just won a major victory, so some have let down their guards. We have to call for priests and paladins to get it through to the volunteers that it's still early for celebration. If they leave for their homes today, Dresden will fall again tomorrow, and the day after, the demons will show up on their doorstep. It's like putting the fear of God in them. Delegation, the greatest superpower there is, through coin! Servants of the gods are indeed the masters of sweet-talking others into dying free of charge, all through pretty words. But when the choice comes down to inspired preaching or homemade pies, 9 of every 10 will look comfort in their home and at their table. Their incentive needs to be more substantial than wasted breath. Oh, you're getting your first dose of mythic juice. Reginald, what do you suggest? There's no place in the army for the mindset of playing soldier today than going home tomorrow. These dangerous ideas must be suppressed with the utmost harshness. We'll identify the most vocal rabble-rousers and exact punishment on them as an example to others. They may be volunteers, but they joined the ranks of the Crusaders. We can't abet in their rejection of their responsibilities, or we'll be heading towards complete chaos and therefore defeat. That's a great plan. If you want your soldiers to run back home twice as fast. They came here of their own volition. We must convince them to stay, not terrorize them into fighting. Alright, so here's the options. From an RP standpoint, Reginald is made the best case. Sealand maybe second. Glory of Heroes is what exactly? Basically, you can just boost morale. Reginald's is hunting down mutiny. Crusade morale increases by 16 to 25 recruitment growth for trainable units, reduces by 10%. The cost of recruitment. Ooh, okay. Darren. Bribes for the officers. Big morale boost. And Sir Simsalot is another morale bonus. Yeah, I'm probably going to go with Reginald. Reginald, find the instigators and make an example of them. Affirmative. I already have my eye on the most spirited ones. I will apprehend them immediately. Thank you, Commander. Should any other difficulties arise that require your attention, I'll deliver a new report promptly.
Let's say
look who it is! The most annoying NPC next to fucking Galfrey, Lady Economy. You know, I could do with a kitsune rug. Do you have a Skinner here? This pretentious little shit. Alright. I'm gonna have to, push my anger down a bit. Why does Galfrey send me all these shit heels? I have a job to do, man. Not play politics with these jerk-offs. See, this is why having an unquestioning army of undead followers is far better than these schmuck brigades. A sharp-looking kitsune gives you a quick, business-like bow. Commander, the matters before us are urgent, so let's not stand on ceremony. I am Lady Economy, the official attaché of Nerosian. Here are my credentials. She presents a scroll adorned with Galfrey's seal. That's a very fancy piece of toilet paper you've got. Her Majesty has instructed me to lead your headquarters diplomatic council. Go on. Impress me. Honestly, I was surprised when Lady Economy asked me to join this council, but I will do my best to fill the shoes of a trained diplomat. Well, she needed the village idiot to be present to stroke her own ego, so you'll feel right at home here, Socio. I, like many, know I'm being very mean. I like to think, like, anytime I lash out, it's my my main character's internal dialogue, but he's keeping it in check at all times. It's like when, when Ainz gets either too angry or flustered. His undead racial ability calms him down. I'd like to think, like, internally this is what I want to say vocally, but I suppress my emotions. Maybe Galfrey sent you here so she could be rid of it. Probably, yeah. She's on my hands. I, like many nobles, have been trained in diplomacy, and in fact I hold the title of Royal Emissary. It is passed down the Arendelle line. I must say that prior to this day, I employed my diplomatic skills solely to undermine Mendev's international reputation. Great! It is time to break that habit. I imagine preventing international scandals will be just as interesting as causing them. Who knows? I might even enjoy it. So, what's the Diplomatic Council and why do I need it? To solve matters of politics, of course. The Crusade is more than just battles and sieges. It is the largest military project in all Avestan, funded by the treasuries of more than a dozen major powers. And each one of those powers, in addition to seeking victory over the demons, also pursues its own goals. The Diplomatic Council will manage this tangle of political interests and prevent the Crusade from losing the favour of influential benefactors. So, basically those that fund us. You need a green sparkle overlay for your cam when you get suppressed. Oh god, I wish I had the know-how for that. Press a little button. Let's see. And while we're at it, ensure that Nerosian remains satisfied with the state of affairs. After all, for the last 100 years, the entirety of Mendevian politics has revolved around the Crusades in some shape or form. That is why the capital has sent me here to observe, offer suggestions, and keep the diplomatic situation under control. It's a very polite way of saying do as we say, and nothing else. I see, you were sent to keep an eye on me. Whatever gave you that idea, Commander? I'm not an overseer, I'm your loyal advisor. I do not intend to meddle in the way you run things. Yes, you do! That's a fucking lie, and you know it! Just consult with you in cases where the price of error is too high. Once again, a very verbose way of saying of do what I say. Put your trust... Dude, I would sooner put my trust by sticking my head in the gaping maw of a fucking Vescavor than listen to you. Once again, internal monologue. After all, none of us here want to see Cheliax and Druma at each other's throats trying to settle their dispute by using their influence on us as political leverage. Am I wrong? And I doubt you'd like it if we made enemies in the ranks of Nerosian nobility who would attempt to undermine your war effort. Oh, they can undermine all they want. I'm still going to break their legs and feed it to them. This won't happen as long as you trust my experience. That sounds like a threat. Alright. Tell me more about the Royal Council. What is it? The Royal Council, operating under Her Majesty, is the highest governing body in Mendev and comprises her most able and trusted servants. Able and trusted. Yeah, you do realise she sent me fucking Nora, who was supposedly trusted. It is responsible for day-to-day matters of state. They are the hands and the voice of the Queen. The Council has gathered people from all walks of life. Some of them are nobles, but many more are citizens of humble origins who earned their position through their wit. Many are rich, but a fair number of them are from more humble means. Some are pious and pure of heart, like Lord Inquisitor Kasori and Captain Jasper of the Crusader Heralds. Others are more flexible and ambitious, but each of them faithfully serves Mendev's cause. Alright, let's ask the Council some questions. Do you find someone's presence surprising? Yeah, you. Let's see her credentials. Let's see how she sells herself. Lady Economy lowers her eyes in a show of modesty. It is unbecoming of a diplomat to talk about themselves at length. But how am I to refuse you? I come from Tianxia, from the noble Kitsune. Like any Kitsune, I've always been curious to a fault, and my adventures brought me to Avestan. And here, in your lands, I met my first and true love, politics. Well, I'll be happy to introduce you to my first and true love, the guillotine. I've served as a diplomat in the courts of 6 different sovereigns. How about you fuck off to those 6 instead? But working... Sorry, I'm being so mean. But working for Her Majesty turned out to be the most interesting of all. Yeah, because you probably had to find a way to douse out her flames of stupidity. Such riveting webs of intrigues and interests are spun around the Crusade and the world weird. Alright, Dana, what about you, buddy? Let's see, why? Because of Count Arende's... I asked him, not you. Because of Count Arende's influence, naturally. He's a Mendevian aristocrat. The nobility will be inclined to listen to his opinion, and by ensuring the support of the nobles, we'll find ourselves powerful allies. Let's see, Darren sneers back at her. Oh, believe me, Lady Economy, I'll exert all my effort and influence to make this council's job exciting. He's such a troll. Guillotine means you can't use the corpse as undead anymore unless you manage to create a headless horseman. Well, we do need a new regiment of mounted allies. I kind of like the sales pitch. The headless horseman infantry, you know? Like the mounted combat. Sociala has never had to deal with diplomatic concerns before. Let's see, that won't be a problem. In my homeland, Tianxia, inviting clerics and paladins of Shaolin, the Lady of Chrysanthemums, to take part in diplomatic missions is a common practice. They may not be politicians, but they are perceptive, advocate peace, and favour balanced solutions. Let's see, I'm flattered by the respect that the worshippers of my goddess receive in Lady Economy's homeland. I won't let you down, Ainsmero. And I'll make every effort to prevent our friends from becoming our enemies. Okay, well, let's see. So what's on the agenda today? I hate to say it, Commander, but not everyone in Neurosian is pleased with your progress. With my progress? Oh, do tell. Did the several centuries of stalemate prove to be so tiresome and they finally thought, holy shit, someone's here that's actually moving the needle in a favourable direction. Can't have that. Too much progress. Some believe that, to use their words, you're out of control and fancy yourself an independent leader. Go on. It wouldn't surprise me if you encountered supply disruptions in the near future. Alright. Did anyone hear the veiled threat? Keep acting as you do, and you're not going to get your shit. I would suggest quelling their anger. How about I better quell mine. Show the capital you haven't forgotten about the chain of command. For example, you could hold a parade in honour of Her Majesty. I didn't realise they sent me a stand-up comedian. If we need to demonstrate that we're keeping Neurosian in mind, why don't we invite the capital's high priest to Dresden for a religious festival? They'll be appropriate, and the church's support will shield us from the accusations of schemers. Pandits and naysayers? I think not. I propose we hold a parade in your honour, Ainsmere. Now talking my language. This is your victory, and if Cousin Galfrey wants to show off in front of the soldiers, she's welcome to capture something of her own. Dude, I mean, I'm just saying. So, what did I do to incur Neurosian's discontent? You were too good. I mean, if the shoe fits, what can I say? You won the Battle of Dresden. You're a menace to the world wound. Your authority grows. Like my dick. Sorry. I figured I'd just quickly set that one in. And the influence of the Queen's confidence diminishes. Wait, so their precious little egos and sphere of influence is diminishing, so that's why they're throwing a hissy fit. No wonder the Crusades failed when they've got such simpering bitches at the dinner table. Let's see, not like your dick, you're undead now, no blood flow. I mean, my character's literally made of bone, yeah. Anyway, thanks. This creates the impression that there's only enough space for you at the top. No. It just means I'm going to surround myself with people who I know are tried and tested, not jerk-offs that have held the reins of power this whole time. The members of the Royal Council are afraid that you will muscle them out of their political arena altogether. Yeah, that's kind of the point. Get better people. If they can't do it, I will. After all, if you're doing so well, maybe Her Majesty doesn't need them that much. Exactly! Therefore, they might try to discredit you. Impede your war effort, reduce the scale of your victories. Let them. I'm going to let my victories talk for themselves. After I'm sitting on a mountain of corpses, I'll be sure to fashion a throne out of it. It's going to make the Iron Throne look like a child's pram. Make some concessions and they'll see that you're open to negotiations. No. Okay, I want to hear the opinions of my advisors. Lady Economy gives you a surprised look. Whatever. Shut the fuck up! Aren't the wishes of the capital obvious enough? Although very... What is... So I'm like, let's see what other people have to say. She's like, whatever for? I've already given you instructions. Step to it. Let's get Economy out of the way, because she's going to make my salt levels peak. Lady Economy, what good will a parade in Her Majesty's honour do? It will be symbolic and affordable. Show them how much you respect and value Her Majesty.
Here's the thing. I have no respect for her. Make a courtesy to those who pay for your arrows, swords, and bread. Don't need them. I'll be sure to pillage wherever I see fit and requisition what I need to get the job done. Besides, I have a very loyal following of undead soldiers who don't need to be placated. The Royal Council has power. Oh yeah? So why are they coming to me for help? You wouldn't want to turn those patrons into adversaries and test whose influence is greater, yours or theirs. Oh, believe me, nothing would make me happier. I'd be happy to add them to my retinue as undead thralls. Please them and they'll stop worrying you about your loyalty and you'll be able to focus on your work. Dude. Lot of words. Lot of words. And all I'm hearing is do as we say or we're going to cut off your supplies. I'm actually being... This is a shakedown, but done in a very verbose and eloquent way. Sociel, how does inviting the High Priest to a festival help us? Without a doubt, we should remain loyal to the Queen and respect the hierarchy, but that doesn't mean we have to kowtow to the Royal Council whenever they ask. Go on. I think we should neither do their bidding nor seek to quarrel with them. Rather, we should try and take the middle path. The High Priest of Nerosian is a powerful figure, yet he's not a schemer or a politician. By inviting him to the festival, we'll both show that we're not cutting ties with Nerosian, and let them know that we have influential friends and not about to buckle under the Royal Council. That is not the worst suggestion in the world. It's enough to placate the douchebags back in Nerosian, while at the same time showing they can't muscle us out. Corby says that if she's talking to a kid, listen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like she knows better. Darren, what's the point of taunting the capital by throwing a parade in my honour? There's a fine line between taunting and setting boundaries, and between showing respect and putting on a collar. Mind you, I'm not suggesting anything treasonous or disrespectful. A parade in honour of the true hero of Dresden and Canopus. What could be more natural than that? Besides, a healthy amount of disobedience guarantees that people won't pester you with lectures and nonsense as often. A dozen tutors responsible for my upbringing can attest to that. Provoking the capital will be unwise, which only makes me want to do it more. We're trying to avoid unpleasant consequences, not expedite them. I'm sure that was merely an extravagant jest on the Count's part. No, it was an excellent suggestion, which I am seriously considering. Not just that, she says that as if this war isn't a serious thing. Oh yeah, like as if we weren't on the cusp of losing the final bastion in the World Wound. I will arrange for the organisation of festivities in Queen Galfrey's name? No. So if we go with Sociel, you get a religious feast decree, which is energy points income increases by 20% and finance points reduces by 10. That's a 45-day window. Royal Parade. They are literally bribing me. Or well, they're threatening me. And then Darren's is Commander's Parade. The cost of recruiting mercenary units reduces by 7.5%. Material input. Yeah, I just want to annoy her at this point. Yo, Darren, let's have a parade in my honor. Oh, here we go. I knew she was going to open a big fucking trap. Normally you pick a choice and it's done. She's like, a moment, Commander. I understand that you're used to being the highest authority in all matters, but political decisions are an exception. I'm a professional in this field. You are not. By ignoring my recommendations, you are not only deliberately seeking conflict with the capital, but disregarding common sense as well. I urge you to reconsider. Man, for someone who is supposed to be an expert in politics, the way she is actually disseminating this information to me is not going to lead to a pleasant conclusion. Let's see here. So, you think you have the right to talk back to me? Let's see. You've invited my companions to the diplomatic council, and now you refuse to listen to their opinions. I'm simply suggesting that you give your companions time to find their feet in the council and to grasp the principles of being a diplomat. I'm going to levy that remark right at you. Also, if they weren't on the council, your decisions could be mistaken for the decrees of a tyrant, and that's definitely not the public image you need. No, I'd be happy to go with that. Like I said, I'm running a crusade, not a popularity contest. Ah, now I understand the role that I've been given, Lady Economy. I'm supposed to stand in a pretty doublet and keep my mouth shut. I can promise you the former, but not the latter. Let's see. There will be a parade in my honour whether you like it or not. Let's see. Lady Economy's voice hardens. I cannot challenge your decision. That's the first correct thing you've said so far in this entire conversation. However, I have no choice but to inform the capital that you have disregarded my recommendation. Oh, she's got to go back to mommy and daddy and tattle on me. Actions like these are precisely what gave Nerosian cause for concern, Commander. Good! Have them quiver in their little booties. I hope you will revise this defiant stance in the future. Listen, if you want to still keep your feet, start using them and head for that door over there. That thing past the door is called a horizon. I suggest strongly you head towards it. At least the first letter of her name is correct. Yeah, we should call her Lady Frickin'... What was it? Karen me? Oh, this is going to be one glorious parade. I'll make sure of it. An appropriate balance between spectacle and military pragmatism. The best musicians playing hymns, aesthetically pleasing warriors. After this, recruits from all over Aristotle come running to fight under your banner. Hell yeah. And with that, we can bring this meeting of the Diplomatic Council to a close. It is unfortunate that things were so tense, but I'm sure we'll soon have many more opportunities to resolve any misunderstandings. Man. The only thing that she's good at in political speech is using more flowery language to call being told to go fuck yourself. Like, get out of here. Alright, now what? Ah, Dorge Linda Stranglehold. Hail, Commander. A middle-aged dwarf who has clearly seen some combat salutes you with one barely moving bone-dry hand. On her face are huge scarred claw marks. A black eye patch covers one eye, but she's watching you with the other, intent and somber. Dorjlinda Stranglehold, chair of the Logistics Council, at your service. We've got ourselves an ugly situation that requires your decision. You know, one of these days, I want my advisors to come through and say, Commander, I have something of great import to discuss. I'm like, whatever could it be? Well, it turns out that the capital has decreed that today is Titties and Rainbows Day. Everyone should be allocated copious amounts of tits and rainbows. It's never that. It's always like, there's a problem. There's enemies attacking. There's people, there's dissension in the ranks. Never good news. Wendurag, I'll definitely prove useful to this council. I know more about survival than all of the Uplanders combined. I'll teach your soldiers how to procure whatever they need, even in a place as unforgiving as the World Wound. But most importantly, I can tell you how to use what you have wisely. Everything is always in short supply in the caves, so Neithas are experts at conserving resources. This is true. Yeah, titties and rainbows, both. Let's see. I won't lie to you, our logistics are a mess. Well, yeah, I mean, Galfrey was here at one point, so why wouldn't it be? We need more of everything, and what we do have is in disarray. Crates of provisions are rotting away in storehouses because some idiot quartermaster spilled beer on the papers, and fools are not the worst problem. There's also theft. Some officers grease palms to get a helmet with stylish plumage or a fancy blade from Nerosian. Meanwhile, that means that ordinary soldiers are being armed with barely more than kitchen knives. Hammer and tongs. It's time to give the entire logistics staff the bum rush. The question is, where do we find capable and honest people to replace them? In the complete opposite direction of Galfrey and Konami. I've seen the people who are in charge of gearing our mercenary units. Those are razor-sharp fighters. They are gritty, tight-fisted and hard-boiled, unlike our dolts. If we convince them to work for us instead of... If we convince them to work for us instead, they'll put things in order here, and they might help us come to an understanding with other mercenaries if need be. My suggestion is to call some experienced, well-connected supply officers from Nerosian. Fuck Nerosian! Can't trust them as far as I can throw them. If I saw Nerosian drowning, I'd toss them a cinder block. Let them leave their cushy jobs in Mendev and work up a sweat for the good of the crusade. So, what are your responsibilities, Dorj? The Logistic Council deals with all matters relating to supplying the army. Most issues will be trivial and undeserving of your attention. However, from time to time, serious decisions will need to be made, and that's when I'll convene the council. Very well. I have questions. As you wish. So, Dorj Linda, what do you have as the option? Over my years of doing quartermaster duty, I've managed to develop a bit of a reputation for myself. The units I'm responsible for are always properly equipped, armed and fed. Thieves, scatterbrains and reprobates promptly get the boot. Bureaucrats who have never seemed to have anything miraculously find everything they need after meeting with me. In short, don't you worry, Commander, I'm right where I belong. Alright, convincing. Deutschland is probably the best of all the appointed council members. Yeah, and the one that doesn't constantly like insinuate, like, or works actively against you. How about you, Vendorg? Who knows more about survival than us Neathers? I know what to do and how to win when everything is scarce. You Uplanders have been spoiled by abundance. True. You have no idea what treasures you have at your disposal right at your fingertips. I'll teach the Crusaders how to use what they have and how to find what they don't. Very concise. Okay, let's start off with Dorj and Linda. In terms of opinions. Dorjlinda is here to do her job, and she's here to do it well. Yeah, one of the few like pre-assigned members that I'm like, all right, I'll give it serious consideration. There are some great workers in Mendev who've been sitting at home for way too long. Let the Queen send them to us instead of counting buttons for the frock coats of Nerosian's royal guard. Let them sort out our supplies, and they'll already have connections in Nerosian. They could easily have army's property decommissioned and later sold to private buyers for next to nothing. And those buyers will just happen to be the same mercenaries we're negotiating with. Connections are all too important, as you well know. And Redwall? Take into your ranks whoever's responsible for managing supplies among the mercenaries. The crabbiest and most miserly individuals you can find. They can guard our goods. We're short on everything, not because we have too little, but because we have too much. And we're giving it away whenever someone comes to whine. Gear must be expended carefully and sparingly. This is actually kind of what the Paralictors and the Hell Knights do. Such charity is unheard of among mercenaries. The way they see it, every warrior must be able to take care of their needs first before relying on the help of their unit. You'll see, once you stop wiping your fighters' noses, they'll quickly learn to fend for themselves, and they'll become fiercer and deadlier than before. Alright. So if you go with Dorjlinda and you get equipment from the state, units get a +1 bonus to attack and saving throws, which mechanically isn't bad. Whereas Wendorg has only the essentials, eh? Oh, max 10 hit points. Sold! Good. They'll teach the others to live a hard life. They'll make them stronger. Whenever my hunters had been hungry for a couple of days, they'd hunt their prey with twice as much energy. Then it's decided, no matter what our new quartermasters are like, there's no possible way they can be worse than what we have now. The results will be reported to you, and if anything else comes up, I'll call the council right away. Alright, we did some delegation. Kind of. Mostly. Sort of. Growing pains, guys. Growing pains. It's a process. Right, let's manage the Crusader affairs. Jesus Christ, what a mess. I think there's a couple of royal decrees I can do. Done. 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 Oh, there's a cigarette. So if I have this, I can bring Staunton into the fold, right? I need to find that damn archer. Hi. Lich Zacharias demands a ziggurat to be constructed in Dresden, which will become a safe fortress for the commander and his laboratory, a refuge for his undead servants, and a place to perform sinister rituals. I'm gonna issue this goddamn decree. In 30 days' time, we're gonna do some things, baby. So I'm gonna keep that. We'll also get Irabeth sorted as well. So, Irabeth's breakdown, which occurred before the assault on Dresden, still haunts her mind. She should be reminded that she is, and will always be a hero in the eyes of the soldiers by appointing her as commander of a small squad of Crusaders. Unfortunately, because Irabeth is occupied as squad leader, her duties in the Crusaders command have to be transferred to someone else. So let's get this one done. It's a 7-day commitment. No events. Let's see, no rank ups, and then let's develop. We can't do that because we're currently busy. So relics would be next on the docket. I am not as familiar what half of these are. The one that caught my attention, this phylactery caught my attention. I'm going to be a lich, so anything to do with phylactery sounds nice. Go. Alright, and I think that's all I can currently issue right now, which frees me up for the next few days to do things. Kind of. But we do also need to rest. I think by the time we arrived in Dresden, we were already beginning to suffer from fatigue. So we should probably recharge our batteries. whilst we are here. That beginning bit when you first have the council, it can be a little intense because especially if you exhaust all the dialogue, there's a lot of information that is thrown at you in a pretty short space of time. Seth comfy. I sleep. Rich little uplander, if you spent as long in the caves as I have, you would. Or is that against Camellia? Again. Or is it Darren? This endless fuss of how terribly mongrels suffer. How hard their lives are. Do you not have anything else to talk about, you tedious savage? I mean, pot meat kettle, you always talk about your high life and living the life of nobility, so I would argue you're about as bad as each other. Except, when do I go like, and Camellia, I'd sooner harvest your kidneys. Did I say that out loud? Sakura's lost. I already have this. Oink. Okay, because I'll probably fall behind. Let me make sure that these shit heals are being leveled up. Well, let's see. Oink, oink, oink. And accessing the sprayed sheet. Socials. There he is. Level 9. 9 is Klaruk. She can't hear you from your room. You never know with her, man. The spirits might be whispering sweet nothings into her here. Okay, so the mobility is already where it needs to be. Then it's lore, religion, and use a magic device. Very well. Alright, we're gonna take level 9 is spell, penetration, or outflank. Probably outflank. Right, then next up is Mythic Juice. This is number 3, right? Third is Improved Abundant Casting. That's a no-brainer for the simple fact that you can never go wrong with extra spell slots. It's what Jesus would have wanted. Sila! We are going with... Where are we? There it is. Wait, that's the wrong one. There's 2 builds here. Sila. Where for out the Sila? There she is. 9 is another point in Oracle. I believe we were supposed to push forward. Mobility is fine. Persuasion, I would think. Yeah, sure. I guess. I believe, is it Crane Ring or Crane Style? My brain forgets. Crane Ring. So this one. When fighting defensively, which she is, with at least one hand free, you gain a +4 dodge bonus to AC against melee attacks. If a melee attack misses you by 4 or less, you lose this dodge bonus until the beginning of your next turn. I'ma take it, me. The other thing is... combat healer. So whenever you cast a cure spell, or a spell with cure in its name, you can cast it as a swift action, as if using the quicken spell feat, by expending 2 spell slots. In case of emergency, break open glass. Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of Flashman, because like... Unbreakable heart removed from glasses in prayer. Oops. Oink! Alright, so everyone's caught up now. The only thing that I have to make a quick augmentation to is her mythic path. I'm guessing it's going to be abundant spellcasting, or what are we going with? Oh, it's actually, we're going for a mystery? Wait, where is that anyways? Did I read that right, or am I the one having a stroke here? Thundering Blows, Abundant Casting, Second Mystery Life. Where is Mysteries? Oh, there we go. I am brain damaged. Life. Okay. Finally, the spellbooks thing. Cecilia. Oh god. Well, that's a... You're a spontaneous caster as an oracle, so that's fine.
Then that just leaves Captain Foxstick over here. Fine. Good. Based off of these, I would say let's have 3 of each. I think that's a bit more easier distribution of the whole thing. Where'd you go, friend? Where'd you go? There it is. Next. That's fine. Next. That definitely needs an upgrade. Full restoration. This is so you can be protected from a plethora of bad stuff. 5. Take burst of glory. That'll do. Alright. So his things and stuff have been completed. Okay, so that's all done. Let's F5 the bejesus out of that. We've rested. Sort of. I'm gonna skedaddle. Man, that took a decent stretch of time. It's very intense in the beginning. Like I said, you get a fuck ton of dialogue and lots of stuff kinda sorta hits you all at the same time. We'll keep going with this crew. So, question: the ziggurats needed, I assume, to raise Staunton. I was told that's like part of the equation. That archer in that temple, do I need that for her as well? Because I felt like the Lich option was available kind of from the jump. I just forgot where the damn place is. There's supposed to be some temple thingamajig. Okay, so I need a ziggurat no matter what. So I have to wait for 30 days to pass. Fuck! I remember getting Archer Undead Lady. I really want her because like that was an interaction that I've witnessed in 2 previous playthroughs, and I always thought, man, I wonder what happens, and I couldn't because I wasn't a Lich. Temple of the Good Hunter. Yeah, I know it's somewhere in this area. I remember that much. Wait, what are these? Oh, the convicts. Right. These are the Giga Chads, the marksmen. For now, I think it's best they kind of just fuse into one and chill here. They're gonna get in the way. Right. I'll just make them the reserves. In case there's an emergency, right? These guys can chill. 3 is your maximum. So I'm just gonna have to just have them sit back there. Alright, you sausage rolls. You might see me save scum here a bit while I kind of prognosticate. Oh, there it is! Oh, it's an easy game! Easy! Oh, I'm still gonna kill yous. It was right there. It's actually kind of nutty how many companions the Lich gets that you can't get any other way. That's kind of the reason I want to have a bit of fun and see what we dig up. Dig up. Get it? Undead? That was an inadvertent pun. Let's see. Took my I'm zooted break. Now back to the Crusade. You're going to catch up to me. I largely consume this stream through listening. Have I been hearing you play a diplomacy minigame for like an hour? Yeah. So it went from simply managing the army to now dealing with the logistics of it. And holy shit, man! The second you finally see the other influential powers at play, you quickly realise why the Crusade has been failing for so long. They're too busy pestering amongst each other rather than being a singular cohesive unit. Bunch of wankers. I would say the Drachna is the biggest problem. Fireball doesn't have the range, does it? 47 damage. Brimaraks are impervious to this. I think it's best just to deal with you. Get lost! The Dretch are an issue because they can actually potentially invoke a stun. Ah, actually their movement isn't too shabby. Look at that, nice. My zombinos. Charge! Hey bitch! I don't think that works against my undead. Alright, well, you've angered me now. Away with you. can these boys do? I've seen worse. Uh-oh. Like a chicken being choked. Let's see, just to name the amount, there are 5 companions special for the Lich. Well, that's going to be fun. Hopefully I get to encounter all of them. They sound like tedious folks. Oh, believe me, they were. Bunch of freaking jerk-offs. Wankers. What's this? I can't recall if you could delay this. You can. Oh, I should probably fling a fireball while I'm here. So can you stop throwing axes at me, please? Get. I'll teach you. Oink. Oink. That was more self-inflicted damage than anything else, if we're going to be honest. Oh wait, so I imagine if I do this, I'm going to damage them, aren't I? Shit. Right, let me patch you up. It'll take some getting used to. So, units replenished. So my numbers increase, I hope. The one guy wanted to conscript felons and fling them at the enemy I can get behind. That was Wenduog. She's a piece of work. And it's why I like her. Oh, nice. They might kill some of your soldiers. Oh yeah, whatever will I do? If only I knew some way to use that to my advantage. The forces of the Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth have been destroyed, and now there is no obstacle to sending scouts within the enemy territory. The reports will make the supply lines safe from the sudden attacks. Outstanding. Alright. So the only thing that's increasing is these guys, only by a little though, the zombies. Which, you know, I'm fine with. I can work with that. Bless them. They're trying to flee. I'ma fucking kill yous all. So, pick a god and start praying. First off, no dretch CC, please. Frick. Alright, next, both of you. Alright, my undead minions. Oink. Impressive. Actually managed to hit us with a stun. You will be a problem though, so I'd sooner just remove you off the board now. Ow. Oh, here come them boys! Oh, get wrecked. Charge! Ah, the wonders of morale. Easy. Seth, FYI, letting them flee gives you the same rewards for an auto win. Oh, is that what it was? I'll be honest, I kind of find satisfaction in giving their kidneys a little squeeze. Let's see, what first appeared to be a stone enclosure used for demonic sacrifices actually turned out to be a desecrated ancient shrine where Sarkorian druids once offered their prayers many ages past. Soon it will once again become a bastion of peace and spiritual fortitude. Well, ain't that something? Alright, so let's have them flesh out this path, then go back this way again, and give these sons of bitches a little poke with a stick. As for us, generally the path is mostly clear, so I'm going to whatever do. Oh, we have some uninvited guests.
You'll make a fine trophy.
Oh. Ooh, this is a respectable ambush. I mean, they're gonna die, but it's a respectable ambush. Free booties bond. Here. On
mark you first. Steve, go get him. Hit. Hit. Ooh, you lucky bastard just missed that. Doof. So, we have been besieged by a couple of sons of bitches. I'll protect the rear. Get him, boys. He's not prone and gets slapped a second time.
I will see to your demise.
Alright, Regiel, buddy, pal. How do we get up to these guys? Oh, we gotta take the long way around. Fuck's he going? Nope. Oh. Wait, hang on, he's gonna hit you. Oh wait, no attacks opportunity? No bastard.
No match for me.
What do... Well, Lord knows you got the reach. You have tea. Well, enjoy tea. Oink. Oink.
I'll cut you wide open.
Confetti.
I'll just have to resort to brute force.
Precision and grace.
So, you try to get
Kneel
away.
before me.
That was a resounding bonk.
Surrender or else.
Get him, Ember! Worth a shot. Is that enough to charge? Oh, there is. Nice. I should finish it. Stabity. Probably one of my favourite features in this game is like you could loot them or you just do like this, where whatever loot is dropped, it is shown to you. God, it saves so much time. You just collect it and go. I think there's my memory's hazy with this temple. There's some tomfoolery going on here. Oh, wait, how do I get it? Up or down? Down. I think some of us are about to hit fatigue, maybe?
I must
Yeah, only
replenish
just.
my powers.
Yeah, well, let's take a breather here before we go in there. I don't recall if there is going to be combat, but there might be. Ooh, that's a high DC, isn't it? I trust. I fix. Let's see, once in the river city I found a jug and drank from it. It turned out to be wine. Wine is very strange. It makes you think everything's really funny, even when it's really not. So Ember's been drunk before, it would seem. The wonders of booze. Everything's really funny, although it's really not. Is the perfect description of the Crusades. No wine necessary. Hidden wisdom. Is it raining? Oh, come on! That's rude, you know it. Oh, wait. Let's see. Stretching sinuously, Wenduok says with affected displeasure. The cold up here on this surface of yours is even worse than back in the caves, as we're getting drenched. Fall asleep in cold like that and you might not wake up again. What a stupid and inglorious way to die. Freezing curled up in your bedroll instead of perishing in bloody battle. That's why back home I made sure never to sleep alone. Ah, I see. That's why she's alluding to that. The look the Huntress gives you is heavy with promise, contrary to her words. She seems alert and unaffected by the chill. So, I mean, if you want to pursue this, you got to be quite direct. Let's see. I can't allow you to suffer from the cold. There you go. You got to go with this one. You got to go in instantly. I'll warm you up, mate, with my cold dead body. Let's see. Face alight with triumph. Wenduok nods. I spotted a cozy little spot nearby. We can enjoy ourselves there while the others can stay here and make sure no one bothers us. Oh, where we go? We're going all in. Oh look, it has stopped raining. Well, there you go. Wenduag stretches her muscles with grace and a kind of animal shamelessness, directing a contented glance at you from under half-closed lids. Let's see, that was good. I wasn't wrong about you. Thanks! Like a satisfied cat. She really is, because she has both spider and feline qualities. Yeah, literally the expression you did. The huntress smiles softly and runs her fingers along her body over the places your hands touched only a moment ago before. Her little claws carefully scratch her firm, scar-covered skin. Let's see here. Hang on. I'm going to check the scars. Among the variety of battle scars, a rather gruesome, ragged scar on her left collarbone catches your eye. It's an uneven line that goes along her shoulder, skirting it and ending at the shoulder blade. Several long scars stretching across Wenduag's back suggest that she's been whipped. You see fresh crimson cuts and abrasions on her elbows and chin. Some of them look quite deep and were hastily pulled together with crude stitches. Over time, they'll turn white and become the newest addition to the landscape of scars on the fighter's live body. So yeah, did you like it, Eddie boy? Let's see, a long, delighted groan escapes Wenduag's lips. Oh, there you go, she enjoyed it. Yes, I did. So let's see. Will this change anything between us? No, why shouldn't it? Or why should it, rather? We just had some fun and made each other feel good. Why should it change anything? Or are you worried I'll be throwing myself at you every chance I get and demanding you breed with me? You can relax, it's not going to happen. Man, taking the death by snoo to a next level. Tell me about your scars. A flattered smile graces her lips. Oh, I've got plenty of those. Which one do you want me to tell you about? Collarbone scar, please. Pride flares in the huntress's eyes. I got this one off a dire rat. It was a good hunt, and after the tribe named me the best hunter. And tell me about the encounter. It was one tough dire rat, as big as horses are up here on the surface. It was old, cunning, and vicious. We'd never met the likes of it before. Another Neither and I ran into it when we were scouting some distant caves. The rat snatched the guy first and dragged him into its burrow, and I rushed after them. I cornered it in a cramped little cave, and yelled and singed its whiskers. I singed its whiskers with my torch. I got it nicely riled up and short. It jumped at me, jaw snapping, and the next thing I see is my whole arm disappearing into its maw. Galacticus, thank you very much for the Raider Rooney. Hope your stream has gone well. Hi. My spear got smashed to pieces and the chunk of wood that I was holding in my hand got stuck inside its throat. The beast was wheezing, writhing, hopping around me on its hind legs trying to bite my arm off, but I just held the wood of my spear tight while I groped for the knife on my belt, and as soon as I did, I sank the blade deep into that old rat's crotch, right for the balls. He squealed like you wouldn't believe. All the young rats in the caves were mourning the loss of those grey family jewels that night. With her eyes half closed, Wenduag savours the pleasant memories. It was dying for half a gong. Tried to get on its feet again 6 times, the long-toothed beast, but I just knocked it back down on the rocks till it finally kicked the bucket, and only then could I get my arm out of its maw. No one in the tribe had ever done anything like that before. No one. Well, I guess that's how she got the rank of the best huntress. A bit tired, less energetic today. Sleep schedule's a bit fucked. I am partially there with you. But I streamed longer than I should have yesterday, and that led straight to a 4-hour D&D session. Holy moly. I kind of hit bedrock for a hot spell there. Oh. 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 Ah. Let's see, and you weren't afraid to go after that monster to save your friend? Let's see. No, he never stood a chance. I saw the rat chew right through his spine, but he did have a nice axe and a decent bow on him when he died, and the tribe can't afford to lose good weapons. You need weapons to hunt for food, so I didn't go after the rat to save my friend. I went to get back the axe and bow, and that's what I did. Quite the humanitarian. Seth slept at the time I woke up. Yep. Well, more or less. Had a 3-day gap between streams, so I felt like I had to do some streaming at least. What were you streaming, by the way, Galacticus? Let's see, this guy just asked your appeal. I know, it works like a charm on warriors. As soon as they see it, they go soft as putty, because they understand who they're dealing with. So let's see. The marks on your back, are they from a whip? Were you punished? Punished? Oh, you could say that. Oh god, dude, I was a very naughty girl. Very defiant to masochism, and I was punished for it. But I've also left my fair share of scars on others. Which, you know, you get the... So you like it rough, huh? Her lid's lower and she releases a sensuous hiss. She sounds like a kobold. It's like, yes. Power excites me and feeling my own defenselessness adds an extra thrill. Does she have a safe word? Let's see, just got, let's see, more Persona 4, just got to Risei, so halfway. I think so, because she is a later edition. Yeah, because she takes over Teddy's scanning capabilities. What game are you thinking of, Uncle? Let's see, my back burning from the bite of the whip, a firm hand resting on the back of my neck, my partner's voice hard as steel. Is there anything more sweet and tempting in this world? Only me standing behind my lover with my hands wrapped around their neck squeezing. Oh yeah, definitely cranking things up. But you think Camellia would be inclined to this. Biting a lip when Duck sends you a long look filled with shameless promise. This is probably going to awaken something in a few folks. Have you had many lovers before me? A girl like me can always find a willing partner anytime she wants to have sex, and I really don't want it. In the caves, of course, Lan. Usually chose Lan. Sometimes there were strong hunters from other tribes who I found attractive, and of course, Hycilla. Could she resist dragging me into her bed? Of course. Well, alright, didn't realise she got on with Hycilla. Jesus. So you were Hycilla's lover? I had no choice. She had her eyes on me from the start, and if I said no, she would have gotten rid of me. The things we do for survival, right? So I had to swallow everything she had for me. Her knife play, her whip, her habit of choking me real good before getting down to the main event. Rolling her shoulders languidly, Wenduog doesn't even try to hide the lust in her voice. It was so horrible. She's worse than Camellia. So you have some interesting proclivities. Everyone has a right to some fun every now and then. And where'd you get those fresh scratches in battle? Ah, that's nothing. I had to fight. Had a fight with the Crusaders, 5 of them to be precise. But I think I got the one on my chin before that. Now that was a good, honest fight, 1-on-1. Okay, I see. Let's see. Back in Nithome, I used to fight all the time, but there were only few willing to go up against me. They all learned very quickly that I show no mercy. Alright, my curiosity has been sated. Risei's the kind of girl I love in a video game, but I would hate in real life, not because of personality or anything, but just because she would exhaust me. In what sense? Rumworld, let's see, Mechanator with some tweaked ideology. Rumworld is a great time sink. As someone who's got several hundred hours in that game, I agree. At least Rendua keeps it in the bed. Yeah, Camellia, behind closed doors, but still kind of shits where she eats. Oh, it's because of the high energy. Let's see, my curiosity has been satisfied. Let's see. Wenduag looks at you with interest. You've got a lot of interesting scars yourself. One day you'll tell me about them. I got quite a few. Alright, thanks. Let's see, flashing her fangs, Wenduag shakes off her sweet languor. Right, it's time to go and kill someone. Yes. Yes, it is. Alright. Well, that's phase 1 unlocked. So I can't recall if there's a fight right from the jump. I don't think so. There's definitely some tomfoolery that happens here, but my brain forgets. Maybe they're hiding shinies in the outskirts here, or maybe not. It's funny that you said she's a high energy blade, because when you meet her, you know, when she's in her, I can't remember if it's her parents or grandparents' store, where she's running that, she sounds so monotone. But that idle personality, yeah, dear lord. Like frickin' fructose corn syrup level of sweetness. Alright, Temple of the Good Hunt. Yeah, grandparents, I thought so. Alright, so there's something off about this place, but my brain forgets. There he is. Kiado. Hello. The young cleric of Erastil greets you with a shy smile. What an honor it is to see you again, Commander. Welcome to the Temple of Delamere. That's the one, that's the person, Delamere. The blessed. As the temple's prior, I offer my greetings. Hi. At the word prior, the priest's face flushes pink. Remind me, who are you? So I'm pretty sure we met this dude at the Defender's Heart. They call me Cardo, the shepherd boy. Well, that's what they used to call me, but it's not very fitting for a priest, is it? The cleric lapses into confused silence for a few moments. I come from a village near Lastwall. I've always been drawn to Erastil even as a child. A cleric by the name of Hourjod? Yeah, once passed through our village, a kind old man. Yeah, he's one of your advisors in the first game, Kingmaker. He looked me in the eye, a silly little kid, and he said, I see you're going to serve Erastil just like myself. And so I did. When I heard about your crusade, I set out to join it, just like my heart was telling me to do. At first I served as a novice under the venerable Rathamus. Boy, did that go well. But now he's gone, and I've been left on my own. Rathamus and I marched on Dresden with your forces. We fought in your host, and then when the demons were driven out, I came here. This temple is centuries old. Erastil's worshippers would have come here in their hundreds in the past. But even now, we get the odd pilgrim wandering in. That's why I wanted to take over this temple. Someone ought to take care of this sacred place. Yeah, it'd be a shame if someone of unscrupulous means decided to head into the lower catacombs and start doing necromantic arts. No, sir. Not me. I want to know more about this temple and everything connected to it. Where to begin? This temple is dedicated to Delamere. Oh, I mean, of course, it's a temple of Erastil. But Delamere was the prior of this temple. I am the prior of this temple, and she is like its blessed Mother Superior, its patroness. The young man falls into a confused silence and looks pleadingly at you. Yeah, he needs to memorize the lore better. So what is it like to be a prior? Oh, it's terrifying. I live here alone, you see. People travel a great distance to come here, but I've been given an important task. Here in the World Wound, these temples are needed more than ever so that people don't lose their faith. But that doesn't stop my legs shaking in terror. When I think of my teacher Rathamus, rest his soul, I just feel like running away. I swear, I would have run long ago, but one thing keeps me here. Erastil would not have granted me these spells for no reason. I cannot let him down, or the people. I can't let them down either. So we got this place frightens you, but you're still here. You should be proud of that. Evilman, you're a pathetic child. You should have stayed home and grown turnips. The crusade is no place. I mean, this is unnecessary type of evil, right? As for being a cunt for cunt's sake. Don't worry. We'll destroy the demons, every last one of them. We have faith in you, Commander. You'll show them who's the biggest turnip in this field. I'm the biggest turnip, mate. Tell me about Delamere. She lived in these parts back when Sarkoris was still standing. She was a priestess of Erastil, and the Khelids deeply respected her for her hard nature and her unshakable faith. Erastil blessed her with various wonders, and the common folk knew that she would stand up for them. Delamere did not like city life. She said cities encouraged vile deeds and corruption of the soul. She said that people ought to live in small clans, where everyone knows everyone, where everyone is kin, and where every person has a duty to the rest. You can't hide your sins in a village. In a village, everyone knows what kind of person you are. There's some logic to this. I get where she's getting at. What is it? The weakest link. You are the biggest turnip. Goodbye. Bom, 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 bom. She had a revelation, and she would travel around the villages and see how many people lived there. If any settlement had more than 53 souls, she drove out all the rest and told them to settle elsewhere. Because otherwise the villages would have grown and turned into little towns. Her methods were harsh, of course, but people still listened to her, because Erastil himself was on her side. She had an edge to her. She single-handedly chased off whole bands of marauders that harassed villages. And after she died, this temple was built in her honour, in the place where Erastil gifted her with his relics. They say it was here that a white stag emerged from the forest and spoke to her in a human voice, telling her that she should hunt it, because it was the will of her lord. Delamere tracked that stag for 3 days and 3 nights through the forests, and when she ran it to ground, she made its antlers into a bow and its hide into armour. And that bow never misses, and Erastil himself blessed that armour so that it repels the strikes of enemies. Let's see, a fine hunter with a harsh temper, tough and successful, and better yet, someone who was morally opposed to living in those stinking piles the uplanders call cities. She sounds just like me. No, you're nothing like her. Actually, there's some similarities. Let's see. I don't share her views, but I respect her faith. I'll go with that. Even I think that she was a hard woman. Can it truly be wrong for more than 53 people to live in one place? And if there were 54, does the moral decay and treachery begin immediately? Kado catches himself and turns red. But that is my foolishness and ignorance talking. No, it's very wise questions to ask. The wisdom of Erastil was revealed to Delamere, so she must have understood the unique mysteries underpinning the world. Maybe. I want to know more about Erastil's teachings. Erastil is an old god, back from the times when there were no such thing as towns. Simple he is, and good, and he wants people to be the same. He wants them to live in small settlements where everyone knows each other. He wants them to value the simple joys of life and not vacuous pondering. He wants people to earn their bread honestly through hunting, crafts, farming, and fishing. Fish! He especially prizes hunting, of course, when it is for sustenance rather than sport. He is both stag and hunter. He favours both guises. Erastil does not like finery, and he demands no special ceremonies. He used to simply appear before hunters and rangers and offer his wisdom. But when he is angered, he is terrifying. If someone harms the country folks, takes pleasure in hurting animals, or spoils the crops, that person may well take an arrow from Erastil, and his bow knows no mercy. It is the father of all bows, for it was Erastil who taught people how to shoot. Alright, that's nice little... Now he spoke with confidence. Have you seen anything suspicious in the area? The cleric swallows nervously and lowers his gaze. No, everything's quiet around here. There's nothing going on in this temple, that's for sure. Pilgrims have said there's a dragon flying around this area, snatching up travellers, and others say that's just a rumour. Things are quiet here in my temple. Have you heard of my new powers? Kado stares fearfully back at you. Yes, I've heard. It's a dark deed, disturbing the dead. Nothing good can come of it. Really? Nothing good? If anybody else has started openly using death magic, I would have immediately accused them of treachery, but it's you, Commander. The young man gives you a trusting smile. See? I guess dark times truly are upon us if the best of the Crusaders has had to resort to the most heinous of weapons. It ain't that bad and you know it. But the demons must be defeated somehow. There's one thing I can't understand. People say that Iomade gave you this gift, but that simply cannot be. She's a goddess, yes, but she has her taboos. Iomade would never bestow such powers on her priests. This guy is smarter than he realizes. Does that mean that some other god has interceded for you and given you this power? I wonder who it could be. He's remarkably on point. Everyone's incorrectly assuming that Iomade is the one who gave you the Jesus juice. And let's just say the goddess is in no rush to correct people. Why would you do this? Step aside, boy. Everything of value in this town belongs to me. I'm not that big of a douchebag. I gotta go. May Erastil bless your crusade, Commander. Wait, I thought we were supposed to catch him in a lie or some bollocks.
Now what is that?
Wait, what has happened? Oh, I think I just found this, or is it this? Oh, here we go. It appears there is a carefully concealed doorway in this place. The young cleric lets out a loud scream and addresses you in a quavering voice. I beg of you, don't touch that door. Let's see. I discovered a concealed door in the temple. Where does it lead? Ooh. Hey, bird dog! How's it going, dude? Thank you very much for the 53 months. It's been a hot minute.
Hey. Long time no see.
Yeah.
Hope everything is well.
I'm hanging in there for the most part. We are currently taking a breather from all things PoE, so I'm playing my third campaign of Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, going down the Lich mythic path. Hope yourself, the missus, and of course the little van are doing well. How have you been, man? Ash, we got food. Sushi was closed, so we hit a cafe. Oh, I was hoping you guys hadn't eaten sushi before the end times or the before times. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna do a couple of things because timing's okay. Oh god, I feel sorry because Bird Dog just resubbed. I need like 10 minutes tops. I'm gonna help my ma just remove a contact lens. I'm gonna get myself some coffee, refill this, and I need to do a few quick dead hangs from the pull-up bar just to give my spine a little stretch. And then we're gonna actually get Delamere Ash, the necromancer option. So just bear with me. I'll be as quick as I can. I just need some time. I apologize. Apologies for the delays. Hang on, where's the thing? There we are. Alright. Close my door. I'm back, muchachos! Alright. Oh, my legs. But yeah, Bird Dog, on the remote chance you're still here, bud. Thank you again for the resub. Appreciate it very much. Let's see. I was good though. I got a hummus pita and a chai and rice crispy treat. Good combo. So just out of curiosity, everyone's playing some nice games or tunes, movies or otherwise. Like outside of this, I mean beyond streaming, I don't really play much outside of streaming because like all my video gaming is done in the here and now. Let's see, have a screaming caffeine headache and need my matcha, but that helps soothe the it's amazing that, you know, there's heavy coffee drinkers in chat. I wasn't even aware that one could suffer what is akin to almost like withdrawal symptoms. You know, the lack of it. Turns out the discomfort can be quite real. So we're in one of the temples of Erastil. And notice there's some kind of a hidden compartment here. So I've tried to open it. So I just told him, I discovered a concealed door in the temple. Where does it lead? So his response is, as he falters, what door? Ah, the door. It leads into the cellar. There's nothing interesting behind that door. Sweat breaks out on the cleric's forehead as he looks at you with pleading eyes. And we'll go to evil. My guy's very evil. So option one, we can't do that. We can intimidate. Let's say you're hiding some terrible secret. If you continue to do so, one of your flock will suffer. Is that what you want? The other option, you're a terrible liar. Speak the truth before I lose my temper. Or lawful is, take it easy. This is your temple. I'll respect your secrets. See, I'm evil based upon the circumstances. And this guy's lying to me, which I don't appreciate. So let's see. I have to roll a 3. I roll a natural 13. Plus 27 for a total of 40. So Kiado looks to be on the verge of tears. It's all is it Zandra or Zenedra? I think it's Zandra. She's a witch. She came here one night, threatened to torture me, and demanded that I let her into the crypt. She said that her friends would be coming here sometimes, and then she placed a curse on me. If I allow anyone other than initiated servants of Baphomet into the crypt without her permission, a brood of rats will appear in my stomach and they'll gnaw me from the inside out. Which, by the way, is actually true. If you push him on this. I had to roll for stealth last night to hand off something to Contarius. I rolled a nat 20. My one and only dice roll of the night. Wait! Was it just 100% RP? There must have been a lot of planning and conversation. Touché. Yeah, quick look at the Carbot bid. You're right. Oh, it's Malakath's fight. Oh no. So I'm guessing we're going to see both phases. Wonder if he falls into the pit on the outer ring like I did. Yep, correct. Oh, definitely, yep. Accurate. Alright, phase 2.
Oh, death. Become my blade once more.
That checks out. Oh my god. This could just be a mini game. Ah, Rune of Death, Rune of Death. Nope. Bye-bye, bye-bye. How's he win? Please fall in the pit! Oh, Mimic there. Very accurate.
Pins! They're back!
Okay, part of me was hoping he would have made the same mistake I did by falling into the outer ring. I feel like I'm the only idiot that made that mistake. So you have no idea. It was not all RP, but Jesus Christ. You got me very curious now, especially after having read the Your Journey to Skullport. Alright. Enough distractions. So, yeah. If he lets me in, rats will spawn and eat him alive, etc., etc. But I want to live. I'm no warrior. I'm a humble shepherd, and I never said a word to anyone. They go in there and do things, they whisper. I'm afraid to go in, and you can't go in. There's no one in there now anyways. Let's see, Zandra hasn't been here for many days, and if I'm still willing, she won't come again. A cursed witch. Oh look, here's Camellia showing the hand of compassion. She sighs in exasperation. What do you expect from a peasant? It is in a peasant's nature to obey those who are stronger. God, I hate this woman. The little priest has struck up a friendship with our enemies. He betrayed us, hid them in his own temple, and now he's been caught. What should we do with this foolish little bird caught in a snare, master? I know so many wonderful ways of inflicting pain, I scarcely know where to begin. The hunter's gaze grows hungry and predatory, like a wild cat that has spotted a defenseless dove. Pure animal terror is written on Kyoto's face. See, the commander won't let you get your claws on me, evil fiend. He is just and will hand me over to be tried as the law commands. Technically, yes. Technically. Let's see. The law. I spit on the law. Did you know that the commander and I are very close? This is true. If I asked him to give you to me, do you think he'll refuse me? For the sake of some pathetic loser who's been caught working with the demons? Wendrog's voice is smug and mocking. She looks at you expectantly, her eyes sparkling with amusement. I'll be honest, right? I'm curious to see where she's going with this. Interesting. And what do you want to do to him? The hunter gives you a barely perceptible nod of approval, and then eagerly says I'd kill him slowly. I'd string him up by his hands and feet high above a bonfire, and I'd throw logs on it that had been steeped in salt water for 5 gongs. If you cover the victim in a large, well-aired fur, it can survive like that for several days, and the meat becomes more and more tender until it falls off the bone at the slightest touch. A good, interesting way to kill. What about you? How would you do it? Let's see. He should die the way Zandra promised he would. Tie a brood of hungry rats to his belly. I'd tie him to a pillory so that every honest crusader walking past could hurl a stone at him. Let's see. I'd spell him to look like Queen Galfrey. Yep. And send him off into the demon's waiting arms. And did the demons have all the fun? No, that's not my style. Why would we give our enemies such a gift? Oh man. It'd be the perfect gift wrap. Your wife, you mean? No. There's no point doing this to the poor lad. Yeah, and you know, pot meat kettle, you were a traitor once too, or have you forgotten? But here's the difference between me and this waste of air. I am strong and useful, and that's why you showed me mercy. But this coward has nothing to offer in exchange for his life. He's helpless and pathetic. Let's see. Do you really want to torture this poor kid? Don't you pity him? Oh no. Leave him be. Don't touch him. Thank you, Commander. I can't put into... Well, don't be grateful yet, because the second I open that door, those rats are going to eat you. Wenduok scoffs. That was a fun little game. But we don't have time for any real fun, isn't that right? We have things to do. So, I'm going to see... From a meta standpoint, my character doesn't know if the thing Kiado fears will come to pass. If it happens, justice has been served. Justice. Me killing him now, like, we'll see. So I want to go inside the crypt. The cleric's resistance is hanging by a thread. His lips are trembling and his voice drops to a whisper. I have the key, but what right do you have? There's a trickster option? Wow. Let's see. You betrayed your flock. If you have even an ounce of conscience left, you'll give me the key. Lawful, which is probably what I'm going to go for, is I'll pull rank and ask him to give me the key. Threaten to knock his teeth out. Or kill him. Let's see, as the commander of the crusade, I order to give you the key. Kiado guiltily hangs his head like a criminal caught in the act. With a trembling hand, he gives you the key. The final words sound expectantly clear and crisp. Don't go in there. I think we're gonna go in there, guys. What do you think? It's like, I'm begging you, don't go in there. Alright, so
There are many rooms.
Kiado, I'm going in there. My feet, they're drawn to it. Kiado! Sorry, buddy. He's a dead man. So, what happens? Can I, Oh, yeah, look at this! The bloody remains of a person lie out in plain view. There are marks on the bones left by gnawing teeth, some of them human. Like, he let this happen under the fucking temple, in the chamber by which supposedly this holy person to Erastil is interred. He's lucky I didn't tear his intestines out and feed them to him.
I will guide.
I mean, look at this shit show! Oh, wait, what? Lore. A diary found in a crypt. Mira's 3 days old. Oh no, I remember this, man. This story is fucking grim. I'm surprised the rest allowed this to happen. I know! This is the quintessential mother on copium, by the way. What a happy day. I'm strong enough to hold a quill again, and I can now write of my joy. My prayers have been answered at last. I prayed desperately for many years to the goddess of beauty and fertility, but they only responded with silence. Isn't this a reference to that mother in Kingmaker? I think you are right, because you have the option to tell the priest of Lamashu to go fuck herself, or you can allow her to perform the ritual that helps this woman conceive a child. Although having a child blessed by Lamashtu isn't really a blessing, as it's more of a curse. But yeah, Mother Lamashtu alone answered my prayers. Finally, Mira was born. It was difficult for me to bear her for 9 months, but looking into her golden eyes and seeing her pretty smile, I realized that all the hardships were worth it, and all the terrible rituals I wished I could forget. It's such a pity that my husband didn't live to see this day. Mira's 6 months old. The wet nurse refused to feed her. She said the baby bit her breast too hard and sucked out the blood. What nonsense. True, my little girl was born with teeth, but that doesn't make her a bloodsucker. She's my angel, and I'm sure the humps on her back will soon develop into little wings. Oh yeah. Mira's 5 years old, but I still breastfeed her. She won't let go of me. I'm the only one who can bear her little teeth. The servants leave us one after another. They say they're frightened by rustling in the night, and that girls discover bite marks and bruises on their arms and legs in the morning. The housekeeper was the last to leave. She said she woke up at night to the sound of scratching up above the ceiling beam. She swears she looked up and saw Mira crawling across the ceiling. She showed me claw marks on the wood too, but of course I told her it was all ridiculous. My baby sleeps blissfully at night, but the silly woman packed her things nevertheless. Smart woman! See, normally, right, if this was a horror movie, that maid would have stayed and then would have died. This one was like, motherfucker, I saw you, kid. I saw the scratch marks. I'm fucking out of here. Mira's 5.5. Mira loves me so much, it's impossible to pull her away from my breast. It worries me that she doesn't want to eat vegetables. The cook complains that the little girl sneaks into the kitchen and snatches pieces of raw meat right out of her hands. My poor girl, no one wants to be friends with her. That's why she plays such strange games. 6. She's now 6. The cook has vanished. She probably ran away in secret. Mira slept all day. Her little tummy is so bloated. I'm afraid she might have contracted an illness from the uncooked meat. Avoiding the warning signs. Yeah. Bird dog, hey! Yeah, I had to help my ma just remove her contact lens and I decided to get some coffee. But thank you for the resub. What's been going on? Not much, man. I didn't play much of the Crucible League. So I ended up playing Valheim for like a solid month. And tried out a couple of other games. I've did another playthrough of Kenshi. And I've since returned to this game here, Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. How you been, man? How's the missus and the little one? I haven't been in front of the computer for a while. Hard to find the time between work. I expected the little soon-to-be ankle biter would be taking up most of your time. But I hope work's been going well. And that the little one is hearth and healthy. That cook got eaten. Yep. Yeah, when the... Mira said, let's have the cook for dinner. Yeah, she meant it. I found what was left from the cook in the compost pile. I don't know what kind of animal chewed off her breasts and ripped chunks of meat from her stomach. A wolf, perhaps? A rabid dog? Absent-minded, I didn't hear Mira come close. She laughed joyously, pointing her little finger at the rotting remains. A child's innocence. She didn't even realize what she was looking at. Oh no, she knew what she was looking at. This may be the last thing I write in my life. My milk is not enough for Mira anymore. She wants more from me, and the wounds from her little teeth get deeper and deeper. Now I understand what happened to the cook. I'm afraid, but I am her mother. Now she sees. I must be strong and give my child everything I can. Mira is near. I can hear her crystal laughter. Great Mother Lamashtu, I beg you, care for her when I'm gone. She has no one but us. Well, there you go. Some good old-fashioned cannibalism, you know? Problem solved, guys. She let the demon spawn eat her. Yep. I mean, a mother's love knows no bounds. Profane depiction of a bull's head drawn of blood. Dude, they're desecrating the temple of Erastil! How dare you? How dare you? Glory be to Baphomet, Lord of the Ivory Labyrinth, unbridled consort of Lamashtu, father of the honoured brood. Connive, maul, rut, and build labyrinth of lies in his honour. This is the will of his chosen priestess, Zendra. Cow. Are we sure that the name of the child isn't Camellia? Lao! I mean, one could be convinced that was the case. Judge, he would be beside himself. So, he allowed this to happen, and chances are victims have been trotted down here and rendered asunder. Now, please tell me I can do the thing. Ash, I hope you're here, because we're almost at that point. This is it. There he is. Alright. We got this. I'm also going to get on my feet. We got this. I'm not sure if I need the Ziggurat for this, but let's find out. At the very least, I want to pry this bastard thing open. This is my Christmas present. Day 5, month Lamachan 10, year 4715. Burial rites fulfill several functions. They mitigate the psychological strain of parting with the deceased. They neutralize a source of disease-causing miasmas, and they suppress the spread of cannibalistic and necrophiliac acts in society at large. Wow, that last one. There are many ways of disposing of a corpse: burning, dissolution in harsh chemicals, indigestion by all members of the community, but by far the most popular method is burial. A grave protects the corpse against carrion eaters, serves as a place of remembrance, proclaims the merits of the deceased, and, of especial importance when all safety measures are taken, grave burial prevents the deceased from coming back and visiting their still living relatives. The commander examines the stone sarcophagus resting in the crypt of the Temple of Erastil. It was used as a feasting table for demons until very recently. Ooh. Works one long miserable tale. All that I like to do has been gutted and turned into joyless, mindless, and extremely boring work. See, I was worried when you mentioned, the round of cuts that was happening. Like many of your Your workmates were getting axed. But at the home front, everything is well. The little spawn is such a joy. Well, I'm glad the second half of your comment, that does give me some relief. But sorry that your employer sat the fun out of work, man. Did you save beforehand? I think I did. Or at the very least, there'll be an auto-save. We'll be fine. We got this. The commander examines the stone sarcophagus. Oh, I read this. Feasting on it, blah blah. Bones are scattered across the stone top of the sarcophagus. Some are easily identifiable as human finger bones. A human eyeball floats unappetizingly in a clay bowl, and next to it lies a half-gnawed ribcage. The commander decides that it's worth examining the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus is constructed from large stone slabs, crudely hewn but fitted together with skill. Each slab is so heavy that it is impossible to reach the contents of the sarcophagus. This was likely the intention of its creators. In some places, the stone is covered with intricate curling lines of symbols. Let's examine the symbols on the sarcophagus. At first, the symbols are unfamiliar to the commander, but his eyes soon land on the familiar combination of letters De La Mir. This is the name of the cleric Kiado mentioned in his conversation with the commander. This sarcophagus undoubtedly contains the body of a priestess of Erastil, Delamere the Blessed. It is unlikely that the young cleric would have read this inscription, written as it is in such an ancient tongue. However, the information Kiado provided is enough to help the commander unravel the mystery. On the lid of the sarcophagus, the symbols form a circle. The commander notices that the seemingly solid slab is actually composed of several pieces in this spot. The hairline joins between the fragments are almost impossible to see. In Sarkoris, there existed a funeral tradition in which the priests would place magic seals such as this on tombs. The symbols on the seal are threatening. I guard the eternal sleep of Delamere. Cursed be any who dare to destroy me. Sign me up! I got a few things. Some of these are tough, man. Wow, I have to go trickery to stand half a chance. So, the commander says the seal can probably be pried off with a knife and disassembled. Success, thankfully. Natural 20 will do that. 20 plus 23, 43 total. Ainsmiro digs the tip of a knife in the joint between the seal's fragments. He carefully nudges the blade until the seal clicks and crumbles to pieces, and the lid of the sarcophagus slides open. Inside the sarcophagus lie the remains of a female archer. The bones are held together by leather armor covered in the same symbols as those on the sarcophagus, and the skeleton's hands are clutching an impressive bow made from an antler. Surprisingly, there is no unpleasant smell from the remains. Oh, there it is. Alright, we ready, boys? Girls? Evil requires Lich Mythic Path. Breathes, so the commander breathes life into the old bones and summons them into his service. Little green flames spark to life inside the empty sockets of the once blessed Delamere. With a crunching sound, the fingers of bone clench around the bow. Her body slowly rises from its sarcophagus and takes in the crypt with a hate-filled glance. From her gaping jaw emerges a rasp of vexation. Who has dared? Me! Oh, dude, she has her own character portrait! Fuck yeah! I thought it was going to be some, Dude, she's barely skeletal. That looks baller as fuck. Ooh, the dead priestess glares at you. Green flames raging in her empty eye sockets. What have you done to me, and how dare you desecrate my remains? With each word, air from her lungs whooshes out between her ribs. Let's see here. Rather than assert rank, let's go with, your temple has been defiled, and your priest revealed to be a traitor. Delamere draws a breath like she's sniffing the air. My country, awash with corruption. Demons. Cities. They defile the soul. I was right. This cleric is nothing. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this. Let's see. I want to know more about you. The dead priestess sears you with her gaze. Can it be that my glory has faded, and you do not know of Delamere the Blessed? Priestess of Erastil, who carries his bow which always flies true. Or do you mock me? Well, they say that you were a great priestess. Is that true? I served Erastil faithfully. I carried out his will. I fought against the filth of cities, human hives. People should not live like that. No one should. Corruption seeps from the cities. I was the protector of villages. I guarded them against marauders, against city swindlers, against internal strife, against too many people. I was known, feared, respected, loved. How do you feel in your new form? The priestess's voice trembles with rage. This is an abomination, a betrayal by Erastil. He has forsaken me. I can feel my own rot. I feel the corruption in myself. I would kill myself now, but Erastil abhors suicide, and your will has bound me like a chain. Okay, so she has to. So she's tipped her hand. So she has to follow my instructions. Tell me about your armor and bow. Pride suffuses Delamere's voice. They are the gifts of Erastil. He sent his spirit to me, a white stag. 3 days we vied with each other in stealth and speed. A noble fight. I did not eat the meat, but instead I offered it up to Erastil. And from the antlers and hide I made a bow and a breastplate. They saved me from the brigands many times, and there were peasants who were not in favour of me. They ambushed me on my travels, but their knives could not penetrate my armour, but my arrows pierced them clean through. Wow. Hello to you, Gwynbuild. I just installed this game, but I find it a little bit too confusing. That is a perfectly normal reaction. I thought it's like Diablo, but it's different. Oh no, this is nothing like Diablo. Do you guys know a good Diablo-like game? Path of Exile, I would go with. It's free, but that game does come with its own ragtag of confusion. If you want things to be as close as Diablo, but with more options, probably Last Epoch would be good. Let's see, I don't have any more questions. Delamere snorts haughtily and tries to offer a harsh retort, but the words stick in her throat, turning into a harsh rasp. Now, okay, now that she's already mentioned that my will is exerted upon her, let's see. Bow before me, Delamere. Delamere, proud back, slowly curves into a bow, and through gritted teeth she hisses, "Yes, master." Okay, so she has to follow my instructions. I have a task for you. I will obey, master, though being your slave is a torment. So we got a couple of options. Well, you can actually lay it to rest. If you dislike your new life that much, I will not torment you further. I release you... No. I'll think of a use for you later. Wait, can I not recruit her now? Let's see. Delamere's voice quivers with indignation. I'm not your dog. Carrying out your orders. The humiliation. Stay here for now. The dead priestess's body silently... Sorry, not silently, but her demeanour leaves you in no doubt of her hatred for you. So I think I still need the ziggurat, is my guess, because she's not able to be recruited, but for now she's at least awakened. So she'll follow my instructions and stay put. Confusing? Let's put it this way. I started watching Twitch streams that are in PoE, and here I am still watching Twitch streams and not playing PoE. Let's see, you can't recruit her until you have the ziggurat built. Okay, so I had a feeling. But at least we've unlocked her for now. Big fan of games like Dragon Age and Mass Effect, but I don't know if there are any games like that after Mass Effect Andromeda. Thanks for the suggestion. There's a few games that kind of fit that bill. Yeah, I've already assigned for the ziggurat to be built, but it needs a good 30 days. But at least we have her. Kind of. I am surprised. I wasn't expecting a unique character portrait. I figured we were going to get another one of these, like we have for your skeletal marksman. I thought it'd be like a generic one, but the fact that they have a unique one is a nice touch. I am happy. But yeah, for now we've done that. I tried Diablo 4, didn't even complete the campaign before I got too annoyed and bored. Such a waste of money. I think I played too much PoE to be amused by D4. That's partly the reason I kind of waited. I wanted to see what other folks' opinion was of the game before I threw down, what was it, like 50, 60 pounds. It was,
watch out for trouble.
It was pricey. I think our boy is dead upstairs. Pretty sure. Yep, he's gone. Well, justice has been served.
The spirits demand your blood!
This one's mine.
Right, I'll take his stuff. Thanks.
Keep your calm.
But yeah. Some parchment paper for oven burnt, and it smelled similar to burnt plastic, so I thought something happened in my PC tower before my ma reassured me. But yeah, I thought I would have been a little bit concerned if you thought something was on fire. I love how the...
What do we have
Wait,
here?
this is also rigged to blow?
I sense something.
You can revive her, but you need a ziggurat to bind her to your will. That's my understanding, because I haven't fully gotten all the powers of the Lich. Like, there have to be literal changes to be done to both my character in both mind, body, and soul. And That's why we need Zacharias to lend us that particular power. So a ziggurat needs to be built, and I've already commissioned one to be done so. I'm hoping that won't take... Oh nice, magic essence, hell yeah.
I am helpful, am I not?
+4 deck spell. Things are getting better. Nice. Brings the modifier even higher. What does Steve got on again? I always forget. Yeah, touche. Actually gave him pretty good gear, all things considered. All 5 of the Lich companions have their own unique portrait. Then I am very pleased. Delamir's one was very specific. Don't tell me anything else. I want to see who crops up. Crucible League was an eyesore to my 40 challenges, but it's never been that agonizing. That was probably the second shortest league I played. For me, the league mechanic is it's a delivery device for the rest of the game. I need to find enjoyment in that, and if I don't, it tends to...
what is that?
It tends to keep me less invested, you know?
Well?
At the very least, though, it allowed me to play games like this again, which is always fun.
I hope you appreciate this.
Hope you managed to get them all. Some of them, or at least one, can be easily missed. Well, ones that have been... I wouldn't say spoiled, but they came up in conversation because a lot of people were playing the game, plus it'd been out for a while. I know Staunton is one. Besides, his freaking carcass is resting in the cells in the dungeons. Honestly, I can't remember off the top of my head if I encountered anyone else that I was able to do this to. Like, I didn't see the option. So, perhaps it doesn't show up unless you are a Lich to begin with. So we'll see. We shall see. But either way, I am excited. You've run into someone. Like, did I have the option for it?
I am helpful. Am I not?
That you can make a Lich companion. Oh, there's an elven note. No, it's not. Ah, lies. I thought it was an elven note. Cock. Oh shit, I still gotta speak to Finian. This reminded me, yeah. Specimen 367 Finian Dismar. Test report 1. Master, the first stage of the testing process was a success. Specimen 367 Finian Dismar turned into a sword on command. The sword possesses sufficient sharpness and the ability to adjust the wielder's strike. It beheaded a crusader with a single blow. A clean cut. The blade is undamaged. Additional notes: the specimen makes unwanted noises resembling weeping. No reaction to threats, because the poor bastard, his spirit is probably writhing in pain because you're making him do things he doesn't want to. You wanted to? Well, we'll see once we what we get. Where is Finian? There he is. Hi. Hail to the adventurers. You know, I've never regretted following you. Everyone seems to revolve around you like beavers in a mill wheel. I'll have to write in my report to the Pathfinder Society. Although thinking about it, it's been a while since I last sent them any reports. Yes, it's because you're a weapon. Hey, Coles. How's it going, dude? Let's see, I want to talk about you. Sure, go ahead. Although I haven't really done anything noteworthy yet. Do you realise that you're a weapon? What kind of question is that? I mean, sure, the cleric keep going on about every crusader being a weapon of Iomedae, but I don't speak of myself in fancy words like that. I'm just a lad with 2 arms, 2 legs, and more freckles than I'd like. I choose where to go and whom to fight for. I don't want to be someone's weapon, you hear? Aradin is dead. Now everybody decides their own fate. Yes, in denial. How did you become a Pathfinder? I've always wanted to be one, ever since I was a kid. I remember I'd go out to the edge of the village at sunset and just keep walking until I got tired or someone dragged me back by my ear. It was like something was drawing me away from home. My clan wasn't the nomadic kind. Before the wound opened, the idea of travelling anywhere would never have crossed the minds of many in the clan. They were content with their community or their patch of land, but I'd always wanted to see what lay beyond that bend in the road, over that familiar hill beyond the horizon. My father, he wanted to teach me to be a shaman like him, but as soon as I came of age, I was off looking for the Pathfinder Society, and I found it. In Iz, after 3 weeks of travel on foot. I passed their trials and they accepted me. My father hasn't spoken to me since, but that's alright. Once he hears of my great deeds, he'll come around. Someday. All I wanted was to rush off to some faraway land and find a treasure trove no one else had discovered yet. But I knew I had a duty to Sarkoris And then the wound opened. The demons, the havoc. In the end, I never went anywhere. But as soon as things calmed down, I'm setting off to explore Aslant. I've already decided. Great ancient ruins. That's my kind of life. Being surrounded by the wreckage here is depressing, as I'm sure you know. Next league will definitely be Popcorn League, though in which direction is open. I'm going to be infuriatingly judgmental on this one, because I felt like Crucible, they released it, it didn't really receive too much in terms of upgrades. They kind of left it as it was to flounder, probably just fixating on ExileCon, PoE2 and the next league, so I'll be a much harsher critic of this one. Do you remember anything from before you ended up in Canabras? There is uncertainty in Finian's voice. I mean, a lot of things happened. I remember how happy everyone was when the Wardstone was placed in Canabras. That was some celebration. Finian is silent for a few moments. And I remember when the cultists took me, cut down my whole party and dragged me to the ringleader. Don't know his name. Everyone just called him the Bladesmith. But after that, my memory's all fuzzy. For some reason, he didn't sacrifice me or anything, just knocked me around. Said he'd been looking for a phantom blade for a long time. Don't remember why. How I escaped what I did, I can't remember that either. Some crusader picked me up in the wound, brought to Canabras, and that's where I stayed licking my wounds. Maybe there was a mix-up, and now they think I'm dead. Why else would none of them contact me this whole time? Hope Cleave gets another +2 radius, so I'll have a reason to stick to Pathfinder. Cleave, that is such a meme. So the Wardstone, you say? What you're describing happened decades ago. That's rich. Next you're going to tell me that I've been sleeping for decades. Last year that was. So what, it's over 70 plus years ago? Well, maybe that the year before last. I couldn't have been wandering the wound that long. I would have been either dead or an old geezer by now. Nah, quit messing with me. Finian, you need to understand you're not human anymore. Finian's voice sounds concerned. Hey, are you feeling alright? Maybe you need to have a lie down. I'm standing right in front of you. Poke me if you like, as human as they come. Or do you think my travels have worn me down so much I've become an animal? Not happening. My folks taught me to stay human, always, no matter the circumstances, to remember who I am and never to shame my ancestors. Are you still able to commune with the spirits? Maybe I can, only they don't answer to me. I'm still a spiritualist, a phantom blade. My power is within me, but I have this feeling like I'm separated from the spirit world by some kind of transparent wall. I keep knocking, but no one can hear me. Guess all the Bladesmith's torture did a number on me. He broke... Well, that's the first thing he says, right. He broke something inside. Let's see. Tell me about the Pathfinder Society. Oh, well, sometimes folks curse our names, calling us opportunists who just want to line our pockets. But that's only part of it. We're travellers, explorers, solvers of mysteries, and fighters of evil. I mean, good coin hasn't hurt anybody yet, but for folks like me, it's not what matters most. We're curious to see the world, play a part in everything, stick our nose everywhere. Getting into our circle isn't easy. First you must prove that you can endure any place you're sent to, that you won't shy away or flee. That's why you'll never catch a long line of applicants outside any society lodge. Every lodge has a venture captain, and if they approve your application, you're in. And there are many lodges all over the world, but the main one, the Grand Lodge, is located far away in Absalom. I've never been there myself, but I've heard a lot of stories about it, and about the Decemvirate that governs all Pathfinder affairs from there. So, we just found this literally now. I found the cultist report on their test. They say that you were used to kill crusaders. What? You must have the wrong guy. I've never been friends with cultists. I would have remembered something like that. Maybe they caught some other Pathfinder and bent him to their will. Not me. I would have remembered. I wouldn't lie to you. I would have remembered. Okay, that's all for now. If you feel like chatting, I'm always here. So we've got a little tiny bit of progress with Finian.
I will guide.
The goddamn weapon. Okay, so that more or less gets me what I want. So, I gotta build a ziggurat if we're gonna get the undead boys to join the crew. Oh, Jesus. As far as I'm aware now, we can leave.
Focus on the goal.
Anytime. Fuck it, that one. I'm gonna have to hold your hand. The collision can go kind of ape shit at times in this game, I tell you. So, what do? Well, I still need these guys to wipe my enemies off the board. What am I fighting here exactly? Oof, an Abasu. So, let them flee is just an auto win? Oh, so you just skip it. Okay. So, victory. But I don't... Do I gain more units? Enemy losses? Okay. Accept. Yeah, so you skip it. Cool. Evidently, demons had taken a liking to the place and had been using it as a sacrificial site for quite a long time. A dagger, presumably used for killing innocents, was found plunged into the center of the ritual symbol. Have I started a cigarette? Yes! Even before I set out, but not much time has passed. This is referred to as the Edge of Force. Enhancement to Cold Iron Finesse Wielding. Whenever the wielder of this +2 Cold Iron Dagger casts a spell with Force Descriptor, it deals additionally 2 force damage per dice rolled. Yeah, I've seen worse. Right, let's connect all of these paths. Good. Excellent. Beautiful. So, is the let them flee done specifically because, like, the difference in powers that high the game's, like, just end it? Because, yeah, like, they're already dead. So it just results in you wiping them out. A gang of cutthroats who sold their conscience for demon gold has been destroyed. Their chief, a battle-hardened, scar-ridden mercenary laden with valuable artifacts, is hanging in the noose. The trophies he received for murder will come in useful for the Crusaders. So we got the Braces of Heavy Hand. These braces grant the wearer a +3 bonus on damage rolls with the offhand weapon when dual wielding or wielding two-handed melee weapon, for example, double weapon. Does that apply to the gnomish hooked hammer? If that's the case, Virgil might have a pair of gloves or braces he can use. Yeah, it does, nice. That dagger would be kind of nice in Kingmaker, but all the missile spells are gone here except magic missiles. Yeah, so this is the only one you have. I was so miffed I couldn't recruit her. Well, you'll get to see some of that here, I hope. It just sucks I've got to wait 30 blasted days. I'm trying not to waste too much time. Let's see. Apparently the kingdom needs my attention. Yeah, so, decrees. Yes, there's still a good 28 days. Fuck! I've got so much to do, though. I don't want to waste the time and, like, expedite things. So, rank up can't be done, because diplomacy is currently tied up with this one, so that's still 3 days away. What is this? Dresden was built long ago, and compared to modern fortifications, its construction is hopelessly obsolete. The officers wish to rebuild the fortress and are arguing over what should be done first, to reinforce the defences or to expand the streets to make the quartermaster's job easier and expedite supply deliveries. Well, we got options. There's just no time limit as long as you keep up your morale. Yeah, but I also like to do things as they happen rather than brute force a particular event. So you can expand the streets, which gives you bonus to logistics, reinforce the defences, which adds military experience, do nothing and gain finance, or invite architects with the Order of the Nail. Ooh, yeah. Good old Regil. Adds 100 military experience and 250 diplomacy. Look at that. These guys know the business. The Order of the Nail has been establishing stability and civilization in Varissia for many years. The artisans have constructed countless fortresses and outposts that serve as bastions of order in a savage land. They readily agreed to send their brothers to Dresden. I'll take me some of those, goddammit. So, hunting down mutiny. So let's see. Cowardice and faint-heartedness are like rust. They start small but can blight a whole blade. Any warrior spreading panic, disloyalty, or open rebellion must be rooted out and punished as an example. Riots must be nipped in the bud. Such drastic measures will surely lessen the eagerness to join the crusade, but there's no place for the weak-willed in the crusade to begin with. These this one repeats itself, so this is not a necessity, I think. I don't think it'll alter anything yet. The rest is kind of in limbos. And everyone wants to have a conversation. The 2 extra decrees we have is strengthen your diplomatic connections and a parade in honor of me. But the rest is not needed. But yeah, I need to talk to Anevia. Right, so as for us, where did the rest of us go? We haven't finished that beautiful circle of teleportation quite yet. Keep going, you'll be fine. Alright, I'll go back to my citadel. Alright, what do y'all sons of bitches want? Let's see, Commander. Anevia agrees to you with a slight nod. I have some information for you, though what I have found out is mostly innocent and might be a cause for concern. What do you mean? Let's see, it's about the well-being of one of your companions. Oh, is this regarding Camellia, the little psychopath? Tell me. Soldiers have been gathering... Oh, it's for Social. Have been gathering in the graveyard to play cards. We usually turn a blind eye to such things. Though it's against regulations, we let them enjoy themselves as long as they don't cause too much trouble. And that's usually the case. But recently my people have noticed Social among them, and the gambling seems to be having an unhealthy effect on him. As you know, I usually keep my nose out of other people's private affairs. With all these spies and cultists, I have too much on my plate as it is. But this time it's about someone who you trust with your life. So maybe you should do something about it. This isn't an official report, just a tip off from a friend. Thanks. Alright. This dipshit. What? Bruh. Zakari just walks in like a gigachad. Dude, you're a lich! At least, I hope you got an illusion on. Zakaria stares at you coldly. So far, you've proven better at managing to crusade than Galfrey. Already saying what I want to hear. However, since you're now my student, you'll require very specialized advice from me. So wait, he's going to be a council? Oh, wow. No bar is low. True. Let's see, I have news for you, my student. As rumours of a Lord of Death in Mendiv began to spread, exiles from the far corners of Avistan started to trickle into Dresden. These exiles are the ones who kept practicing the art of death despite its prohibition. Most of them are criminal scum, but scum can sometimes be useful, no? What would you like to do with them? Will you give them your protection, or will you drive them away after impaling their heads of the unluckiest on spikes? Well, let's see. I did not think he would... I thought he was only going to perform the ritual, and he said we'd part our ways. I didn't expect him to literally coach me. He seems like my training wheels to lichdom. Have you decided to serve the Crusade as my advisor, Zacharias? Knowing his arrogance, he'll be like, no. Let's see. You need a mentor, don't you? He is being a mentor! I intend to see your transformation into a lich through until the end. It is my only way to freedom, so you need to survive this war and come out on top. His oath technically still binds him. So until my transformation is complete, technically he kind of has to do what I say, within reason. What consequences will my decision have? However vile they are, they may come in handy. More necromancers at our side means more obedient undead under our command. Besides, these exiles know how to survive. Their spells and rituals may surprise us yet. Alternatively, you can banish them and proclaim the dark arts to be the privileged domain of your chosen servants, the most talented and loyal of all. This act could inspire the rest to deepen their knowledge. After all, a single ambitious necromancer is more devastating on the battlefield than a dozen dabblers. Oh, it's a tough one. So, option 1. They should crawl back to their holes. Necromancy can only be practiced by conscripted magicians. We're not turning the crusade into a gaggle of misfits and freaks. Honestly, you probably want those that actually know what they're doing. But if we do knowledge of chosen, the general has a +3 bonus to power and 10 bonus to energy. Bro, I'm already flinging scorching rays and shit, and this only adds to mine, so that's a no-brainer. Feat learned, siphon time, which is this. All units in the army gain haste. All enemy units receive slow. Bow and arrow. Let's see, physical damage to every unit on a horizontal line. Okay, this is already winning purely based on RP and mechanics, but who knows? We won't turn away. We won't turn anyone away. All adepts of death magic will enjoy my protection. If we do this, we get a cold enchantment. Units has a +1 bonus to attack and AC, and all generals get bone shield, which boasts armor class with 3 rounds, and false grace. All allies within a 30-foot burst centered on a caster. Oh, so basically you get temporary hit points. I heard scum, very useful. Just spread them evenly and sprinkle proper bacteria on it. Then let them ferment, and you got great cheese. I'm not turning them into cheese. Final one is execute these vagabonds and put their heads on pikes. More morale. Option 1, man. Yeah, they should crawl back to their holes. Necromancy can only be practiced by conscripted magicians. We're not turning the crusade into a gaggle of misfits and freaks. This is wise. I too chose my servants and students with care. We're done here, student. I leave you now, but expect my return in the future. Doesn't even bow. He's just, yep, I'm done. See you later. Peace out, bitch. Also, in case you're not seeing this yet, Ash, the first archer I got, check how baller he looks. Granted, most of this gear will probably go to Delamere, but he's got the circlet, the glasses, the cloak, just drip. Steve is dripped out, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You are the student here. This is true. This is true.
Watch out for trouble.
To give you an idea of the last session, I cut the last hour or so from my notes because there's pictures I can't let you see yet, but here's the notes of the first majority of the session. I'm going to pop this. Wait, these are notes? Jesus Christ. Actually, it's still going. How on earth are you able to take all these notes and yet at the same time still be able to, actively participate in the game battle? I thought my notes were verbose. Those are my notes. Yeah, no. The notes is the scary part. And you guys took the piss when I did mine. Okay, I need to rest to get rid of my fatigue, and we'll see.
Your confidence, your unequaled talent for temptation. You were considered the most beautiful girl in the tribe, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, Wenduag.
Yes, and the healthiest for that matter. I could bear many beautiful and strong children, increasing the strength of the tribe.
There are many roads to success.
I are rested. Shall bear the children. Yep.
I need to concentrate.
I just realized I don't give 2 shits about Social's quest. Like, I don't have a fuck to give. I don't have a single fuck to disseminate yet. I need that damn cigarette, man. 30 days, cocks. I want it now. It's an insane superpower, and honestly, there were some exchanges between me and Stidge as redacted, where thank fuck I wrote it down as we were going, because reading it after, I was so in the moment that neither Stidge or I could remember it. And rereading it after, we were like, holy shit. I'm glad the session went so well. Okay, there's the green gate, so I guess we give them a little boop over the head. Let them flee. Defeating the horde of flying monsters swooping from the sky, many crusaders got thinking that the battle tactics they know are not always suited to demon confrontation. With every new battle, the army gains invaluable experience, and soldiers are eager to learn, for their lives depend on it. Great. That's enough for a level up. Magic channeling? 5% bonus energy recovery per level of the speed. The general casts spells with the arcane descriptor as if they have +5 bonus to power level. I guess I'll go with that one. Power! Okay. So we've locked that place in. Where does this path splinter off to? Oh, okay. Wait, we can even let them flee? This is going to be easy. This saves so much time. The army of Baphomet's cultists that gained a foothold in Green Gates has been defeated. Ahead of the army, scouts rush to the half-destroyed fort, looking vigilantly for ambushes and traps. power. Yeeb. You sons of bitches. Okay. Another decree cropped up. Ah, help. Yep, this'll bolster our fortifications. So as long as morale is kept, we're okay. What's happening here, by the way? Each capture of a demon fort on the lands of Yath, Grey Road, Lake, blah blah blah, adds 30 to the timer. Reclaiming fort. Oh, so basically, as long as I reclaim a fort, they'll stop being a bunch of weenies. Don't want to take too long, but at the same time, I kinda need time to pass if I'm gonna do this. Hopefully, I won't find myself in hot water. So, is there anything wrong as long as I keep conquering with the Crusader army and wipe the board clean? The thing is, eventually I feel like I'll wipe out most of the map. So if I'm dragging my heels too long and not exploring enough while doing this in tandem, I might find myself in some trouble. Just a bit. Just a tiny bit. Whoops. This is why I have the party. They themselves exploring. So there's a bit here that I haven't kind of poked my head in. Let's send out the Clown Fiesta squad. I have company. So much for sneaking.
Let's have some fun.
Yeah, to help top up time. What am I fighting? Whoa, succubus? Interesting. Oh, and Nabasu. Oh fuck, and an ash giant. It's a me giant. Here comes a level drain. Sorry, the accelerated animation's so good. His little legs. Piss off!
You are today's sacrifice!
Alright, Reginald, how about you tenderize his carcass? Oink!
Press the attack.
That one. Not the best start. Ooh. Right in the shins. Okay, he'll handle that. I'll go this side. This succubus is a problem. Schmack! 0 damage. You're adorable. Steve! Hit! Hit! Ooh, just missed that one. You're kind of in close proximity to them, pal.
This thing refuses to cooperate.
Alright, which brings us to you.
I'll rip you apart!
That vampiric touch. Fuck you going? They do like performing that life drain, don't they? Go to bed. Oh, we made the save.
Go for their hearts!
Retreat is not an option.
Oh, lucky that last one was a 91.
So it comes to this.
No match for me.
Melia might be in a little bit of trouble here. Let's see what the Nabasu has. No, you went for the suck instead.
Pain is excruciating.
Good. Serves you right, being such a cow.
I'll cut you wide open.
Oink.
Rules are made to be broken.
Trust in yourself.
I suppose we should heal her.
Oh, the waiting's never fun.
Alright. We leave. Well, that was fun, wasn't it? We're actually getting quite close to level 10. Yeah, not many of them had loot. Can't exactly take much off them. So these guys are going to intercept us there. Oh, we're being assaulted. The diamonds are approaching us. Where are they, sons of bitches? Wait, where'd they go? Oh, it's this little shit. Wait, how exactly are you going to get to me? Can I sneak up behind you? Oh, I see. I think we can intercept them in there. These guys can't teleport yet, can they? Hang on, where's this go? Oh. I found a place called Crimson Dust. We're going to have to send these poor saplings back the way they came. Okay, so... the team will need to rest, so let's have them take a quick breather. We can forestall the downside.
Are you planning to spend your whole immortal life living as a beggar? You could win riches, power.
Ember?
A small amount of riches. That would be nice. I'd give it away to my friends from the River City.
Aww.
They could use it to build new homes after the fire.
It is too precious for this world. Alright. I suppose I can continue exploring here. Evade! Shit. They're fucking blocking the vein, mate. Can I teleport now? Yay! Okay, let's go back home. So we can chill there. Alright. What's going on that needs mace? What's so fat and important? Irabeth wants to talk. Jesus, everyone wants to have a conversation with me. I got things to do. Fine, fine. I'll enter this goddamn place. Unbelievable. I thought I was gonna have a conversation. I don't have build stuff yet. The demon army's approaching. This guy's remarkably close. These whiners. They should make it in time. Whoops. Wrong button. Alright. Let's rip the band-aid off. What do you want, Arabeth? I was getting tasked with something else. I'll share one thing that's more a teaser than a spoiler. We visited the Tattooed Tyrant and met Vasu, the Yuan-Ti artist. We have access to stat boosting, spell giving, magical tattoos from her, and Guntarius got one. They could have... The only time I remember it was in Crit Roll that was an option. You know, the tattoo could, once done, inscribe permanent increases to an ability score, which I always found cool. I wasn't even aware that was an option. That way predates Crit Roll. Yeah, I saw it in Planescape Torment as well. The Nameless one could invoke that as an option. Commander, I don't know what exactly the conflict between you and Sarah is, but please resolve it. What conflict? Motherfucker shows up on my doorstep claiming that Galfrey sent them to help the crusade. He starts bitching because of the powers that I've acquired or of the necromantic arts. His Everbright Crusaders are a large and experienced force. Our strategy relies heavily on them. However, they've maintained a separate command structure, but lately Sir CR has stepped back from his duties, leaving his people without clear leadership. The knights are confused, they don't know what to do. Maybe it's time Sir CR placed his troops under your command. He's not a young man, his position must be challenging for him. Please talk to him. This frickin' idiot. You'll have time to settle this conflict. Oh, I'm sure I will. Guntarius got one that got his strength to 20. Nice. A tattoo of foliage. I have some ideas for Laharn, but these things are understandably eye-wateringly expensive, so I want to think about it. How much did it cost for Guntarius to get the one that boosted his strength? Hey, Crowden, not quite as majestic, but bought one of these to toss my magic decks and dice in. Gonna go full Kaiba on someone. It's not a dual disc, is it? Oh, it's the... Okay, that also works. I don't know why. For some reason I thought it was going to be a dual disc. You can like pull the card. Ah, summon! Wait, where'd it go? Where'd my wrist donut go? Oh, there it is. This thing just flew right off my wrist when I did that. Let's see. Steals from her notes. Let's see. It varies depending from 10,000 for a +1. 20 for a 2. Oh. 10,000 proficiency in an ability. Spell varies on level and how often you can use it. One time is cheaper, more like a scroll. Cantrips are included in that kind of thing. Cantrips are expensive, but can use multiple times a day. Oh boy. To be fair, it is a permanent ability score increase, so you are definitely investing into it. Gunterus was a little shy of what he needed, so Siddhartha spotted him because he really wanted to see this process, and maybe eventually, in many levels, he can learn to do it himself. That sounds cool. I like that. You know, a very expensive investment, but unlike a piece of equipment that you can attune or unattune, like that's yours in perpetuity, because it is woven into you, and it'll translate to so many other, you know, everything from attacks to certain skill checks, etc. So I always love ability score increases. Eye-wateringly expensive, but understandably so. No, they should be like that. Like I said, it's a bonus you take on immediately. The nice looking. Oh yeah, here we go. So what do we do? So what do you know about Cerciar's trouble? Just rumors, Commander. They say it's like his mind is somewhere else all the time. He's anxious, but won't say what happened. Cerciar is respected. When people see him acting strangely, it breeds uncertainty in the ranks. Right, I'll talk to the dipshit. Thank you. This is a necessary step to maintain our fighting ability. Ah, fine. I know you do, Ash. Bless you. Okay. Just so I can hear that music a little clearer. Who else is in here, by the way? God of a fragile Nevia. That's all the same. Dude, there are so many things that need to be done. Wait for events to unfold. Social can go fuck himself. Excuse my French. Chorus. I'm not actually sure where I should be going first. I guess I should speak to the old codger. God, it's so annoying that these like. The part that like really activates my almonds is the you know full well the Crusaders have been struggling for Lord knows how long. I finally get them results and then they start freaking whining. Wah, you got Lich. Who the fuck gives a shit? Do you want to win or do you want to be, you know, trodden underfoot or under hoof or claw of the demons? They've gotten so used to maintaining a stalemate. You guys are straight up bitches. There's no other phrase for it. Bitches. Now he's normally here somewhere, right? Lady, oh god, Konami's here as well. Fuck that noise. Where is he? Oh, there he is.
Keep your calm.
Yeah, I think it has to do with the youngster he brought with him. Did I show you this yet? Wizards did Baldur's Gate and now Lord of the Rings sets, as you know. I'm aware of that. So I found a cheap deck that just sounded fun. I'm joining one of the 9? What is this? Oh, Nazgul. 3 mana, 1/2. Death Touch makes sense. When Nazgul enters the battlefield, the ring tempts you. Whenever the ring tempts you, put a 1/1 counter on each wraith you control. A deck can have up to 9 cards in it. Oh, so there's a limit as to how many you can have. I see what they did.
Keep your wits
Still wish they kept it to Magic the Gathering rather than adding all the extra bells and whistles.
There are many roads to success.
Alright, there he is, the old codger. Right. The fuck do you want? The old Crusader looks anxious and disoriented. Yes, has something happened? Where'd your boy Morved go? Pain shines in the old man's eyes. His fuzzy grey hair is dirty and hangs down in unkept strands. He sighs heavily. He ran away, packed his things in the dead of night and disappeared. Must have gone to find some demons to fight. He is a Kellet. His entire clan are blood enemies of demons. They also worship the god Gorum. Did you see the straw wolf hanging from his neck? It's their clan talisman. It's called the Little Fang. I put in so much effort to get him to see the light of Iomade, but he imbibed his loyalty to Gorum with his mother's milk. I told him, you can't fight the darkness if you're guided by anger. If rage overwhelms you, you can't. You'll either perish or become a villain, or get so used to war that you'll forget what it's like to live as a human. But he only had one thing on his mind, vengeance. For his family, for his ancestors, for his wounded honor. The old man casts a grim look at you. You didn't have anything to do with it, did you? Why is it automatically my fault? If I find out that it was you who led the boy astray, I'll make you regret it. Mate, I would love to see you try. Fortunately for you, no, I'm not responsible for your charge wandering off. Every day I have left, I will avenge him. Let's see, I watched the dev talk about BG3 on YouTube, and now YouTube won't stop recommending me videos with BG3 creators. I keep pressing uninterested to make the algorithm go away and not to spoil anything for me. This is me in cat videos, like you watch one and then everywhere. I mean, it's a good problem to have, because I like cat videos. That was the wrong one. My brain only noted Nazgul. This one is worse. Okay. What is this one? Oh, Lord of the Nazgul. Let's see, 5 mana 4/3 flying. Wraiths you control have protection from ring bearers. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, create a 3/3 black wraith creature token with menace. Jesus. Then if you control 9 or more wraiths you control have base power and toughness 9 until the end of the turn. That's a few of them. I mean, you, the Walking Dead, why ever would people give you the side-eye? Well, I'm not a lich yet. I'm close. Once Sicarius sees the ziggurat I've made, then the transformation will be completed. So I've got this. You say a person can't fight with anger in their heart, but you threaten vengeance against me. Pretty hypocritical. Evil. Speak to me like that again, and I'll go with that one, because I'm tired of this shtick. I've already said my piece. Yeah, and you'll be leaving in pieces. Well, let's see. Don't be stubborn, old man. Serve under my command. Sierra's genial face grows stern and cold. You know, I don't have the look of a warrior. I look like a kind old grandpa who brings sweets for his grandchildren. That's why many think I'm soft, that I can be pushed and forced, but I'm a warrior. I've been serving the Order for 35 years, living in austerity for 35 years, fighting the creatures of darkness for 35 years. Yeah, and I did, you know, in those 35 years, I did in barely 1 month that your queen couldn't do for several centuries. So, if you want to, you know, all that proves is I'm just more efficient and you guys suck. Anything else you want to say? Let's see. I chop them into pieces and then try not to scream when the healer stitches my wounds. I have principles. I fight for my convictions. But the right for the status quo and in inaction. Do you really believe I would betray them on your orders, Commander? I have no faith in words. I have faith in actions. But you guys have faith in action. And your actions do not inspire trust. Oh, Jesus, how about you blow me? Ciara groans displeased. Listen to an old man. What you're doing is very wrong. Your powers will do you no good. It's the sound of no one caring, I hear. You're not a lich shit, you're just a necromancer. Yeah, and he's throwing a hissy fit. He's calling me out. I'm offended. Yeah, but once I'm a lich, I'll no longer be tied to those menial, you know, human emotions. I'll be wiping the tears with the intestines of the fallen. It's all spells that create critters, and it's blue, so counters to protect that also make more critters. Yeah, didn't you have a card that basically duplicated tokens as well, or some shtick? No worries, Blade. I'll catch you later, bud. Oh, I'll definitely be saying that. Lich, please. So that's the quest log. It's looking pretty fucking verbose. I spend most of my time having to manage the kingdom. Sometimes you just want to go outside on a wonderful, glorious adventure. But no, everyone needs to bring their stupid problems to me. God damn bastards. Let me speak to Wilsa. I'm just going to offload some of the junk. And you want to do that quest? I mean, there's a few quests I want to do. We shall see where the wind doth blow. That was the big budget deck that I've been working on. I jumped on this one because it was cool and cost about $30-ish plus shipping. That's not the worst host in the world, I suppose. Alright, Wilsa, you little shit. Here. Take these off my hands, would you, pal? That's the +1 rapier. No one's using great swords, at least not that I'm aware of. Longsword, nay. The daggers I'll hang on to, with the exception of that one, of course. And then this one is a quarterstaff. Nah. Okay, so these two I'll hang on to. Nope. Sure. Sold! Okay, that brings us to 43,000.
Watch out for trouble.
Yay? So what can I do here and now? Later? Gotta find it first. Go to Molten Scar. Find Winter Sun. Go with Greyboar, that's later. This one's pending. Need to go to Green Gates. Find Morveg's protege. Yeah, I vaguely recall this quest. I think he's badly injured and I think he comes into possession of some sort of Blade of Gorum and kind of goes apeshit. House of Death, that's pending. Yeah. Okay. Well, let me head outside and see what else I can explore. Oink! Gonna also order a copy of the One Ring and just proxy it. I get a feeling it'll get banned at some stage. I want to have one copy just to show I have it. Well, as a part of your collection. Oh. Stupid cigarette. Still salty at that. At least we got Zagarius to pay me a visit. Right, so we were apparently about to be under attack. Or something. Right? Right. Skip. The Fort Keeper's Canyon is besieged by the enemy. Worry not, I will send reinforcements with great haste. Oh, here come them boys. And then they're just gonna pretty much run as soon as it happens. Problem solved! Mostly. Stupid cigarette. There's a sentence. Yeah, because like I want the character! And because we have you in chat right now. Well, actually, hang on. Tomorrow's a Monday. Yeah, so I could... Because I really want you to be present when we get the damn recruit. But we'll have you work from home tomorrow, I hope. And we should be able to get that. This is turning red, so... My army's going to start moaning. What do I have to get rid of? Oh, I think I need to... I've got to take one of these. Oh, I can do that, I think. Yeah, we can just nab probably that one. Work from home all day, so I'll be able to enjoy Delame's acquisition. I love that she despises your ass. So do I. But you know what? I'm sure we'll be fast friends. She'll warm up to me. Maybe. Right, skip. Army. South. I do appreciate they added the auto win because, like, the game knows you're gonna win. I'll take those. And this one might take a bit more finesse. Unless they... Oh, no, yeah. They're also going to tap out. Good. My fort now, bitch. Is this one? Oh, there's Winter Sun. Although I don't think I'm quite ready. The weapons in this place are great. There's a set of throwing axes I would like to get for Wendover, but I got a sneaking suspicion it's a tough fight. My memory's a little hazy on this. I love this feature. Huh? Oh, primitive altar apparently, sure. And then that will connect the dots here. Great! Stupendous. Frickin' majestic. Winter Sun is rough at level 10. I'm not even level 10 yet, I'm 9. We've still got a lot of other areas to explore. I'm just gonna have my army do that. So, is there much point in recruiting these poor bastards? At the very least, these are basically backup reserves in case things go, like, horribly wrong. Wait, why am I joining? Ow, spear. Go away. I kind of like these marksmen, but it's not exactly I can recruit many of them. Let's go with you guys. Great. Let's see here. I'm listening to the book Fire and Blood from J.R.R. Martin. I love the universe too, man. I'm just smiling all the time while listening to it. Great. That's what an audiobook should be doing if you're enjoying it. I need to find some book series or universe to catch my attention after I'm done with revisiting... How do I pronounce this? Wait, is it A Sword of Ice and Fire, I think it is? Yeah, I've been enjoying listening to the Stormlight Archives. I'm on, well, the last book currently available, which is The Rhythm of War. Been listening to it far more slowly. It's very, very gradually. Because the book 5, and that's like the midway point, is going to be at the end of the year. So I need to ration this one. And then I can go crazy. So, I have places to go, evidently. Oink. Okay. Want to make sure we stay on top of these. Irabeth is that sorted. Great, stupendous, majestic, transcendent, even. Decrees. The Ziggurat is definitely going to be tomorrow. Alright, what do you want? The fate of the phylactery. Oh yeah, this is the thing I researched. The phylactery of Stevanius the Rotten was destroyed during a failed lich creating ritual. Peasant. You see, what you should have done is found an existing lich that's done all the heavy lifting, like I did. However, grains of his spirit are still locked in a small purple gem that got into the commander's hands. Wizards can place it in an item or weapon to give it evil properties. So either a ring or a scythe. Well, no one uses scythes. Let's go for a ring. Oink. Alright, job done. Fits my dice. Planeswalk cards currently holds 5 decks and a room for 3 more, plus the one we discussed. Kind of reminds me of you know, like a tool, like where you put your tools in, like a tool case as opposed to a toolbox. Damon wants an audience. Ooh, okay, I can do this. And Collared Crusaders? A Chalaxian lord with an escort of battle slaves wishes to join the crusade, but many crusaders loathe slavery. They ask the commander to free the thralls and banish the outlander. Azata has an option we can't invoke. Option 1. Buy and free the slaves. It'll cost me, but it'll make them happy. Accept the new troops. And we get battle slaves. Honestly, I couldn't give 2 shits. Or free them by force. But that would harm diplomacy. Well, they're operating within the confines of their laws. So yeah, sorry. Even if the morale's hit. Slavery is part of Chalaxian culture and nothing can change that reality. The Chalaxian lord has become a crusader and his slaves are ready to fight for the greater cause with absolute loyalty. Like I said, I'm not running a popularity contest. I have a crusade to win. So if that means some people are going to be throwing their toys out of the pram, so be it. That's exactly what it's meant to do. It's built to separate and keep separate hardware. Just happens to fit magic cards nicely. Oh no, I appreciate it. I like that. That's how it should be. All neat and tidy. Certainly better than my shoebox, which uses elastic bands and card sleeves. That's for damn sure. Okay, so Darren. So we want to do this one to issue the decree. Alright, let's rip the proverbial band-aid off. So you guys are all the way here, but I still need to explore on this side. So, excuse me, pigeons. Okay, cool. Just make sure this road is properly connected. Excellent. Then we're going to kind of flesh out this region here. Oh yeah, these freaking troglodytes. 4 of them. You know what? Piss off. Taking up space. Let's see. Oh, hang on. You two are... I was going to say, I thought it was directed at me for a moment, and I was highly confused. Alright, let's speak to our boy. Let's see what devious plan he has. Nothing wrong with that. Audiobooks are still reading, and if that lets you sponge in those worlds, do it. For me, that... I'm fine to read, but I feel like I can... Especially when I go for my walks, and sometimes before and after, I have an easier time digesting it. Oh, he's the psychopath! The one with the weird cadence to his words and sounds almost machine-like. Isn't this the one that leads to that dungeon everyone hates? A Kelid in a well-worn travel robe with a deep hood offers you a respectful bow. His voice is quiet and emotionless. Greetings, Commander. To be granted an audience with a figure of such importance is a great honor. Your victories have impressed and inspired me, which is why I wish to do my part in the Crusader struggle. The legendary, I'm not interested. Sorry. Yeah, Blackwater, that's the one. Who are you? The visitor's quiet words sound like the rustling of pages, dry and impersonal. My name is Velg, and I am a Kelid. My lineage dates back to the Sarkorian clans, and bonds of kinship have always been sacred to my family. When the world wound opened, my ancestors fled Sarkoris, but they did not forget their homeland. Even before the Crusades began, my great-great-grandfather marched in the defense of our people. He perished, as they all did. My great-grandfather and his eldest sons joined the First Crusade. My grandfather joined the Second. Our family's warriors have fought in every crusade, and that is why our bloodline is now extinct. They say this crusade will be the last, and so I've come alone, for there is no one else. Alas, I'm no warrior, but I still wish to be of use to you. And how do you wish to help me? If you mean the dungeons with all the regenerating monsters... Yeah, that and the obscenely high armor class, which I was like, bro, come on. His words, devoid of colour and emotion, run together to form a monotonous, endless stream. For 23 years I've been gathering documents on Sarkoris. They contain numerous mentions of the history of the Blackwater clan. The clan was beset by demons, as its members had dedicated themselves to creating a powerful weapon against the world wound. The clan needed more time, but no support came from their neighbours, and so the Blackwaters were destroyed. But the fate of the clan is not important right now. What is important is that thanks to certain ancient maps, I've been able to pinpoint the location of their settlement. If you go there, you'll be able to verify my findings, and if you happen to find a weapon that'll help you fight the demons, it'll bring me satisfaction and pride. My life will have purpose. I've been thinking about looking into Warhammer 40k audiobooks. I do love my dark fantasy, so they might hit as well. Have you looked into those? I have not. I was too busy reading the lore. I think I dedicated a couple of streams to... it essentially became Lorehammer by that point. I do have to return to that at some point. What kind of weapon was the Blackwater clan working on? My thoughts on this matter are pure speculation. Perhaps it was a blade that could cut down even a demon lord, or an artifact that could call upon an endless host of spirits, or a circlet that could reverse the flow of time or erase the planar invaders from reality. The Blackwater clan operated in secrecy to protect their work from spies, unfortunately an ever-present concern, and to avoid drawing the demon's attention before the time was right. You have an odd way of speaking. His pale, expressionless face twists into a poor approximation of an unapologetic smile. I am a scholar. I know how to speak through manuscripts, and prefer to express my thoughts using my quill instead of my tongue. Social interaction is not my area of expertise, so I ask for your understanding when it comes to my rather rudimentary communication skills. And of course, I thought the legendary response of "I'm not interested" has now been heightened by "execute this wretch." Thank you, I'll put this information to good use. He bows deeply. It pleases me to be of use of you. Get off my land! Alright, Darren, what the fuck do you want? Alright, Darren is in high spirits. He is practically vibrating with energy, and a smile flashes across his face now and again. So, Ein Miro, how goes your commandering? Excellent. I've got undead cigarettes being made. It's all good, baby. Is our crusade more heroic today than it was yesterday? I guess. So let's see. What's made you so happy? Dresden! And the amazing, unparalleled opportunity it's open for me. The opportunity to take a bath. Military camps and journeys to the Abyss have their charm, I'll give them that, but the price I must pay for it is so high that returning to this stone labyrinth, masquerading as a city, seems like the sweetest gift. Wait, our crusade? You weren't thrilled to join the Crusaders. Of course I wasn't thrilled. But in unfavourable circumstances, a man cannot allow himself to wallow in gloom and despondency. What a man can do is look on the bright side of the whole situation and change his circumstances as much as possible. How pragmatic. I, for instance, am certain that I'd be able to throw a rip-roaring party, even in the crater of an erupting volcano, with my hands tied behind my back. So what brings you to me? Oh, it's just a trifling thing. I wish to make a donation to the Crusade cause. It seemed a smart decision to me, because what's good for the Crusade is now tightly intertwined with what's good for yours truly. I did have to give the revenue from my estates a good shake-up, and a few couriers scurrying about, and commissioned several orders with Master Craftsmen. But it seems to have worked out rather well. Please take them. We have... really? A ring called the Ring of Procrastinator. Wand of Cure Critical Wound, which is good. And 2 Scrolls of Resurrection. Okay, yeah, no, these will come in handy. Excellent. I was happy to contribute. Good day to you, Commander. Well, look at that. No strings attached. Just like, hey, yo, take this stuff. Bam. So this ring's not yet complete. But the one I got is... that one. The wearer of this ring becomes staggered for the first round of every combat. Very funny. For the same round, he gains a resistance 15 against all elements. Not bad. Spell resistance 25. Not bad. 10 damage reduction in immediate... Hang on. If you can make yourself immune to stagger, though, with like freedom of movement. So that would mean when combat begins, you get all this good shit. So in that context, great. Also, doesn't Damon end up getting staggered anyways because of his damn curse? So, I feel like this is just a nice way for round 1 for him to be safer. Problem solved! Well, there you go. I know you saw the alt art with the language of Mordor. That's the one that went for 3 million. Mm-hmm. The black speech. This is what the broken ass thing actually does. I think I was given the description, right? Or was I? Let's see. 1 ring, full mana, indestructible. When the 1 ring enters the battlefield, if you cast it, you gain protection from everything until your next turn. At the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life for each burden counter on the 1 ring. You tap it, put a burden counter on the 1 ring, then draw a card for each... Oh, nice! So you can just... This thing can, like, have you draw like crazy. I can picture Smith narrating books. I think I could narrate maybe some things. There's a particular skill set that I would have to practice. You know, slow my speech, enunciate. I think I'd be able to do an okay job.
Keep your calm.
But it's definitely something that would need a lot of refining. It's perfectly fine for streaming, I think. But audiobooks are... Oof. That's a rough one, I tell you. Sorry with Ash's books. Maybe a smaller project, you know. Maybe a smaller project. Wait, it says it's an item here. I think that's the chest. Oh, that's my chest. Yes. You should hear this shrieking harpy that narrates and ruined one of Stitch's favourite books. It boggles me how that cow gets voice. Oh, a scathing! Oh, Jesus. Shrieking harpy and cow. I think I've used cow myself. In fact, you know, the one time I think I used the word cow meant as 100% insult was... Where is it? Where'd it go? Beholders... No meat... Wait, am I in here? I thought I had it in the Baldur's Gate folder. Damn, it's not here. It was there's an NPC that you meet early in the game. Runs an inn, and when you approach this NPC with a male character, she's don't like you. So when I approached her with a female one, and she was all warm and receptive, I was fucking livid. I was like, you cow. It was my delivery of the line. I'm laughing at the fact that you are somehow shocked. I'm not generally very nice. Most folks make the same mistake about me. All you have to see is my... You can tell what happens. Like, anytime Galfrey's mentioned or Lady Economy, you can see some of the venom and bile I tend to keep in check. I can be... I can have a mean streak as well. Not often, but sometimes. It was like that for me when I tried to listen to the Game of Thrones books. He was like the guy from Ferris Bueller who just kept calling his name for the class role. I think Maybe the voice for it isn't so bad, Ash. Different strokes for different folks, or whatever that saying is. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Alright, where am I going? So, Skeep. Let's see. I'm getting it for you, but it is that bad. Well, give me a sample. I'm curious. Okay, so we want to go this way. This, I think, just connects... Wait, where do you go, exactly? Oh, thanks. There's a fucking dead end. Dude, no wonder people say the world moon sucks. Starts every chapter with what? Why? Wait, that sounds more like Pox. Why? Hello, everybody. Diplomatic relations have improved. Oh, we got a +1. Stupendous. I think that unlocks... Oh, hello. Ooh, I can hashtag soon enchant this. Not enough resources! Oh, you pansies. I gotta do everything myself. An odd supplicant. Huh? Some strange drunkard is claiming that the commander is obliged, yes, obliged to grant him an audience. What? Wait, is this a Lich thing or is it some random fuckstick? Ow! Wait, this is Lady... Oh God, kill me! I guess this triggers first because it's an increase. Dude, that's what I mean. I'm going to link you a sample. It's a series of books I think you'd like. War of the Spider Queen. It's kind of cool as it follows an evil drow party and each book is written by a different author. Oh, that's definitely a big shift. By the way, Seth, did you watch the 1 minute sum? I did. From the clips I saw, right, I had a decent-ish idea of what the series is about. It's pretty well done. A lot of info crammed in a single minute. Let's see. Commander, upon hearing word of your victory in the Battle of Dresden... By the way, anytime I say something that to insult Konami, I'm saying it in character internally. I'm not vocalizing this, so just humor me. Commander, upon hearing word of your victory in the Battle of Dresden, many leaders in Avestan have considered taking a more active supporting role into Crusade. Fighting demons in the name of saving the world is a prestigious endeavour, especially when the war is going well. The ones whose help is accepted first will increase their standing in the political arena, which is why the powers are now competing for the right to conclude an alliance with Mendev before their rivals do. Nerosian has already chosen which of them is to be favoured, Isker. So basically I won't be choosing that then. We've been building an alliance with that nation for a long time, and now the capital is expecting you to address the steward of Isker with an official offer to support you. Can I give him an official offer to go fuck himself? Last Wall is Mendev's most trusted ally. If we're to ask someone for support, it should be them, the Shining Crusade. What say we invite the Sword Lords of Brevoy to this party? The righteous Mendevian knights just love those hot-headed provincials who'll draw their weapons and challenge you to a duel at the drop of a hat. And get this, they win such duels. Nerosian will be ecstatic to have allies like these, and I hope the demons will enjoy their company as well. I like your idea yet again. Let's see, at least on the US site you can click the audible sample button under the cover. Let's see, what will it do? Sample? Here we go. This might injure some people's ears.
Talar slipped silently into...
Let me just lower that for a second, because that... Okay, maybe that was just very loud.
...the blood-warm river and clung to a gnarled tree root, so the sluggish current wouldn't carry her away. The river slid smoothly over her skin without impediment. Upon acceptance in the Velkine Velve, she had shaved her body from scalp to ankle. There would be no incriminating flashes of white to give her away. Floating on her back, she pulled a tangle of dead creeper vines across her naked body to conceal herself. She stared up at the sky, awash with the light of thousands of stars, and listened to the rustling of the night's predators and the startled screeches of their prey.
I can see how that might not be to everyone's liking, especially I think the first bit was quite loud. It's not that bad. I told you it was. It's okay. Make it stop. You go, guys. Relax. It's no good reading style, or at least I really don't like it. Well, the reason why I initially cringed is more the fact that the volume was loud and it bored right into my skull. That's fine. I don't think it's quite as bad as I was expecting something a little bit like nails on chalkboard for a second. But I'm not sure if I would be as keen. It's the volume, the way she's telling the story too. I can't imagine paying for that. That's my thing about my voice. Yeah, the audio quality does suffer a tad. Why did I get Ib? I'm sorry, I was listening to the sample and seeing what was being said. Alright. I want to take some pride in annoying Konami, so allow me to have this. So why does Neurosian decide whose help I should accept? Because you are, with all due respect, one of Her Majesty's subjects. Lady Konami's voice grows sterner, but after a moment subsides into a more confiding tone. And because it took great effort for Mendev's diplomatic corps to win Isker over and ensure you receive their help. What if I don't want their help? Are you confident that the allies you choose yourself will be as... Yes! Yes, I will! You know, I unfurl a large scroll. You see this? These are all the L's that Galfrey has done. And I bring out a big fucking tome. These are a list of all my wins. So yeah, I think I'll pick my allies before I turn into a rug tut. I can't stand this NPC. I want to hang her so... Fuck! Oh god, she activates my... She's just as bad as Galfrey! Part of the problem is that the 6 books before that is narrated by a good narrator who voice acts, and then you hit the next book and get... Oh, so it's a big shift. I can see why folks would be frustrated, sure. Eat her! That's what I could. Okay. So we can't call everyone for help. I wish we could, but we can't. The Chilexian and the colonies can't stand the Andorrans. Multhune is at war with Nirmathis. Nidal and Lastwall are at daggers drawn, and all of them envy the wealth of Absalom. Protest against the godlessness of Drummer, and fear the revolutionary plague of Galt. Where's a nuke when you need one? I mean, come on. They can tolerate each other in small doses, but an official letter from the commander summoning one of the nations to assist the crusade will lead to, shall we say, an eruption of toxic volcanoes across half of the courts of Avistan. So I'm afraid you'll have to choose which of your allies is most desirable to you. Just as bad as Galfrey, or possibly worse. Someone told me this, I'm not sure if it's true, but you're welcome to confirm this. If you, heaven forbid, decide to accept all of Konami's advice, don't you get a worse ending? Because they just give you dog shit results. Let's see what the council has to say. I swear to God, Konami, if you open your fucking trap, I'll slap you. Shut up! Dude, what? Every time I'm like, okay, I've listened to what you said, let me see what the rest of the council has to say. She's like, surely you don't need to. Lady Konami's voice turns silken and somewhat condescending. Commander, we both realise that Mendev's political interests lie beyond the competence of this council. Is it too late to do a swarm playthrough and eat all of these cocksuckers? The decision has already been made in the capital. Oh, has it? Neurosian has shown courtesy and concern for your authority by allowing you to implement the decision yourself. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you gave me the autonomy. No worries, Uncle. I'll catch you later, man. Thank you as always for hanging out. Yeah, you get a shite ending for diplomacy if you take... I fucking knew it! Also in Act 5, Galfrey herself is like, bitch, what the fuck was she talking about? I authorise none of this. Oh, it's useless cow. Playing at politics. So, I think I chose this last time. You're dangerously close to making me angry. I trust my own council more than the Royal Council. Indeed, what could Her Majesty's most loyal servants possibly know about diplomacy? Sarcasm is unbecoming. Socio, why do you suggest we accept Lastwall's aid? The Shining Crusade of Lastwall and Mendev have much in common. We protect Golarion from demons. They fight the undead and the legacy of Tarboffin, the Whispering Tyrant. That's the deity that I follow. Don't tell him. Like us, Lastfolk are used to eternal war. They are persistent, vigilant, and know how to oppose baleful magic. Their swords will aid us on the front lines, and the watchful eye of their inquisitors will do us much good on the home front, where the spies of the Ivory Labyrinth roam. Sure. Yeah, in case you're wondering who Tarboffin is, right? Wait, is it the same guy? Oh no, hang on. I think I mixed it up with someone else. Oh, never mind, it's all good. Ignore me. I mixed it up with the name of a separate god. Darren, what benefit do the Sword Lords offer us? A whole slew of benefits. We'll see some fresh blood in this war. Poke the oh-so formal Nerosian with a stick. Say no more. You had me at poke Nerosian with a stick. Recruit excellent fighters, proud as peacocks, just begging for a chance to prove themselves. And besides, this alliance can be easily arranged. Darren smiles wistfully. I used to take private fencing lessons from a certain sword lord of high standing. Fencing didn't work out, but her lesson was gorgeous. Darren, isn't this going a little too far? We can't make decisions of such importance just because you had an affair with the Brevin. And, Lady Useless, what sort of help can we expect from Isker? Isker is a nation locked in a constant territorial struggle with goblin tribes. Countless battles have tempered their army, taught them not to fear losses, and granted experience in both the military craft and the cultivation of untamed lands. Their formidable combat sorcerers would be of great use to Dresden. Would you not agree? There is, however, another reason to pursue an alliance with them. Isker is a protectorate of Cheliax, and with such a mighty patron at their back, they have no shortage of resources or troops. By establishing friendly relations with Isker, we can strengthen our ties with a powerful neighbour in the south. The value of such an alliance is indisputable. Ah, Damon. Lady Economy. I do not doubt that only your innate modesty forbids you from mentioning the innumerable bribes received by Nerosian diplomats for facilitating this alliance. I imagine Cheliax was most generous. However, among the funds that would make their way into our army's coffers, I could not spot a single coin of Chelixian mintage, so why should we help you? This is a good question. I have made my decision. It is my hope that your decision won't disappoint the Royal Council. Economy, just for future reference, right? When in the presence of me, prepare to be disappointed, but not for the reasons you think. Okay, so, have we exhausted all council dialogue? Yeah. Hypothetically, let's say we go with Captain Foxdeck's choice. We get this. Unlocks the sorcerers. It's a good unit. Darren, we get duelists. And if we do Social, we get Inquisitors. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Darren just to piss her off. Darren, send delegates to the Sword Lords. Now, I swear, Economy, just accept the decision. No back talk, just be like, you've made your choice, just simple. Fucking watching you. Okay, splendid. I'll refresh my old contacts and pleasant memories. Here we go. I won't detain you any longer, Commander. She's learning. I'll need time to resolve the scandal your decision will cause in the capital. Once it subsides, I will assemble the diplomatic council once more. There's the door. Please, hit your head on the way out. Cow. Oh, here's this guy. Thaberdine. Who the fuck's this guy? Zunzi would like to turn her into a nice capelet. You know what? Dude, this is what I would turn Economy into. This guy would be wearing this. Alright? Beautiful. Brings out the colour of his eyes. Very animated for a Duragar. Let's see, Thaberdine. You see a Kelid around 50 years old. Oh no, this music is playing, which means this is going to be a farce. Dressed in a doublet that looks older than its owner. Once it may have been expensive, but now it's worn and patched. A scabbardless sword hangs on his belt. Covered in such a thick layer of rust that it looks more like a club. His flush, swollen face, spongy nose, and the dark circles beneath his eyes suggest that he's a heavy drinker. Dude, how the fuck did he get into my room? When he opens his mouth to speak, your suspicion is confirmed by the stench of still alcohol on his breath. Oh, for fuck's sake. So, you're the commander, huh? It's a cozy little place you've got yourself here. All these walls, polished furniture. Solid. Commendable. Why, I think I'll give you a medal for this. Oh, thanks. Let's see. And who are you? The man groans as he straightens up, affecting a proud, noble bearing insofar as his his decrepitude allows. You'll be pleased to know that I am Saberdine Quintissimus Hierophantal. Motherfucker, that sounds like a venereal disease. Rightful heir to the throne of Iz and all Sarkoris. Well, at least I passed a knowledge check. Everyone knows that no king has ever ruled over all Sarkoris, and there is no throne in Iz. How would you know? Have you been to Iz? Have you seen it with your own eyes? You haven't! And if you haven't, maybe there was one. Such flawless logic. My pops used to tell me about the throne in the palace. It was gold all over, and it was encrusted with all manner of crusty things. Like diamonds and fire ants, rubies and bubbos. Couldn't take your eyes off it. That's what kind of throne it was. And it's all mine. Mine by right. Dude, what the actual fuck am I listening to here? All Sphere's NPCR is spot on. Oh, for this, for Zunzi is really well done. He claims to be king of Sarkoris. Trickster bends reality, so he actually is the king. Wow. So he can turn it into a reality. I figured Trickster was all about kind of undoing the logic, and let's just say if the Trickster bumped into the Aeon, those two would be very annoyed. There is literally a logical fallacy called everyone knows, which is exactly what he's using there. I mean, I didn't, so okay, right now I would say my dude is genuinely amused by this. I want to see where this goes. So can you prove your claim to the throne? Of course. We aren't just some swindlers. We all have the evidence. Oh, well, you do? Here, look. He takes the rusty sword from his belt and shows you the hilt, which features a nearly worn-off golden crest. The grinning animal it depicts most closely resembles a shabby possum. Here, the Royal Civil... Yo, don't you fucking claim Stitch, alright, on your shitty sword. I'ma fucking slap him. That's like a shabby possum. Here, the Royal Similodon is the ancient symbol of the rulers of Sarkoris. I've also got a wart on my chest in the shape of a crown. Of course, I'm the heir to the throne. This bastard. Yeah, I'll be probably done after this event, Ash. Arguments from popularity occur when one urges another to accept a claim because a substantial number of people other than authorities or experts agree with your claim. People often employ this fallacy in an effort to mask the fact they do not actually have an argument. Yeah, I've seen this to a lesser extent. I forget the context of the conversation that Orson explained to me, but basically he and two of his co-workers, whatever the subject matter was, Orson at the time knew it was factually bollocks, so his friend kind of conferred with his pal. And just because his friend agreed, he was like, see? He agrees. So that was his logic. Like, his way, not to explain his point of view, it wasn't to provide anything factual or realistic. He simply had a friend of his agree with his take, and he as if that was the evidence. I remember hearing that. I have to ask him the specifics again. Yeah, I'll be wrapping up in just a bit. So for those who don't believe me, they can get lost, that's what I say. Let them go to Pelorus Fall, where all the kings of Sarkoris are buried. There my entire family tree has been written in stone. Go and read for yourself. Pelorus Fall, what's there? Are you deaf or what? Dude, you're getting on my last nerve. You should drink a pine needle infusion. It'll do wonders for your ears and your eyes too. I'm telling you, all the dead Sarkorian kings are in the ground there. In mausoleums, tomb burials, and those whatchamacallits. Obelisks, that's right. And it's all written there about my ancestors and about me. Just go look, everything will make sense. By every law of the land, I'm king. What do you think you're entitled to? We are simple people, we don't need much. I mean, no, that's not what I meant. We aren't simple people, not simple at all. We need a great deal. A king's palace, a throne, lands. But all that can wait until you take back Iz. and make all the demons leave. Oh, is that all? As for now, I wouldn't mind having a king's residence here in Dresden. A place to sleep and some hot food. That'd be a start. Motherfucker, I'd sooner give you a closet to sleep in, some stale bread, and you'd be lucky if I give you a freaking sleeping bag. Requires... There it is. This is the one that Super Nappy was talking about. My issue with the Trickster path is 50% of it is honestly very clever and subversive, and 50% of it is just dumb as fucking beer jokes and silly shit. Well, there's one of the options right here. When the Ziggurat's done, you can sleep there as a guard for... Yeah, basically he'll keep watch. That's the only use he'll have in death. I see. Soldiers, throw this imposter out of here. Hey, why? How could you? Some commander you are. He's lucky I didn't execute him. What an absolute chuckle fuck. Alright, we'll leave it there, ladies and gents. The hope is in tomorrow's stream we can get our latest undead recruit. That was fun. So close to level 10. But yeah, I'll leave it here. I'll make sure you guys have somewhere to hang out in the interim, though. So who's on right now? I'm gonna YouTube. Let me try to show Arcanan. Arcanan is doing some Minecraft, I believe. So, in case you guys need to reach me, be it before or after the stream, there's a link to our Discord. On the remote chance, if you're new to the stream, by all means, feel welcome to ye to follow. I'm gonna be on. I'm basically streaming every day except for Thursdays, and we probably have Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous for a good while, and I'm also going to be doing Baldur's Gate 3. But yeah, if you guys enjoyed my shenanigans, feel free to hop in whenever. I'll be on basically same time tomorrow. Also, very quick thank you to everyone who was kind enough to chip in towards our shenanigans today. Let's see, Bird Dog, thanks so much for the 53-month resub. Camcool for the biddies. Turn and Cough for the 55-month resub at tier 2. Whoever donated under the name of the Lawnmower Gods, twice no less, thank you. Jamses for the 47-month resub. Hoff for the 73 months, which is the longest you can be subbed. Sage, thank you for the dono, alongside Snipe the Artist. Spab, thank you for gifting us up to Strippy Beard. Poppin for the 68-month resub and the Prime. Let's see, we got Sage who gifted a sub to Faith's Shield, and Sage himself who resubbed for 50 months. I think that's everybody. Oh, that's a fair number. Thanks. So I'll yield you over to Arcaden now, who at the moment is streaming / playing some Minecraft. So I hope you will hop on over to his stream, hang out, and say hello. Until then, guys, I hope you enjoy what's left of your weekend, and I'll see some of you guys again sometime tomorrow. Until then, bye.